No jasně.
A zkusila bych prostě ten zvuk pobudit.
Martiniče connecting.
Jo.
Jo, slyšíme.
Jo.
Yeah, so now,
Share video. Start video.
já nechci žádný video.
Ne, ale tady.
On se pojď sem, budeš kontrolovat, jestli
Jo.
jede zvuk, jo?
To zpoždění tady, jo?
We are still trying to adjust audio settings.
Yeah.
Okay, great. But it seems fine.
Já ale my už vysíláme. To je dobře, musím se
I guess it's all right already.
Okay, and can you try share band to the Zoom? Just I can see only the camera. Switch the camera to the band.
Hi, Peter.
Hello, hi, nice to see you.
Yeah, same here. Hey. Hello.
Wow.
Yo.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hi.
Always a cool box in the back.
If you switch camera to the band, it works with fine audio, everything's fine to the Zoom.
Yeah.
To the stream to the
It's
YouTube.
not real.
Now there's a band on the YouTube.
Yes.
We are adjusting the live stream so that you know.
So you can switch, you switch it out to the
Jak se to dělá? Jak se to dělá?
To ask.
How do you do that?
Zapla multiple
Aha,
share
aha.
screen.
A když chci nastavit tu kameru,
Tu kameru.
no ne, aby, že, co bude,
Zase tam.
aby se,
Už jste
jak to
viděl,
změním,
už
jak
jste
to
viděl.
změním? How do I change it? How do I change
Tak začneme.
the stream?
Teďka
Who's-
jste na YouTube vy, jak to vidím s tím delayem, tak teďka nevím.
Vítku to
Jo,
nemusíš
dobrý.
vědět.
Asi. Teďka musíte...
Tak začínáme.
OK.
Když tak tam pouštěj ty lidi.
Ale dobrý, teď jste na tom.
Hello everyone.
Hello, Martin.
Hello.
Good to see you finally.
Thank you. Thank you. So let's start. Let's do it. Hello everyone. My name is Martin Nietzsche, and I organize this conference together with Vít Pokorný, who is with me on the team.
Hello.
We are from the Institute of Philosophy of the Czech Republic in Prague, but streaming now from Ústí nad Labem, which is a university city between Prague and Dresden. Let's keep it like this. And Ústí nad Labem could be understood as a capital of sound art and sound research in the Czech Republic. We are cooperating with a local team who is taking care of technical issues right now. Polina Kacenka and Jan Kromholz, you cannot see them, but they are here with us. I was hoping for many weeks that we would be able to meet in person. It's not possible. We have the Zoom conference with a group of people from all around the world. We are live streaming this Zoom conference to YouTube channel. So I want to welcome all who joined us at the YouTube stream. Please, during all the streaming, don't hesitate to ask your questions, ask your comments. We are gathering them from the chat box at the YouTube channel. So, one advantage of the Zoom conferences is that there are no long welcoming speeches. So let me just say that I'm very happy that I can introduce Bernd Herzogenrath as our keynote speaker. He's, as everybody here knows, he's the editor, the main editor.
I have a question. Is it recorded? Do you record this?
Yes, yes. Is it okay? We are recording the
whole stream is recorded, yeah.
Yes, and it goes live to YouTube as well. So it's public. So
Luisa, it's public.
Yes, it's all public, and it will be archived. So I hope everyone here gives us a consent. The speakers did already by email. So the main theme of this conference is sonic thinking, it's methodology. We have sound artists here, we have philosophers, phenomenologists, and let's pass the word on Bernd Herzogenrath, who edited the volume entitled Sonic Thinking in Bloomsbury in 2017, and he's our keynote speaker. I'm very happy I can give him the word right now. After his talk, we have plenty of time for discussion and comments. All people on Zoom can ask their questions directly, and we will read to channel. So, Bernd, the floor is yours.
Počkej, ale
Yeah.
musíme ho tam nastavit.
There's still some sounds going on. Okay. Oh, okay. Hello, everybody. Dobry den. Pardon my Czech, but let me first give a huge thank you and Dicky Mods to Martin, Witt, and the team for inviting me to what promises to be a wonderful meeting, even though Corona has managed to make it a tiny bit less wonderful. So I hope there'll be a chance to someday meet in person and have that beer. And of course, thanks to all of you people participating here. Okay, before I start, let me just comment on the cryptic title of my talk, and therefore I will just share my screen. Let me see, and I hope, sorry. Okay. No, this is the wrong one. So I have to go all. Okay, so can you see that? Okay, all right. So the thing is, I'm not really knowledgeable in phenomenology. So what I thought I'd like to do is to give a perspective on phenomenology from my, how would you call it, newbie perspective by a philosopher whose work I really love and admire, even to the point that I have to admit that I'm a fanboy, hence the title, right? So I'm talking about Gilles Deleuze here. I thought I might talk about a couple of basic points where I think phenomenology and Deleuzian philosophy converge, but also maybe part ways a tiny bit. Some points, however, which might be fruitful in terms of opening some other perspectives. And even if my understanding of phenomenology might be very basic, and sometimes it might be very easy to prove me wrong, it might still open up some thoughts and points of discussion, I hope. So in the first part, I would like to thus complement phenomenology with my phenomenologics, calling on Deleuze and others to add some ideas. In the second part, I would like to locate both sonic thinking and artistic research in a wider field of what I have recently called practical aesthetics. And I want to point out here that in this talk, I won't really be talking about sonic thinking per se, only asymptotically, as I thought that all these ideas and examples then will come from all the other wonderful contributions, hopefully getting into a dialogue with my more rather framing and conceptual ideas during the discussions. My talk is rather an attempt to circle possible methodologies of sonic thinking between phenomenology and artistic research, so I slightly turned our symposium's title around. All right, then that starts with the phenomenologics. The question of how Deleuze relates to phenomenology can be answered in various manners. Firstly, by stating how Deleuze relates to authors who can be considered phenomenologists, for example, Husserl's successors. Then one can give a definition of what phenomenology wants, and parallels and diverges can be found in Deleuze's thinking. And finally, one could ask whether Deleuze's philosophy is a questioning or a further development of 20th century phenomenology, even whether it can be addressed as some kind of phenomenology itself, to ask what kind of phenomenological perspectives can be found in Deleuze and which impulses phenomenology proper might find there. When it comes to post-Husserlian phenomenologists, one can state that Deleuze has a troubled relation to the thought of Heidegger. In fact, Deleuze's difference in repetition can also be read as a direct critique of being and time, while he enters into an overall positive dialogue with, for example, Sartre and Merleau-Ponty. As the study of phenomena, of things as they appear in our experience, phenomenology studies conscious experience as experience from the subjective or first-person point of view. The structure of these forms of experience typically involves what Husserl has called intentionality, that is, the directedness of experience toward things in the world, the property of consciousness, that it is a consciousness of or about something. Phenomenology was prized as the proper foundation of all philosophy, as opposed, for example, to ethics or metaphysics or epistemology, a philosophy of the phenomena versus a philosophy of reality. Even if Husserl tries to avoid similarities at all costs, there is an undeniable similarity between the phenomenological reduction and Descartes' method. And even if one has to admit that Descartes' method is a much more transcendent one than Husserl's. Like Descartes, phenomenology starts with the cogito ergo sum, one might say. Only the thinking ego is certain. The rest of the world is excluded first. Consciousness is always the consciousness of something, and the ego constructs the other as an analogy to itself. This empathy with the foreign and the experience of the same is the basis for the realization of the objective world. Moreover, Husserl's Cartesian meditations not only tie in with Descartes' teaching in terms of content, but paradoxically also make use of the method of meditation. It is the very foundation of a supposedly stable I or subject, which Deleuze finds both in Descartes and in Husserl's claim that all consciousness is consciousness of something, and which he finds troubling. With regards to Descartes, Deleuze tried to deconstruct the cogito by means of what he calls the diagram. Philosophy is not about representation of the world, but about relating the elements of various concepts to each other. Thus, Descartes' ego does not represent the doubting Descartes in his parlor, but represents various states of being I, starting from the state of unfounded certainty over the state of doubt to the state of secure knowledge. According to Deleuze, the ego becomes an idiot in this philosophical meditation before it becomes a knowing one, insofar as the concept of cogitans is staged by means of the conceptual persona of the cogito. Thus, it is not Descartes who doubts in his drama, but the doubting ego that is part of the concept of the ego that thinks. Furthermore, and here we might find a first link to a Deleuzian kind of phenomenology, Deleuze relates to the philosophy of David Hume in his conception of the ego and the subject. Via Hume's philosophy, Deleuze forges an attempt of a synthesis of phenomenology and empiricism, and throwing Hume into the equation changes parameters quite a bit. Hume is an important influence on Deleuze since his empiricism provides Deleuze with a theory how a subject emerges from the flow of experience, of the sensible and the given. Philosophy so far had started from the assumption, Hume writes, that we are at every moment intimately conscious of what we call ourself, that we feel its existence and its continuance in existence, and are certain both of its perfect identity and simplicity. Yet Hume argues the self as such cannot be experienced. Only successive and ever-changing impressions are given to experience, all of which are supposed to refer to the self. Pain and pleasure, grief and joy, passions and sensations succeed each other and never all exist at the same time. It cannot, therefore, be from any of these impressions that the idea of self is derived. This opens up the question if the subject of experience, the self, is one or many. If I never catch myself at any time without a perception and never can observe anything but the perception, then the self ultimately does not exist at or in the very moment it ceases to experience, to perceive. The self is nothing but a bundle or collection of different perceptions, which succeed each other with an inconceivable rapidity and are in a perpetual flux and movement. Thus, the Humean subject constitutes itself already as a body of forces. Experience is not given to the mind, the material with which the mind works. The mind is the heterogeneous collection of perceptions, and the connections between them are not pre-existent. According to Hume, the subject emerges as a necessary fiction to give coherence to that flux. We feign the continued existence of the perception in our senses to remove the interruption. The conclusion that Hume draws is that identity does not inhere in the different perceptions, but is an external quality which we attribute to them because of the union of their ideas in the imagination when we reflect upon them. The subject is an effect or belated effect of principles of associations, of relations such as similarity, equality, causality, etc., which relate perceptions and impressions and order them into habits. For example, the habit of saying I, as Deleuze writes. For Hume, the human mind is a system of different perceptions or different existences which are linked together by the relation of cause and effect and mutually produce, destroy, influence, and modify each other. Since these relations and associations are not inherent to the perception, they can be forged anew every time, generating new patterns of cognition and behavior. Habits, as rather stable strategies of coherence, are related to desires and outside pressures or pragmatic requirements rather than universal principles. In Deleuze's reading of Hume, the subject thus is a result of a process, not a transcendental form or being. First, there is the flux of experience. The mind's immediate perception of the given empiricism starts from an animated succession of distinct perceptions, an experience of difference, that is. The subject emerges from this experience and transcends it, but it is not there a priori. As such, then, identity is never stable, is constantly in flux. In addition, the relations that give a temporal coherence to it are external to their terms, thus not naturally inherent in the perceptions or existence. As a consequence, a multiplicity is never in terms, however many there are, nor in their set or totality. A multiplicity is only in the end, which does not have the same nature as the elements, the sets, or even their relations. And end here, not with E, but with A, right? So the additional. These relations thus have to be produced, forged. Identity, the subject, is thus an effect of the perpetual flux of the given. And as Deleuze comments, subjectivity is essentially practical. Its definitive unity, that is, the unity of relations and circumstances, will be revealed in the relations between motive and action, means and end. Ultimately, if the subject is both constituted in the given but also transcends it, if it is both physics and psyche, evolved from materiality but is at the same time distinct from it, it follows two different logics at the same time. And then, in fact, there is only a practical subject. Deleuze had characterized his own philosophy as transcendental empiricism, which I argue ultimately describes Deleuze's own understanding of phenomenology. Something that for Kant was an impossibility, namely the experience-based nature of the categories of understanding, becomes a philosophical possibility. Philosophy is the description of the categories condensed in experience, and phenomenology is precisely an attempt to describe these constituents of consciousness based on experience. In Deleuze's last text, Immanence, a Life, which was published 2 months before his suicide in November 1995, Deleuze returns once again to his appropriation of empiricism. In this essay, Deleuze now refers for the first time directly to Sartre's philosophical ideas, which he explained in 1936 in The Transcendence of the Ego, where Sartre advocates a liberation of the transcendental field, claiming existence to be prior to consciousness. In Deleuze's reading of Sartre's reading of Husserl, the idea of intentionality leads to the curious fact that consciousness is not inwardness, but is always already outside. When Sartre says that the ego is an object of consciousness and explicitly not, for instance, that the ego is in possession of a consciousness, then that for Deleuze means that consciousness is a field in which the ego itself also only occurs, but not that the ego is the ground or foundation and condition of that field. The transcendental field, according to Deleuze, can be distinguished from experience in that it does not refer to an object or belong to the subject, empirical representation. It appears, therefore, as a pure stream of asubjective consciousness, a pre-reflexive impersonal consciousness, a qualitative duration of consciousness without a self. This might be what Husserl had in mind when he said that the phenomenological reduction of the claims to validity should not stop at God, the world, or the ego. The subject is an object of a consciousness and only a secondary quantity with regard to what Deleuze calls a life. When Husserl claimed that the subject is a transcendence in immanence, then this sounds quite close to Deleuze's motto, transcendence is always the product of immanence. Therefore, Deleuze can understand immanence as something that does not mean an inwardness, but an outwardness. Immanence does not stand for a solipsistic consciousness, but means insisting of the outside. Precisely in this, philosophy is a philosophy of life, if its concept tried to give expression to this insistence. Structurally connected with this view is the idea of intertwining, which Merleau-Ponty themathizes at the beginning of the chapter on the chiasm in the visible and in the invisible. Subject and object phenomenally at first never appear to be separate, but are always only available in an interweaving, the chiasm. In his book, The Visible and the Invisible, Merleau-Ponty writes that the phenomenology has to install itself there where the subject and object have not yet been distinguished in experience. He also illustrates the chiasm as an intimacy as close as between the sea and the strand. Merleau-Ponty literally characterizes the child's worth of experience as a block of common life of object and subject, subject and object, the other way around. When Charles Sanders Peirce's concept of percept and the analogously formed term affect, Deleuze wants to suggest that art extracts the receptive and spontaneous elements from perception, detaches them from the perceiver, and then grants them an autonomous existence in the work of art. It is precisely this nature of art that leads to Deleuze's claim that phenomenology cannot only turn to art, but must turn to it, since for Deleuze and Merleau-Ponty, art pursues the same project as phenomenology, only it does so with means that do not necessarily have to be those of language and the human subject. Art exercises the phenomenological reduction, in this case, towards the bearer of perception, the subject, and exhibits phenomena as phenomena. In Deleuze's work, this reads as follows. Phenomenology must become the phenomenology of art because the immanence of the lived to a transcendental subject must be expressed in transcendent functions that not only determine experience in general, but traverse the lived itself here and now, and are embodied in it by constituting living sensations. The being of sensation, the block of percept and affect, will appear as the unity or reversibility of feeling and felt, their intimate intermingling like hands clasped together. It is the flesh that, at the same time, is freed from the lived body, the perceived word, and the intentionality of one toward the other that is still too tied to experience. Whereas flesh gives us the being of sensation and bears the original opinion distinct from the judgment of experience flesh, of the world and flesh of the body that are exchanged as correlates, ideal coincidence. If Merleau-Ponty and phenomenology is serious about the interweaving of the body with the world, the chiasm, then the body must become indistinguishable from the world and is, so to speak, dissolved into it. Two last comments with regard to Sartre and Merleau-Ponty, which then will already lead into the second part of the talk. Above all, Deleuze highly values Sartre's valorization of literature for philosophical thought, since he reversed the relationship between the two. It is not philosophy that explains literature, but literature that opens up new fields for philosophy. And the same goes for art in general, for film, for music and sound. Deleuze thus wants to methodically affirm what hermeneutics must programmatically deny when it pretends to understand the author better than the author understands her or himself. For Deleuze, philosophy has always been an appropriation of other thoughts and only lived on through their transformation, hence his claim for the need of a non-philosophy, to which I will come later. And with regard to Merleau-Ponty, Deleuze appropriates Merleau-Ponty's concept, Deleuze appropriates his concept of the fold as much from Merleau-Ponty as from Leibniz. With Merleau-Ponty, the ideas of the chiasm and the fold appear more or less precisely at the moment when he looks for a break with phenomenology in the vulgar sense of the term, with intentionality. That is, with the idea that consciousness is directed towards the thing and gains significance in the world. The pressing question then is, or could at least be, could there be such a thing as an asubjective or even non-human phenomenology? In 1966, the essay Le commencement de la technologie was published in the journal Thais. Its authors, Jacques Guillerme and Jan Sebestik, a Czech philosopher of science, by the way, born in Uherské Hradiště, were part of a research group led by Georges Congoyen, studying the history of the discourse on technical operations. The essay, which was kind of proceedings of this group, came to maybe surprising conclusions, which Benoît Turquetti outlines in his remarkable book, Inventing Cinema, and whose line of reasoning I am following here. According to the 18th century philosopher Christian Wolff, Guillaume and Sebestik point out, even a manual art as menial as cutting woods puts into play an implicit conceptual structure which governs the execution of the instrument's operations. There is a reason why one can cut wood and why one can do it with a wedge and yet just as easily with an axe. Since Wolff mentions that there is a reason why a technical operation can work in certain ways but not in others, this of course has important implications. What Guillaume and Sebestik have termed implicit conceptual structure that govern the execution of these operations is very important here. Now, as Turchetti points out, these structures at first glance seem to coincide with Michel Polanyi's well-known concept of tacit knowledge. However, tacit knowledge, I would argue, is still a very subjective structure, a know-how that as such cannot be explained or formulated. Tacit knowledge is at the heart of all personal knowledge. And with regard to our topic here, it could be described as materialized or internalized personal experience. Guillaume and Sebestik's account, however, turned this perspective upside down. The implicit conceptual structure of the technological or material object, or also the medium, designates an arrangement of concepts. It is knowledge, but it lies within the operations. It partakes in an object or material-centered way of thinking, a kind of distributed knowledge and agency. An operation, a gesture, technological machine do not contain concepts, of course, but they materialize thought in the form of implicit conceptual structures right down to their materialities. Guillaume and Sebestik's system allows for the consideration of an asubjective, non-human kind of thinking and of its circulation from the device to the user. These implicit conceptual structures describe quite precisely the kind of knowledge which, according to Gilbert Simondon's on the mode of existence of technical objects, is archived in the machines guiding what he calls the concretization process. And Simondon was a student of Merleau-Ponty's and a great influence on Deleuze's own take on the concept of the machine. According to Simondon, concretization implies a form of evolution where it is the progressive understanding of the machine's inner structural interactions that generates the production of new improved forms. Invention is then not an act of the human imagination imposed on the machine, but an effort toward a deeper understanding of the machine's own implicit conceptual structure. The human task is to become attentive to the kind of knowledge embodied in the machine. So not intention, but attention is at the focus here. Deleuze and Guattari will later reformulate this insight in the following manner. We will therefore define the artisan as one who is determined in such a way as to follow a flow of matter. It is a question of surrendering to the wood, then following where it leads by connecting operations to a materiality instead of imposing a form upon matter. I now would like to connect this to this asubjective and non-human phenomenology of a machinic experience to a mode of thought which I have recently called practical aesthetics. When in 1750, Alexander Baumgarten published the first part of his Aesthetica, he basically invented a new philosophical discipline, or rather he reinvented philosophy by defining a new way of how to perceive its object of inquiry. Logical analysis alone could not cope with the complexity of individual objects. Thus, logic had to be complemented by a non-abstractive way of analysis, which Baumgarten dubbed aesthetics, a theory of sensate thinking. And he says that sensible or aesthetic cognition, clear obscure as it is of the utmost importance for making sense of the world. The logic of sense has to be aligned with the logic of sensation. It might be of interest here that Baumgarten's aesthetics, which he considered both a science and an art, and I quote, a science of the lower cognitive faculties and an art of beautiful thinking, opens with a chapter on heuristics, which does not denote a clear-cut method. The term method, in fact, denotes a metahodos, a way afterwards, a retroactive abstraction or a recipe. But his chapter is more related to a non-finite inventiveness and improvisation. And here Baumgarten relates to the improvisations of the child that imitates beauty when it sees it and not merely apprehends it, like the adult. Thus, what is at stake is not so much the issue of method, but rather the question of art's specific potential for expressing sensible cognition, with aesthetics as an analogon rationis, both analogous to and different from rational logics. Aesthetics thus counts as a defense of the sensual as the non-representational, and this is not only evident in the content of thinking, but also in new forms of representation in which figures of thought reveal themselves. The second part of Baumgarten's Aesthetica, although never published, was to be called Aesthetica Practica, practical aesthetics. And although it is safe to say that Baumgarten here wanted to show practical examples of his theory, I would rather pick up the thread of heuristics and improvisation and would like to speculate on aesthetics as a science/art that mimics and imitates beauty and art in its performance. That is a practical aesthetics not as an aesthetic practice, but an approach that takes aesthetics' double signification as both science and art serious and performs it from the perspective of the philosopher, not the artist. Practical aesthetics takes the practice of the artwork not as its object of analysis, but as its own modus operandi, not thinking about art according to external, mostly rational or propositional categories that more often than not follow the logic of the written word, but thinking with art, thinking with images, thinking with sound, etc. According to Deleuze, who I argue was instrumental in the notion of thinking with art, the theory of cinema does not bear on the cinema, but on the concepts of the cinema, which are no less practical, effective, or existent than cinema itself. Cinema's concepts are not given in cinema, and yet they are cinema's concepts, not theories about cinema. Cinema itself is a new practice of images and science whose theory philosophy must produce as conceptual practice. And I guess one would be able to work on a similar kind of reasoning with regard to sound and sound art. For Deleuze, art cannot be contained by making it conform to pre-existent categories and concepts, explanations, and thus judgments that are brought to it from the outside. For Deleuze, the most important question is if and how far art addresses life, how its creativity liberates vitality and processuality of affects, of thoughts, etc., or if it is rather a blockage to these forces, containing the free play of vitality and making it play by the rules of any given institution, language system, or organization. Art is thus evaluated by the way it either enhances or reduces our powers to act, and it does so by affecting us in a particular manner. Art, and as well as life, is a process of production and creation, and by that very characteristic involved in the bringing forth of newness, which by definition is what evades normative criteria. The indeterminable process of both life and art can only be evaluated by and on their own terms, by features that are immanent to these processes themselves, but not by explanatory logics external to them. What is at stake here is not representation, but presentation. Practical aesthetics is not the theorization of the sensual, but the inquiring and accompanying production of sensuality or sensual thinking. Philosophy here does not morph into art, but proceeds in a playful proximity to art. To do philosophy in the way of a practical aesthetics is to fabricate concepts in resonance and interference with the arts, to facilitate an encounter in which both art and thought come alive and discover their resonances with one another. There's one quotation missing, which I just read. So there's one quotation by Deleuze that I like a lot, which comments on that. Do not count upon thought to ensure the relative necessity of what it thinks. Rather, count upon the contingency of an encounter with that which forceth thought to rise up and educate the absolute necessity of an act of thought or a passion to think. Something in the world forces us to think, and this something is not an object of recognition, but a fundamental encounter. Deleuze thus distinguishes between two strategies of knowing, of thinking, of making sense. The one is what we might call cognition or recognition, even better, which simply relies on matching our experience with our culturally acquired knowledge, ideology, habits, and beliefs. It only confirms our expectations, what we already know, and this lack of friction does not allow for real thinking or newness. The other strategy is what Deleuze calls an encounter. An encounter challenges our habitual ways of experiencing and perceiving the world. It creates a fundamental break with our strategies how to conceive that world. Making or perceiving art is an encounter that opens up possible worlds, and it is the object in question that determines the strategies with which you make sense. As Deleuze has specified in one of his seminars, between a philosophical concept, a painted line, and a musical sonorous block, resonances emerge, very, very strange correspondences that one shouldn't even theorize, I think, and which I would prefer to call effective. These are privileged moments. These moments privilege an effect where thought and sensation merge into a very specific way of doing thinking, beyond representation and categorization. Here, traditional, that is rational thinking, faces its own shortcomings. This is why for Deleuze and Guattari, philosophy needs a non-philosophy that comprehends it. It needs a non-philosophical comprehension, just as art needs non-art and science needs non-science, in order to focus on the way in which art, philosophy, and science ask the same kind of questions and relate to each other's findings, as it were. In that respect, whereas science involves the creation of functions, of a propositional mapping of the world, art involves the creation of blocks of sensation, of affects and percepts, and philosophy involves the invention of concepts. Yet, since sciences, arts, and philosophies are all equally creative, it might be fruitful, as Deleuze proposes, to pose the question of echoes and resonances between them. Now, let me first give you an example of what is at stake here, and the example I'll be giving is that of film philosophy. So not sound, but film philosophy, and simply because this is already an established school of thought with differences in approaches there. And I think sonic equivalences, again, could be later discussed. So film philosophy. During the last 10 to 15 years, the convergence of film studies and philosophy has become the recent big thing, with the community growing fast and on a global scale. However, under the heading of film philosophy, different approaches have found an umbrella term, mainly an American tradition represented by scholars such as Noel Carroll, Thomas Wartenberg, and others, and a German line with researchers such as Martin Seel, Gertrud Koch, etc. But both these approaches relate film to philosophical questions like ethics, justice, aesthetics, anthropology, etc., but leave the disciplinary boundaries intact. Film may illustrate philosophical problems, but these problems belong to the field of academic philosophy proper. However, there is an alternative tradition in which philosophy takes film as a serious field of philosophical engagement. Beginning with Henri Bergson, this contestation culminated in recent decades in the approaches of the film philosophies such as Stanley Cavell and Gilles Deleuze, who argued for an appreciation of film as philosophy. So how can this relationship between film and philosophy be thought anew? Can philosophy renew our concepts of film as art and or as a medium? And vice versa, can film change our understanding of philosophy as a scholarly practice and endeavor? Should both concepts of film and philosophy be reconsidered once we dare their encounter? Regarding the recent ubiquity of neuroscience in the humanities, a new perspective opens, which puts another focus on the process of thinking itself. What is thought and where does it occur? Examining the philosophical status of film, this project thus situates it within a greater context. Is there something like cinematic thought? And we might also then ask the question, is there something like sonic thinking? And if cinema can be a medium of thought, how does it relate to philosophical inquiries or to scientific analysis of this process? Can those disciplines benefit from each other? This talk argues that the two questions, what is film, as a slight rephrasing of Bazin's question, what is cinema, and what is philosophy, as Deleuze and Guattari have asked, are intimately intertwined, also in a very pragmatic and institutional way. When Roger Audin, one of the pioneers of institutionalized film studies in France, was called to office in the early 1980s, he was faced with the fact that the field of film studies as a discipline did not yet exist. But far from despairing, Audin rather felt confirmed in his belief that film and cinema are not suitable objects for an academic discipline. By that, he did not mean to discredit cinema as an object not worthy of academic analysis. On the contrary, Audin's firm belief was that cinema itself opens up a whole new field of research with a whole range of disciplines contributing. While Audin was taking Gilbert Coinsart's Institut de Phenomenology as a model, which was an interdisciplinary institute par excellence, he found that his own institute was still miles away from that ideal. But nevertheless, it can be stated that the amount of film scholars worldwide that have a degree in another subject, Audin himself was a linguist by training, so be it one of the national philologies, art history, musicology, and philosophy, is overwhelming. So quite a lot of people doing film studies today are philosophers. So also institution-wise, an interdisciplinary approach to film, including philosophical expertise, is not only desired, but fact. In the 1980s, cognitive film studies discovered the brain for the analysis of film. Against the grand theories of psychoanalytic and post-structuralist theory, they employed the findings of cognitive psychology for explaining the processes in the spectator's mind to make meaning, seeing the understanding of film as a rational and cognitive endeavor that applies scientific theories of perception, information processing, hypothesis building, and interpretation. At that time, the dominant strand in neuroscience was the field of computation, which took the computer as its model. The brain here was essentially seen as an input or output machine of representation. Approximately at the same time, Deleuze, in the new image of thought that he was developing in his two cinema books, also utilizes the concept of the brain with implicit and explicit references to, on the one hand, Henri Bergson, and on the other hand, to a more constructivist brand of neurosciences in the wake of Maturana, Varela, and Changeux, seeing both film and brain as agencies of the creation of worlds. And he dubbed that formula, the brain is the screen. Certainly, the brain that cognitive film studies, neurosciences, and Deleuze talk about is not the same object or concept in these discourses. Recent developments in cognitive neuroscience into the so-called 4EA cognitivism that considers the brain as embodied, enacted, extended, embedded, and effective might, however, create new insights into the encounters of brains and screens. Here, in contrast to classical computation, and even in contrast to so-called connectionism, which is a more advanced form of computation insofar that it involves a far more complex and acentered dynamics, thinking finally does not take place inside our skull only anymore, but out of our heads, to quote the title of Alva Noé's book. Yet one of the main difficulties that impede a smooth and simple marriage of film studies, Deleuzian philosophy, and the neurosciences is the fact that the brain in question is in fact many brains. Not only do the concepts of the brains between these various disciplines differ, Deleuze himself uses the brain in different guises. First, on a very general level, he traces the motive or metaphor of the brain in movies by René and Stanley Kubrick. Far more important in the context of our interest, however, are Deleuze's reference to the philosophy of Henri Bergson and his new conception of the brain. Bergson introduced a profound element of transformation. The brain was now only an interval, a void, nothing but a void between a stimulation and a response. In a universe that consists, as Bergson has it, of images in motion that all react on one another, the subject and the brain functions as centers of indetermination, in which the direct cause-effect or stimulus-response reaction is slowed down. This idea of the brain as a center of indetermination is supported by findings in neurosciences that focus on the brain as an uncertain system, as rhizomatic neural networks. Deleuze was referring to Jean-Pierre Changeux's Neuronal Man, the Biology of Mind, and Stephen Rose's The Conscious Brain, which also refers to Delia Burl's The Uncertain Nervous System. What it boils down to is that for Deleuze, we can consider the brain as a relatively undifferentiated mass and ask what circuits, what kind of circuit the movement image or time image traces out. So movement image and time image, as people might remember, are concepts from Deleuze's two cinema books. Right? So what kind of circuit the movement image or time image traces out or invent, because the circuits aren't there to begin with. The brain is the hidden side of all circuits, and these can allow the most basic conditioned reflexes to prevail, as well as leaving room for more creative tracings, less probable links. The brain is a spatio-temporal volume. It's up to art to trace through it the new paths open to us today. You might see continuities and false continuities as cinematic synapses. You get different links and different circuits in Godard and René, for example. The overall importance or significance of cinema seems to me to depend on this sort of problem. One of the most decisive questions that emerges in the way of thinking the interrelation between media, in our case, sound, music, and thought is related to the respective status of philosophy. As we have seen, there seems to be a great divide between analytic and continental schools of thought. A possible answer is best summarized by the Cavell-inspired words of philosopher Stephen Mulhall. I do not look at these films as handy or popular illustrations of views and arguments properly developed by philosophers. I see them rather as themselves reflecting on and evaluating such views and arguments, as thinking seriously and systematically about them in just the way that philosophers do. Such films are not philosophy's raw material, nor a source for its ornamentation. They are philosophical exercises. Philosophy in action, film as philosophizing. In this claim, films themselves are seen as capable of doing a unique kind of philosophical work. And even though Mulhall's characterization of films philosophizing in just the way that philosophers do might still be in need of some qualification. Thus, the question is, what kind of knowledge, affects and percepts, experiences does the medium film, and in our symposium, the medium sound, generate qua medium? Thus, for our symposium, one could simply rephrase the question, what kind of knowledge, affect, and percepts does the medium sound generate qua medium? And then ultimately the question, what is sonic philosophy, might better restate it as, where is sonic philosophy? Does it reside in the institutionalized version of academic philosophy proper? Or might it also be said to be inherent to sound and sound art itself? An important qualification has to be made here. The question of what is philosophy has to be addressed again at this point, because the different relations of film and philosophy or sound and philosophy also owe a lot to the definition of the philosophical. If the slogan of film as philosophy or sound as philosophy claims that films or cinema or sound art can do philosophy, this does not mean the institutionalized version of academic philosophy, that is the production of propositional knowledge, but rather what Deleuze and Guattari call the creation of concepts. This entails a definition of philosophy that goes beyond its traditional territorializations, one that is extensional, forming assemblages rather than propositions, what again Deleuze has called the new image of thought. Following this approach, he terms philosophy and thinking do not necessarily refer to rational propositions or purely neural activity, though thinking is not just a representation of the world as it is. Again, as Deleuze puts it, something in this world enforces thought. This something is the base of a fundamental encounter and not of a recognition. While the idea of thinking as recognition is based on the verification of ideologies, pre-collected knowledge, and so on, I already mentioned that the encounter shatters our habitual faith and habits. Thus, film thought or sound thinking is philosophical since it offers its own genuine reflections about the world. According to Deleuze, these are, especially in the realm of cinema, new looks at concepts of images, time, space, and movement. And I think things like time and movement will also be important in thinking about sound. So these are concepts which are grounded in the peculiarity of the medium as a stream of moving images. In an interview with Raymond Bellour and François Ewald, Deleuze stated that I've never been worried about going beyond metaphysics or any death of philosophy. The function of philosophy is still thoroughly relevant, is to create concepts. This affirmative function of philosophy is also a call to transdisciplinarity, so that even when Deleuze was working on painting and cinema, images, Painting and cinema, images, on the face of it, he was writing philosophy books. In defense of Deleuze against so-called Bricmont's attempt to control and regulate the limits of the disciplinary fields, Paul Harris has pointed out that Deleuze's work in contrast shows how productive it is to work with and think through material from others and other fields, working with ideas cooked up in geology and geography, zoology and ornithology, archaeology and paleontology, even mathematics and physics. The philosophical practice of creating concepts as creation of newness as well necessitates, according to Deleuze, that philosophy enters into manifold relations with art and sciences, since philosophy creates and expounds its concepts only in relation to what it can grasp of scientific functions and artistic constructions. Philosophy can never be undertaken independently of science or art. It is these resonances and exchanges between philosophy, science, and art that make philosophy creative, not reflective. These relations, from the perspective of philosophy, are vital for reasons internal to philosophy itself, that is, vital for the creation of concepts, and from the perspective of a sonic philosophy, in resonance with the percepts and effective logics and modalities of art in general and sound art in particular. Such an approach attempts to bring sound studies and philosophy into a productive dialogue without assigning the role of a dominant and all-encompassing referee to one of these disciplines. Rather, it is about relating the diverse entry points, the many colors of the spectrum, towards each other in a fertile manner in order to establish, ultimately, a media philosophy that puts the status, the role, and the function of the medium, here sound and sound art, into a new perspective. No longer are the representational techniques of the medium at the center of inquiry, but rather its ability to think and to assume an active role in processes of thought, in finding alternative and differentiating points of view. If we take this a step further, relating this approach to the whole range of media production, but also take a step back and see what this approach basically means, we begin to see the seeds of a new media philosophy. A philosophy not talking about media by way of philosophy proper, but by realizing the philosophical qualities and impacts of the medium itself. It all starts from the assumption that our memory, perception, experience, and thinking is not just a given, as a body and weightless immaterial logics, reason, or internal process that takes place behind the walls of our skull and is purely mental. There is always a material basis. As Nietzsche had already claimed, our writing equipment takes part in the forming of our thoughts. From here, we can derive the media philosophical insight that media think differently, or at least help us to think differently. Media thus reveals themselves as the body or different bodies of thought. It is important to note that these bodies are not retroactive to those thoughts that they materialize, just like the telescope is not retroactive to the discovery of planets. Media are coextensive to the thoughts that they allow. Media philosophy is an event, even a praxis, but of the media themselves. It takes place through and in the media in question, and this in turn opens up the question if this philosophy could only be described by translating it into the human master medium of philosophical writing thinking. In his 1919 dissertation, Der Begriff der Kunstkritik in der deutschen Romantik, the concept of art criticism in German Romanticism, Walter Benjamin describes one of the key notions of the Romantics aesthetic as follows. Thus, criticism, as it were, is, as it were, an experiment on the artwork, one through which the letter's own reflection is awakened, through which it is brought to consciousness and to knowledge of itself. The work of art, according to Benjamin, thus already contains its own criticism, a knowledge of its own, which, if we follow Deleuze, is not yet conceptual or propositional. And today there are quite some approaches to different arts that work on that brink between art and science, sensible cognition and proposition, aesthetic knowledge and rational knowledge, while thinking with art or the artistic material rather than about it. New forms of aesthetic research and presentation, such as media philosophy, the audiovisual essay, the audio paper, artistic research, etc., are no longer only a topic or an object of study, but a medium of mediation. Aesthetic modes of representation are increasingly being incorporated into critical academic practice, with the role of the aesthetic for thought coming to matter more directly than mere discussions of the aesthetic in whatever discipline hitherto could envision. What is at stake is not to explain and interpret, but to appropriate the artistic forms we encounter. The question here is no longer about what kind of critical methodologies we adopt to understand works of art, but about how to think with works of art, how they both shape our understanding and experience of the world, and also how they serve as partners in crime to our thought. If a practical aesthetics almost performs a thinking with images or with sounds, etc., such a non-writerly, non-propositional thinking pushes a strictly representational and logocentric reflection to its limits. And if what we have is a companion, then that relation is not one of hierarchy, subservience, or distance, but is instead a relation predicated on an attraction that cannot be explained in terms of absolute identity. To have a partner or companion is to be with someone whose sensibility one shares, but in ways that are not identical, or else there would be nothing left to say or do. Practical aesthetics cannot be reduced to a common singular practice. It is a mobile and disparate set of practices. As a dynamic approach, it takes art not as an object of external analysis, but as a subject with a knowledge in its own right, creating a co-composing conceptual interference pattern between theory and practice. A practical aesthetics, thus understood, appropriates the forms it encounters and could be described as thinking with art and with the media in order to find new ways to create worlds and thus to perceive and experience the world in different ways. Okay, that was that. I will just de-share my screen so that we can have faces again. Yeah, thank you. Now wake up from your sleep and ask questions.
Thank you, Bernd. Thank you very much. I hope that you can hear us.
Yeah, it's a bit low, the volume, but
Oh,
hello.
Hello, this is Jan, our technician. And so thanks again. Let's open the discussion. We have two ways how to discuss here on Zoom. Please just ask a question or raise your hand. There's some tool how to do it. And we are collecting also questions from the live stream on YouTube. So who is with us on YouTube, please just type your question or your comments to the chat box.
And please feel free to switch on your cameras and microphones and join the discussion.
So the discussion is opened. Who goes first?
Okay. So I will probably start. Thank you for a really great opening, Mr. Berzogenrath. And I think you have given us the basic structure for the conference, the basic things we need to discuss, starting with the problem of phenomenology itself, continuing with the connection between philosophy and art, which is really interesting, and ending with the problem of media. and transdisciplinarity. So there are a lot of questions which I think will be discussed during the conference.
Yeah.
And it was very rich lecture. So I would start with one question. Yeah. So the problem of connection between art and philosophy, and the problem of transdisciplinarity. So on the one hand, I really appreciate the Deleuze's approach to think with art, with sound, or with film, and to somehow colonize or change philosophy in this interaction. But on the other hand, isn't that, I don't know, somehow dangerous for philosophy itself? Because it could dissolve it. So the question is, do we need, or how do we keep the boundaries of philosophy to stay philosophical on the one hand, and on the other hand, how we can do it transdisciplinary, and at the same time keeping it philosophy. Yeah, so that's
yeah. I mean, that's a really basic question for the whole thing, right? And I think it really has to do with the idea of disciplinary boundaries, right? I don't think that academic philosophy has to be afraid of I don't know, being canceled out or being dissolved, because the way I understand it, this is still a totally different different avenue. Let's put it like that. And just to misquote John Cade, who once said, if you don't like, if the term music pisses you off, you don't have to use it. So I could do the same with philosophy. So if philosophy, because I know that the term philosophy, of course, is charged with the meaning of institutionalized academic philosophy proper, right? Which is why I sometimes play with that and rather go to the idea of not, for example, not sonic philosophy, but sonic thinking. Yeah. So thinking with art would be a different kind of philosophy in terms of that it would embody a different kind of thinking. But it would not be a kind of, let's say, the arch enemy of philosophy proper. It is just that philosophy proper has a certain set of rules and regulations, right? How to do it. It's usually, you write things down. So philosophical thought is being played out in the realm of the medium of writing. And it's always like, at least in the history of philosophy, it proposes by, or it advances by creating philosophical propositions, which more often than not have to be rational, which is, for example, why when Deleuze and Guattari appeared on the scene, quite a lot of proponents of not only German philosophy said, this is delirious, they can't even write properly, right? That only means that there is a certain, almost like the good book or the rule book of how philosophy has to proceed. And once you enter a different pathway, you might not even be allowed to call it philosophy anymore, but at least it's still a different kind of thinking. So maybe thinking would be the better term because it doesn't hurt anybody in that respect first. But I still think that there's a need for interdisciplinarity, because even if philosophy sometimes doesn't admit that, of course philosophy also needs, so philosophy is not that isolated boat in the ocean, which is, I don't know, unendangered by all the fishes around. Mm-hmm. Of course philosophy takes lots of its impulses from the sciences and the arts, but it refashions them as philosophical questions.
Yeah. Yeah, and the question is if philosophy is able to, or if it has a life on itself. As for example, Husserl thought that philosophy can be based on some source which is only for philosophy.
Mm-hmm. But what is a source?
Subjectivity, experience.
Right, but why isn't subjectivity and experience also part and parcel of the arts? So that's the thing, right? So it's basically a kind of, I would say, very, I don't know. It's a kind of policing and boundaries which does not necessarily have to be there. The question is if within an academic structure this is something that you want to uphold or not. I don't know. I'm a bit more convinced of the more transdisciplinarity idea.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, we have a question from Peter.
Yes. It's quite related to the questions before. I just wonder, and thank you very much for this lecture, which I probably couldn't follow because I'm a non-philosopher artist. And I just wonder, completely two questions more or less. We have sonic thinking without sound. So I always am interesting that we are talking about it. But what you said is thinking through sound or with sound. Do you think there's a chance to really combine this, to have a kind of question to the world and insight in our world through sound itself, and not to talking about sound with a lot of philosophical background? And I think it's a way of what the colleague just said. It's not that we taking over philosophy. It's the opposite. Philosophy is taking over sound, using it, but just talking about it and not doing it. So is there really a chance for practice-based knowledge of
thank you. I mean, this is really the point. So this is why I first of all chose the strand of film philosophy, because I think there it's easier or clearer to see. Well, what happened in film studies during the last couple of years is that, so I'm not saying that this is the new thing which will totally overwrite written film criticism, but things like audiovisual essays are, so these approaches are getting bigger and bigger. And what that means is that you don't write about film anymore, but you use clips from films in order to montage them into a kind of, how would you call it, effective argument. Right? It doesn't even spell out the argument, but by watching this audiovisual essay, basically questions are raised. Yeah? And it uses the material itself. Now with sound studies, the thing that I came across, but which doesn't really convince me, is the so-called audio paper, which is in its bad versions is just not a written lecture, but a recorded lecture where somebody talks. So what we did here, which is not really, I mean, the idea, and I think that there's two difficulties. The one is, first of all, how to do it, and on the other hand, how to do it without becoming an artwork. Yeah, so it should be an artwork which still focuses on implicit argumentation or something like that, which the audio visual essay can do. Right? I would, of course, the most basic claim is that sound art is already thinking, of course, right? But how would we, as not artists, but as researchers or scholars or whatever, how could we deal with that? Which also would mean, is there a way to talk and write in terms of sound studies that does a thinking with and not about? And this is something I'm still not sure how to do that. One way would be to basically use language in a different way. Yeah, to find a certain kind of language, not only words, but for example, essays that concentrate more on sounds and rhythmicality than on propositional or rational argument. Right, so that the writing style itself also becomes different from your traditional propositional essay writing. And I think essay writing is already a good, how would you call it, a good hint here, because if you go into the literature about the essay, yeah, so for example, Adorno, when he writes about the essay, he always uses musical examples. So there seems to be something inherently musical, let's put it like that, in the essay. So this is really coincidence. I have the quote here because I was working on that before. So Adorno says that the essay approaches the logic of music that stringent and yet aconceptual art of transition in order to appropriate for verbal language something it forfeited under the dominance of discursive logic. So the essay, the form of the essay would be something that could use language not in terms of discursive logic, but more what he called aconceptual, so non-linear, focusing on rhythmicality and sounds rather than, and of course there you have that cusp by you could easily fall into performance art or something like that, right? But I think it's this cusp that needs to be upheld, right? So that it's a criticism or a reflection on art which is as close to the artwork as possible. So I don't know how to else put it. I'm still working myself to how to do that. Yeah.
I don't know if it's a really the right way to do it, but we had in a symposium we had Salome Vögelin. She was doing like she called it curatorial performance or kind of things, where she's using a record player, videos, texts, really philosophical texts,
right.
And she's not in this way. She's not how you can say giving the audience the way how to perceive it, how to have the logical structure. She thought, I show you this now because this is the argument for this. She's just doing it. And then it's a kind of freedom to the audience and to the listener to combine it in a probably very creative and even intelligent way.
Right. I mean, the whole field of what is called a performance lecture, of course, works in such a way. Right? The question for me now would be, is there a way to translate that into our proper medium, which is publishing books and essays? And how could you do that? So that would be the next step, right? So.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome.
We have a question from Jim Igor, please.
Yeah, hi. Thank you very much for the talk, and I'm glad to discuss with you. I first want to contribute to the two first points already mentioned in the discussion. Firstly, just a short note on Adorno's understanding. There is a scholar in Vienna, Gabriele Gemel, she's a musicologist, and she's really analyzing texts of Adorno with regard to the musicality text. Like, because Adorno's writings on music aren't called writings on music, but he himself calls them musical writings. His aesthetical theory is called aesthetical theory and not theory of aesthetics or something.
Right.
And she's like really trying to analyze that in language, Gabriele Gemel. And on the other point, Vit, what you said, I just thought that there might be also a possibility in what you call the dissolving of philosophy, because there is a strain within philosophy, like at the foundations of philosophy in Kant or Hegel, where philosophers think about overcoming philosophy, because philosophy still is restricted in the boundaries of philosophy. Yeah, and maybe to narrow it down, of course, also philosophy wants to come to the world and not be restricted within philosophy. So I just want to say maybe there's also potential in that dissolution of philosophy. And yeah, regarding your presentation, Bernd, I have a maybe similar question to what Peter asked. We have this like, let's say, division of cognition or recognition and encounter, as you conceptualized it, or attention and intention. Like I would say the problem that with subjectivity or the ego projecting to the world, and by that restricting what we can experience. And I just wanted to ask, like, what is necessary to let's say crack this subjectivity? Because as you presented it, I felt like we need a new understanding of the senses and of the way and world relate, or how the ego and matter relate. Yeah, and the question is now, what how do we crack this projecting and intending subjectivity? Is it a special kind of encounter with the artwork? Is it special ways of experience or special forms of experience, or is it self-criticism of subjectivity, what I would kind of propose? Or maybe I want to ask, what is necessary to let's say crack that kind of subjectivity?
I'm not sure if I really give an answer to that, because basically it's what I would propose is basically two which I also try to outline in my talk, two changes of perspective, right? Because I think it changes a lot if you think about subjectivity not as something that is there and then projects and experiences, but see subjectivity already as the never-ending final result of what comes before, right? And if you change this perspective, then I think things already turn already into some kind of different way of perceiving the world, right? The other thing is that I'm not sure. So the closest in traditional philosophy that comes to mind here in that reaction would be Kant's idea of the sublime, but without the over-rationalizing discourse that he puts it into. Yeah, and I think then you come quite close to what I only shortly pointed out with regard to Bergson's idea of the brain as the interval. Right. So because very pragmatically, what Bergson is saying here, the brain is the interval between stimulus and response. Yeah. So basically, you get a stimulus, and then your brain says, "Wait a minute." So you don't really react in terms of a direct causal relationship, but something in between there that happens. And this is why, for example, I think for Bergson, duration is such an important motive, that the longer you wait, the longer you stay in that sublime moment of awe-inspiring experience or encounter or whatever, you might have the chance to not fall into the habit of answering or reacting the way you always do, but let something out. So that sounds so esoterical, but I think this is really how that works. So maybe just shut the fuck up for a moment and just let it work on you. Yeah, because the usual thing is you see something and you say, yeah, we can do that with Derrida and blah blah blah. So you have a kind of internal machinery that goes on. I'm to blame as well. My direct reaction is Deleuze, but then Deleuze is the one who says, "Wait a minute," right? So there's a more reflexive state in there, I would argue. But I think this is basically what it's about, and this is where then thinking with can enter, because you hold back your instinctual thinking about reflex. I don't know if that makes sense, but
yeah, thanks a lot.
Thanks, everyone. Are there other questions on Zoom or on the YouTube channel? I would like to encourage all participants. We have more than 30 people on live YouTube stream. So ask questions, please, in the chat box or raise your hands here. Luisa has a question. Luisa, please go ahead.
Hi, it's not really a question. It's just maybe some kind of comment of what Peter and Bernd were talking about before, about the way to write about sound, or the possibility to do philosophy outside the text. Still, we're here talking about sound. Still, we somehow do not get out of language in many ways. And I was just, as you mentioned, Salome Vogelin, Peter, I remembered her book of Sonic Possible Worlds. And just because it's interesting, because she really puts her perceptions of sonic writing into this book. And maybe I can show you, maybe you can see it. Right before the chapter starts, she has like a part of a Tumblr blog, I think it's her own, and then she writes about fallen leaves, for example. And she simply describes the sounds. So she really tries to give you the picture of what she's listening to. And maybe that's a way to incorporate those experiences and to get them, or to come as close as possible to the experience that you are actually writing about, still in another medium. Yeah, just as a thought. But it is a question that keeps haunting me. I do not know how to solve that myself.
But can I say something? Hello?
Go
Yep.
ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but still it's describing an experience. And we live now in a multimedia world. I mean, we are sitting all in Zoom and looking to each other. Why is the only medium of transporting truth a book still?
Is it?
No, of course not.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about Bernd, who said, but when a text or thought is getting to an artwork, I just was thinking about, okay, is it losing something by this?
No.
Or is it worse, or not bad, not as good as a text or as a thought?
May I directly answer to that?
Yeah.
I think that is really the thing that we talked about in the first question by Vid, because institutional or institution-wise, and this is why, of course, the whole movement of artistic research is such an important one. Institution-wise, you're still expected to write a book and not do a sound collage or whatever, right? That's the thing that only artists are allowed to do, right? On the other, yeah, right. But on the other way, if artists now want to pursue their PhD, they, in addition to that sound work, they have to write a reflective text on. So it's the same thing, right? So disciplines keep or erect the boundaries between what is, how you are allowed to say something, and that's the thing. That doesn't mean that the one is better or worse. It's just that there's a certain politics and a certain strategy there that keeps us from doing so. Yeah. So that doesn't have to do anything with evaluation. And so for me, like how do we play both worlds, right? So, and the question for me then would be, how could I create a kind of academic, blah, blah, scholarly thing that is as close to the work of art that this is interacting with as possible, but still would be in the framework. Okay, this is an academic production or whatever, right? That only has to do with the institutional boundaries that I'm thinking of here. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I think that there is another thing that needs to be said here, because in this kind of approach called transdisciplinary, what is really important, according to me, is it can be univocal. You need the other side. So you need the artists, you need the sound makers or filmmakers and their perception and perspective, because how they do feel about being philosophized, or what is their approach to it. So yeah, I would like to see hear the other side of this dialogue. It must be interaction.
I believe we will hear from sound artists during this conference a lot. We have a message at YouTube channel. There's a message from Petr Kouba from Prague, who says, "Very nice talk, Bernd. Long live Deleuze." And then we have a question from Jakob Eriksson. "Hi, Bernd. Thanks for the great talk. Do you have one or a few personal favorites of thinking through sound in the arts, other non-written oral practices that you would like to share with
I didn't really understand it. If I have a favorite sound piece or what?
If you have some favorite pieces of art that you would like to share with us that embodying the sonic thinking as or the practical aesthetics as you propose it. Yeah.
Right. one of my favorite examples, but this again is a sound piece and not a piece about a sound piece. Let's put it like that. So one of my favorites would be William Basinski's disintegration loops. I don't know. I don't have it here, so I can't play it. But this for me would be because it materializes. How would you call that? Entropy, death, however you would put that in human terms, in a long form musical piece. Right? And the piece itself is not about, but it actually performs this disintegration, right? So for me, that is always a great example how a musical piece is, of course, a piece of thinking. Now, the question would be, practical aesthetics would be the second step. How could we, as whatever, sound studies persons, philosophers, whatever, how could we reflect on that piece without using again the kind of vocabulary that we have from cultural studies, from sound studies, to talk about that. Yeah? And that would basically mean to create something that is closer to the thing itself and does not come from a perspective where the vocabulary already gives a certain evaluation and also tells about the aboutness of the piece, which is also already wrong, things like that. So that it's a almost like a staggered way of responding here. Yeah, because
yeah, there are raised hands, Hannah, and it's probably Hannah. So go ahead.
Yeah, Hannah. Yeah, also thank you for your talk. And I was wondering, I'm not really into phenomenology, I have to admit. But I recently just read Wolfgang Welsch again. He was talking about the anesthetic, and because you were referring to Baumgarten as well, and talking a lot about the senses, I was wondering whether in your concept is a place for the anesthetic, like and where you would see the anesthetic, like not as not aesthetic or anti-aesthetic, but like as that double figure. Like, I don't know if you read Wolfgang Welsch, but he puts it as a kind of double figure to the aesthetic, which is also kind of necessary for aesthetic experience. So you need the anesthetic for having an aesthetic experience, and how this can be perceived or enter in a theory as you put it.
The question is, I unfortunately haven't read the book. My first thought would be if the anesthetic is of course a play on words on the numbing effect of art, right? Like anesthesie in that term, right? And then of course that would make sense that of course. And here we're back at the sublime moment. Of course, art can numb you in such a way that how would you call it? That you are in such a kind of almost like shock that you can't respond anymore. It's just like, oh, right. So I'm just in awe, which I think in the concept that I'm proposing here would be something that of course would have to be overcome, but it's a necessary part of that thing, right? Because if you're not anesthetized by the work of art, then you would immediately, what I said, would fall back into the habitual response. Yeah, this is about, right? So you know, it's basically Roland Barthes' idea of studium und punctum, which would also come into connection here, right? So studium would be all the learned facts about the historical background, blah, blah, blah. And punctum basically is that this work of art points at you or hurts you at a spot where you can't really, at least at first, talk about or make sense about that, right? So it's a necessary part of that, because that keeps the, what Bergson calls the interval longer and gives you maybe time to respond differently, yeah? So if I understand the anesthetic in that respect, it would make total sense to me.
Thank you. That was actually really helpful, and I think you understand it a lot broader than Welsh does in many ways.
I don't know. I don't know the book, so.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Can I? Yeah, sorry. May I just respond to one thing that Louisa said, right? Because I think there's a tendency, not only Salome Vögelin, but quite a lot of the people who work with affect studies, that usually there comes a small description of I'm sitting in a room and I hear the birds and blah, 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 which I think is already, of course, a first step into the direction, but I don't think it can stop there, because that's only, so first you have that and then the next thing comes. What that, for example, leaves out is what I was trying to point at with the idea of a non-human phenomenology. Because the thing is, for example, if we're both like sometimes to listen to the work of David Rothenberg, right? And not only David Rothenberg, but also David Dunn, for example. They have done sound pieces on sounds that the human ear usually cannot hear, right? So that would, of course, also mean to expand the field to non-human sounds that are beyond the range of the problem with that is, of course, that you have to transfer them into the realm of the human hearable in a way, which is, of course, already a kind of, it's not the real thing, right? But I think at least conceptually one would have to expand the field to not only the drops of rain and the autumn leaves falling and things like that, but to croaches of underwater bugs and things like that. Sorry.
There's a comment from Peter, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if you really can answer this, but I was thinking all the time, you said you had this example of the piece you said, but how we can, I couldn't understand it, but which you like very much. And you said, but how we can exchange without text or so. On the other hand, you said what there was from Deleuze or so was a requirement to not to wait a little moment, to have some time after perceiving piece of whatever.
Yeah, that's my reading.
What do you think should happen in this part of time? Do you make a text in your mind by thinking it?
No.
Or you just do nothing and try to experience it?
Yeah, right. So the first idea is to again, how should I put it? If the time is too short, I would argue what we usually do is refer to our habitual way of responding, right? So I can talk about that because I have that vocabulary and blah blah blah. But if you let it work on you, and this of course has to do with experiencing, with the affect, with the kind of what everything happens in you without rationalizing, then you might have the chance to not respond in the habitual way, but try to find something else. And I don't know if that works if you just wait long enough. I don't think that's the only thing, but I think that's at least the first prerequisite, that you don't directly respond to the stimulus by your habitual way of doing things.
And don't you think if you say you just can exchange more or less over another art piece only by talking about it, don't you think that being together in this time of non-reflection, experiencing is a kind of exchange too?
Right. I didn't say exchange, so I don't know. What I meant was how do we as people who teach that piece or reflect on that piece, on that piece, how can we, and if we have to use words in writing, how can we do that in a way that is as close to the piece itself and not some kind of rational methodological reflection on that. And this is the kind of thing that again has to do with the institutional thing. Of course I can play the piece, and I sometimes do that in classes, that we just watch a film first without talking or just listen to that, but it doesn't take long, and then there's right. So people want to talk about it or write about it, even if they have to write a term paper or whatever, just even these small practical things. But how can you do that by still fitting into the institutional requirements? A term paper has to have that and that and that and that. But on the other hand, being as, I don't know how to put it, creatively or artsy or whatever. So to put science and art together in a kind of aesthetic reflection, which is more related to the art than the usual term paper or whatever.
Yes, thank you. Is there a hand raised by Jimmy Gore? Yes. So a short last comment probably, because we are running out of time. So please.
Okay, I'm making very fast, but I think the problem on the table is the text question that you said, Peter, and I just wanted to highlight you, Bernd, mentioning the inhuman or the figure of the inhuman, and also like in expectation of Luisa's presentation, I mean the mentioning of the interspecies relations through sound. Of course, probably. My dog. listen, dog. It refers to an untextual form of knowledge, I think. I mean, if we want to relate to other species, or we can't engage our human language. And I thought about sound also in the inhuman form as a possibility of a shared knowledge between species that is not language based. Mm-hmm. And I think this is also the artistic question, to have sound as a knowledge that is not language based. But I don't know if it's possible, but I think this is maybe the question here.
Can I add one thing?
Yes, go
and then
ahead.
Or after the no before the break, right? Yeah. Okay. Just very quick, because you said how artist responds to that being philosophized, yeah, and so I don't want to be mean, but quite often artists, because by necessity, have to play the game as well, because if they are asked about the meaning of the piece, they refer to subjectivity in the void of nothingness and blah blah, right? So what else is that? This is basically playing the game vice versa. So it's not that the institutional framework works differently there. Of course, there are a lot of artists who don't want to do that. They just say, just listen to that thing and don't ask. I'm an artist because I don't want to talk about it. But when selling it or when promoting it or whatever, it's always the same old thing. So it's not that artists are the how would you call it, the blank slates that do not use this kind of interaction. And that's not meant to be mean, right? Because I think this is because the world functions as it is. If you cater to people who are, I don't know, the educated audience or blah blah, you have to use buzzwords such as void and nothingness. So that's the way. That's the way it works, unfortunately.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Bernd, for the talk, for the discussion. Let's make a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back with a section called Sonic Thinking Critical Points. So we start immediately with the talk, which is pre-recorded, so 11:45.
Okay, toilet.
Oh.
Thank you for now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for listening.
Awesome.
Wow.
Have any questions? Or?
Yeah. Can you repeat that part in the middle?
I have a question. And we are now there what we discussed before, isn't it?
Right.
Exactly.
No more fucking words.
What does the dog sings about it?
You didn't really like those sounds.
It starts again.
Can you repeat that part in the middle?
I have a question.
Good morning. My name is Günter Steinberg. I'm research associate.
And we are now there what we discussed before, isn't it?
Sound at Gutenberg University
Exactly.
of Mainz.
No more fucking words.
What does the dog sings about it?
You didn't really like those sounds.
It starts again.
Can you repeat that part in the middle?
I have a question.
Good morning. My name is Günter Steinberg. I'm research associate.
And we are now there what we discussed before, isn't it?
Exactly.
No more fucking words.
Good morning. My name is Günter Steinberg. I'm research associate.
What does the dog sings about it?
Project Art Research Sound.
You didn't really like those sounds.
Hello, my name is Anna Edler. I'm Let's Start.
It starts again.
Can you repeat that part in the middle?
I have a question.
Good morning. My name is Günter Steinberg.
And we are now there what we discussed before, isn't it? Exactly.
Framework for the second
No
part.
more fucking words.
Good morning. My name is Günter Steinberg. I'm popular object.
What does the dog sings about it?
Project Art Research. The position of
You
the
didn't
listener
really like
in
those
the
sounds.
investigation and listening practices became the central point of reference in sound studies.
It starts again.
In other fields related to sonic thinking, such as
Can you repeat that part in the middle?
presentation on
I have a question.
Good morning.
And we are now there what we discussed before, isn't it?
Exactly. Framework condition.
No more fucking words.
Good morning.
What does the dog sings about it?
You didn't really like those sounds.
It starts again.
The figure of the ideal listener was conceptualized.
Can you repeat that part in the middle?
I have a question. And we are now there what we discussed before, isn't it? Exactly.
work conditions that
No more
translate
fucking
in the
words.
morning listening intellectual but seem to be at the center of
What does
in
the
other
dog
words,
think about
the
it?
listener has no personal state. The assumption of
You
the
didn't really
listener
like
is
those sounds.
also customer sense and thus overcoming the sounds that separate the
Starts
listener.
again.
The figure of the ideal listener was
No, halo, 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 halo.
Dobrý, a ty to můžeš vypnout, ten mikrofon?
Deaf Studies and Sign Language Interpreting at Humboldt University in Berlin.
So our Good morning. My name is Jim Igor Kallenberg. I'm research associate at the project Art Research Sound at Gutenberg University of Mainz.
Hello, my name is Hannah Essler. I'm at the Department of Deaf Studies and Sign Language Interpreting at Humboldt University in Berlin.
So our presentation on deaf non-listening will be divided into two parts. First, I'll start with some philosophical and sound aesthetical reflection on conceptions of the listener, setting a framework for the second part where Hannah will give a perspective. My name is Jim Igor Kallenberg. I'm research associate at the project Art Research. The position of the listener in the investigation in listening practices became a central point of reference in sound studies, sonic materialism, and other fields related to sonic thinking, such as acoustomology and sonic our presentation on these investigations in listening practices to shape the figure of the start with some philosophical and sound aesthetical reflection in opposition to the supposed visual setting the framework, a condition that privileged where Hannah good morning over the my name is Jim Igor Kallenberg to be at the center of Western thought throughout sound studies. Project Art Research. The position of the listener is also in listening practices became a central point of reference in sound studies, sonic materialism, and other. The figure of the ideal listener was conceptualized as a utopian addressee of our presentation on its utopian potential was listening practices shaped the figure of the start with some philosophical and sound aesthetic experience of art, not limited by the framework condition second part education. Good morning, personal interest. My name is Jim Igor Kallenberg to be at the center of Western. In other words, the ideal listener has no personal research. Doesn't work. So, das ist hier. Ich probiere es mal, ob das mit VLC macht.
Ja. Ja.
Fuck.
Das ist nichts passiert.
To share sound. Options.
At the Department for Deaf Studies and Sign Language Interpreting at Humboldt University in Berlin.
So our presentation on deaf non-listening will be divided into two parts. First, I'll start with some philosophical and sound aesthetical reflection on conceptions of the listener, setting a framework for the second part where Hannah will give a perspective from deaf studies and talk about a popular object of sound history. The position of the listener and the investigation in listening practices became a central point of reference in sound studies, sonic materialism, and other fields related to sonic thinking, such as acoustomology and sonic epistemologies. These investigations in listening practices shape the figure of the real listener. The real listener is erected in opposition to supposed visocentrism, a condition that privileges the visual over the auditory, assumed to be at the center of Western thought throughout sound studies. The such erected real listener is also counterposed to a product of traditional musicology, the ideal listener. The figure of the ideal listener was conceptualized as a utopian addressee of sonic production. Its utopian potential was built on its negation of subjective limitations of aesthetic experience. The ideal listener's experience of art is not limited by biological disposition, education, personal interest, or position in society. In other words, the ideal listener has no personal stakes in the experience of art, is disinterested in the Kantian sense, and thus overcoming the divisions that separate empirical listeners and social conditions of subjectivities. For Kant, these separations between the individuals are overcome by the regulative concept of the sensus communis, a common sense that results from this specific form of disinterested in confrontation with the artwork. In early 21st century, Jacques Rancière further developed on this concept and calls it aesthetic regime, which is the paradoxical form of a, quote, common sense, a sense of community, which is political to the extent that it is the seat of a radical indifference, end of quote. Insofar an event is perceived in its autonomous singularity, it suspends all given criteria of difference among the community that is constituted by this event, as well as the criteria for the sensual modes of perception. I quote Rancière, "The aesthetic regime of the arts is the regime that strictly identifies arts in the singular and frees it from any specific rule, from any hierarchy of the arts, subject matter, and genre. The aesthetic state is a pure instance of suspension, a moment when form is experienced for itself. Moreover, it is the moment of the foundation and education of a specific type of humanity." End of quote. This specific utopian type of humanity is characterized twofold. Firstly, it overcomes the divisions between individuals by a paradoxically political form of indifference. Secondly, it overcomes the separations of the sensible, the modes of perception, by rejecting every pre-given rule of its determination. The idea of politically overcoming the distribution of the sensible as limitation to the entire richness of the sensual goes back to the early Marx. In a quite cryptic and unemployed section of his early Paris manuscripts of 1844, Marx offers a reading of the human sensual condition that is determined by its use in alienating capitalist society, which at the same time offers the potential and means to overcome these limitations. I quote Marx, "Private property has made us so stupid and one-sided that an object is only ours when we have it, when it exists for us as capital, or when it is directly possessed. In the place of all physical and mental senses, there has therefore come the sheer estrangement of all these senses, the sense of having. The transcendence of private property is therefore the complete emancipation of all human senses and qualities." End of quote. For Marx, our specific distribution of the sensible is thus not naturalized. He claims a musical ear to be a social product, not a natural condition. Quote, "The forming of the five senses is a labor of the entire history of the world down to the present. The sense caught up in crude practical need has only a restricted sense. For the starving man, it is not the human form of food that exists, but only its abstract existence as food. The care-burdened, poverty-stricken man has no sense for the finest play. The dealer in minerals sees only the commercial value, but not the beauty and the curious nature of the mineral. He has no mineralogical sense." End of quote. In other words, the dealer is not disinterested. He cannot see the mineral as a mineral in its beauty, but only insofar he can sell it as commodity. But if the senses were formed in history, for Marx, they can be subject to transformation, by which they, quote, "relate themselves to the thing for the sake of the thing." End of quote. By the way, Marx gives us here a formulation of sensual epistemologies avant la lettre, by stating that then the senses will, quote, "become directly in their practice theoreticians." End of quote. The potential of transforming the senses through history is still present in the ideal listener, but pushed back to the realm of ideas. It becomes a regulative concept that regulates nothing. In other words, while the ideal listener represented the utopian addressee of sonic production, the ideal listener doesn't exist and thus actually doesn't listen at all. In order to solve this, indeed grave limitation, the ideal listener is replaced by the real listener. Real listeners, as well as modes of listening and hearing, became subject to the largest corpus of investigation, reflection, and categorization in sound studies. Holger Schulze, for example, considers the, I quote, "listening body of the individual researcher pivotal in acoustomology as well as in other sonic epistemologies." He highlights the, quote, "individuality of the individual researcher and hence in her or his personal traits of gender, body, age, cultural and social backgrounds." End of quote. Here, the two alternatives of the personal real and the impersonal ideal listener seem to be both dead ends, as listeners are either non-existent or determined by their real properties, their biographical, social, cultural, commercial, and biological properties, often reduced and reified by these properties as consumers groups deprived of their potential to overcome their current condition of restricted distribution of the sensible. But I claim there's a third, the materialist answer. In Nietzsche's Birth of Tragedy, the work of art takes off from the artist's subjectivity, but it doesn't stop here. Through its course, the artwork becomes, quote, triumph over subjectivity, deliverance from the self, the silencing of every personal will and desire, and paves the way for disinterested contemplation, end of quote. Nietzsche proposes the work of art as a process starting from, but also working through and against subjectivity. Through what Nietzsche calls the mystical process of unselfing, the work of art can be transformation of subjectivity, not the affirmation of the self, but self-criticism. Self-criticism is not naively impersonal, but it's not personal either. It is anti-personal. Depriving subjectivity from this potential of self-transformation means to produce and reproduce its biographical, biological, and social reified identical subjectivity instead of overcoming it. With Bernd Herzogenrath, the critique of listening thus must be committed, quote, to the liberation from human subjectivity towards the realm of the experience of sound itself, end of quote. So the listener is not to be naturalized and reified in given subjectivities. And on the other hand, subjective conditions are necessary instruments of sonic thinking, and the listener is not to be excluded. Instead, I want to pick out one of its type and look at a specific subjective condition of listening, the deaf non-listening. This goes along with disability studies scholar Mara Mills defining deafness not as something outside or opposed to hearing, but deafness to be itself a variety of hearing. Like the real listener, the deaf non-listener has a specific listening condition, which is not to hear. So what specifies this listening condition is the indifference toward the heard, which in turn is the attribution of the ideal listener. The deaf non-listener is disinterested, and the deaf non-listener is a real existing person, not a Kantian regulative concept. The deaf non-listener is thus not just in concept, but in fact disinterested. For us, mostly somehow hearing people, the deaf non-listener, of course, is again just an imagined projection or a metaphor. Since I speak to you, I'm definitely not talking to and cannot talk for deaf persons. The deaf non-listener for us has to be considered a task. It is not about the erection and imagination of the deaf non-listener, but about the recognition of the deafness within our own discipline in sound-based research. The subjective focus on listening in sound studies narrows down sonic experience to the human audible range and reified subjectivities deprived of their capacity of self-criticism. Sound studies thus itself is the obstacle to the transformative potential of sound, as they determine sound within the given and expectable, and thus exclude exactly what is the potential of experience, the encounter with what is beyond the expectable. When Mara Mills claims that deafness is just a variety of hearing, we can also turn that around. Our hearing is just a variety of deafness. From this point, we can investigate in potentials of shared experience within this deafness. A self-criticism towards a zero level of the sonic might challenge us to understand sound and listening totally different, and may build a common ground for encounters that transcend the restricted distribution of the sensible. For now, the common ground within sound studies seems to be the opposition to visuocentrism, which is assumed as self-legitimation throughout sound studies, whether self-declared materialist or not. Most of them share the intention to overcome the duality of the visual and the auditive, but in opposing supposed visuocentrism through the erection of the listener, I claim that sound-based research again erects and reproduces precisely the Western subjectivity and its division of the sensible that it claims to overcome by offering to it again justification.
In my field of studies, there's a quite different perspective. Referring to Derrida and phonocentrism, deaf studies scholars have described different levels of a specific discrimination of deaf people named audism, a system of advantage based on audiocentric privilege. They criticize biased concept of voice as presence or humanity linked to language as speech. This critique is based on examples of all times. From 1880 until recently, sign language, a purely visual language, was forbidden and deaf people were forced to communicate orally. Many of them were subjected to humiliating, painful, and mostly useless methods to treat them. To give you just one point where sound studies meet deaf studies, Beethoven, for example, tried the then common galvanotherapy against his hearing loss, and he found it unbearable. In 17th century Spain, deaf people could not inherit and were denied access to church because they did not speak. Until today, the life of deaf people is affected by the privilege of hearing. Deafness is still mostly regarded as a tragic loss in need for cure. This is why deaf individuals state that the world we live in is deeply audiocentric. This is not just an academic claim, but something they experience every day. In contrast, deaf studies as an academic discipline shares with sound studies the struggle for funding, jobs, and self-justification. This has led to the creations of new journals, fields of studies, databases, a bunch of publications, associations, and research projects in both fields, as for example the project we work in, the Art Research Sound Group in Mainz and the Deaf Studies Department at Humboldt University in Berlin. What got lost is what various scholars in both fields of studies claim to share with Marx, Rancière, and Kant. They aim to overcome the dualism of the auditive and the visual. But this dualism has not always been common sense. I will make now use of an instrument to give you just one example of a radically different approach to how different senses can relate. I will be talking about the siren. Sirens have become increasingly popular since the 1900s due to the rise of electricity and their mass production. It's their loudness, not their special beauty, which made them replace other acoustic signals just as church bells. As regulators of the workday, on ambulances, fire brigade, and the police, or in the First and Second World War, sirens address people collectively. They do not hold to individuals, but they are sound for the masses. In a strange reshaping of the sensus communis, they suspend individual difference, they interrupt routines, they announce, and they call for action. The first announcement of the sirens was challenging the concept of sound itself. The founder of modern acoustics, Ernst Lorenz Friedrich Chladni, in 1826 mentioned sirens as producing a, quote, sound without sounding body. Sound, according to Chladni, had thus to be defined broader, not as the vibration of an object, but as knocks or beats on a medium. Only a few years later, Félix Savart used sirens to detach sound not only from the sounding, but also from the listening body, measuring the spectrum of human hearing. The sirens thereby defines the normal human hearing range, while standing itself outside of it. Not hearing defines what sounded, but a sound defines hearing. The siren shows us that there are sounds far beyond of what we can hear. But let's look at the other side of the coin. What does that imply for the sounds we hear? Now you should see a picture. This is a later disc siren by Opelt. Like a punch card, it consists of a succession of interruptions, which brings Alexander Reding to call it digital avant la lettre. If we turn this wheel and lead a stream of air through it, from the moment we hear more than around 20 impulses per second, it merges into a pitch, which is rising with the speed of the wheel. Sound and music, therefore, can be called the effect of an acoustical illusion. We start hearing sounds when we stop hearing the silence between the beats. This potential of transcending our human subjective concept of sound in all directions has been inspiring. In his Acoustical Letters from 1852, Richard Pohl describes an ideal experiment. A rod siren vibrating faster and faster performs a glissando through the whole spectrum of human perception, from tactile to rhythm, then pitch, then temperature, finally light, before falling back into darkness and silence. Pohl concludes that, quote, the gap between sound and light is too wide to be bridged with one of our inadequate means. So it is not the outside world, but it's us and our capacities failing, while the siren brings up what Reding calls the idea of the device traversing various sensory modalities. Now, Pohl is from the circle of Richard Wagner, whose project of the Gesamtkunstwerk is probably one of the most ambitious attempts to bring different arts, different sensual modalities together. And here again, the opening of the Rheingold has been compared to the siren, and siren figures reappear throughout Wagner's work. His Rhine daughters lead to another transgressive aspect of the sirens, their physical ambiguity. Early representations show sirens as a mix of bird and man, some of them angel-like winged figures. Later they become mermaids with fish tails or merge in figures like the Lorelei. These different versions throw up questions. Is the siren machine or myth, human or animal, fish or bird? Is it their beauty or their singing that seduce the sailors? I propose a simple answer to these questions. What if we replace the or in each of them by an and? It is exactly the establishment of the or that lets Odysseus pass the sirens in Homer. Using wax and ropes as negative prothesis to seal the ears of his companions and tie himself to the mast, he is immobile but listening, while the deafened, not the deaf, are slaving. The separation of spiritual and physical work comes at a price, though. Odysseus cannot follow the siren's promise to be, quote, cheerful and wiser than before. Odysseus misses the end experience. His chains bring the separation of the sensual in the world. In October 1917, to the sound of the First World War sirens warning from air raids, and the Russian Revolution seriously challenging the traditional separations between the proletarian rowers and the contemplative ruling class, Franz Kafka rewrites Homer's story. The or has become a nor. Odysseus neither hears the sirens nor can he move. Odysseus is far from being deaf, though. As Kafka stresses, the siren song would have gone through all wax. But his obsession with his, quote, ridiculous and insufficient remedies subjects him to another of the siren's temptations, the temptation to overcome them by his own manpower. Proud and self-affirmative of his erected subjectivity, he does not realize that the sirens are actually silent. Now, not noticing the siren silence is staying in the bunker, literally cut off from any possible experience. Not even recognizing one's own ties is giving up the promise to overcome the separations in society, as well as the distribution of the sensible and the individual. Instead of freeing himself from his ties and the rowers from the wax, Kafka's Odysseus is trapped on all levels. That's why, I quote, just when Odysseus was closest to the sirens, he no longer knew anything about them. It is in this moment where there's a shift in the text. I quote, but they, more beautiful than ever, stretched and twisted, letting the scary hair blow open in the wind and stretched their claws freely on the rocks. But these sirens are not just the objects of Odysseus' narcissist illusions and subjective projections. They become subjects themselves. They exist independently of his perception and desire and show in turn an own desire. So what's the siren's potential? They encounter Odysseus, but also theories on hearing and sound with their radical transgression of historically separate categories and or distribution of the sensible. They represent a danger to the subject, as well as to disciplines and definitions. They transform whatever encounters them and lead it off the intended path. But the sirens also keep a promise not so easy to give up, to overcome the separations and to be cheerful and wiser than before. We should not try to overcome the sirens, but to overcome all limitations that keep us away from them. Noticing these limitations is a first and important step. The second now would be to see that the limitations and the potential of hearing and deafness are intrinsically bound together. This is what deaf studies and sound studies could try jointly. Yeah. Thank you for your attention, and we are really looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. Thanks a lot. Also, we forgot on this recording to thank you for the invitation, and yeah, we look forward to the discussion now. Are open to questions.
Okay, so can you hear us now, please? Great. So we apologize to everyone for this glitch. We thank Jim and Hannah for sharing their presentation. And now the discussion is open, please.
Yeah, the idea is that we will have a 10 minutes discussion for this talk. Then we play another talk, have 10 minutes,
Počkej,
10
oni nás
minutes
asi neslyšej.
discussion for the other talk, and then have 20 minutes for the sections discussion for the both talks. I also apologize. Take it, please, as a performance, as a sonic performance. We have a plan to do a sonic performance on Monday, which has been cancelled. So this is some kind of replacement. So now just short questions directly to Jim, Igor, and Hannah, please. Bernd, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot for your talk. I really like that, because that was already pointing towards a, however you would call it, a subjective, but maybe not non-human idea of the listener. I just wanted to ask if you would think that this idea could be extended by way of referring to the fact that you don't only listen with your ears, because that would also make sense, right? Because if it's vibrations, then of course the whole body is the kind of Michel Serres called it the tympanum with which you hear. And there's that great documentary, Touch the Sound, about the Scottish deaf percussionist Evelyn Glennie, who basically, she's a classical musician in an orchestra, and she has been deaf since childhood, and she basically works by vibrations that she feels on her body, right? So that would of course give another perspective to the idea that maybe it's not sound that maybe it's not listening that defines a sound, but sound that defines a listener, in terms of not only a listener because of the possession of ears, but how the whole body responds to that. And that might also, I don't know, might also relate to the idea of deaf studies, that this is not something that you miss, but basically is placed on another organ, so to speak, a receptive organ.
Thank you. Other direct questions? Yes, I see you. Mendoza, please, go ahead. Yeah, you are muted. So.
Jak je odmutujeme? Kde tady to bylo?
We are trying to unmute everyone.
Maybe I can answer in the meantime.
Yes.
Yeah, now we can hear you. Great.
With some notes to you, Ben. Yes, I think this is, of course, also the intention of this, let's say, intervention. This is about like the definition of sound, and I think through the position. Now, do you hear me now?
Yeah.
Through the position of the listener, of course, there is it seems very, very easy and normal to just impose the listener as the central figure in sound studies, because it's about sound. But yeah, as I wanted to say, that implies a lot. That implies to privilege the ear as a specific interpretation of sound. And I think this would be a first thing to do, to conceptualize sound not only within the audible range or what the ear does, but within vibrations. And in the example of this ideal experiment with the sirens, there could also be temperature, light, and whatever, and this would be followed by a, of course, new investigation of what sound is and could be.
And maybe I can also add to that. We originally had planned to add a few examples to our talk of what we could mean and what we definitely don't mean by that. Because of course there have been various attempts to bring music and deafness together, or listening and non-listening. Not only the tactile one you mentioned, but also like there have been various approaches to just visualize music. So deaf people working with light systems. Just a little bit what we found critical about that is then mostly like in this one example, the guitar is just basically used as an interface for a light pult. So there's like, they get something lost somehow, and it's very often it's only about a one-directional translation. For example, this thing which is quite popular here in Germany at the moment, at the time, and which is widely criticized in the deaf community, is that you translate music, but actually you just translate the song text, just the lyrics, in sign language, and mostly it's not even sign language, but like signed German then, or signed English, which is like a different language, a different grammar, mostly a signing system and not a real language. So this is definitely not what we mean by that. Yeah.
And the thing, of course, with light, you have to translate. With vibration, you don't even have to translate because it's actually there, right? Yeah.
While the ear itself translates.
Right. Exactly.
Into what we hear as pitch or whatever.
Right.
It's a translation instrument.
Okay, Bingle Mendoza, you had a question.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. I really appreciate it. It's not really a question, it's just something, it was really interesting for me. Some years ago, I was carrying some kind of research about how the Bible talks about sound. And because you mentioned that before the deaf people couldn't go into the church. So it's really interesting that I don't remember exactly in which part. I think it was Ezekiel. Then it says something about sound, but for sure I was reading in Spanish. So then when I really asked some persons to translate or to give me the reference into the real language, Hebraic, it was not sound, the translation, the real word was presence. And then I said, oh, maybe it's something related that, because the guy told me, like, in the visual time of the medieval thing, if you can see something, yeah, for sure, you can see angels and everything, but no one talks about how to hear them. And when you hear them, it was actually like a fact, like it was true. So I don't know, I think it's kind of interesting, this relation. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Would you like to react?
Yeah, maybe just a very, very short, that we can maybe talk later. I would be very interested in that, because I also read some stuff in the Bible, and there is a positive reading of deafening, like stop all the talking of the world to enter a realm where I maybe something like presence happens in a multi-sensual or after-sensual way, or whatever, post-sensual way, I don't know. And of course there's things like the trumpets of Jericho, which by vibration destroy the walls of the rulers or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I think there's a lot to get here also in perspective towards, let's say, transcendence of the distribution of the sensual.
Yeah, could be great.
Do we have a direct question to the talk?
No, not really a question, but just a comment, because with the trumpets of Jericho, this is of course not just the fact that the vibration put down the wall, but the whole political aspects that are in this story of oppression and war and politics, basically. And I think that would be interesting, especially maybe for Hannah, for if you think about the political situation of deaf people.
just for that point you're mentioning in my talk, where I was talking about deaf people in 17th century Spain. That was mostly, I think it was not that much connected to like Bible interpretation, but mostly like that something you had to do in church was to confess, and to confess with your voice. And this was the problem, that the deaf people did not use their voice to confess. So actually the first teacher of the deaf, or the first today known teacher of the deaf, he was a monk. And what he was doing is he was teaching to noble young people how to confess and how to speak, because then when they could speak, they could inherit and they could go to church. So it was not that much about, oh, you're deaf, you can't hear it, but you're deaf, you can't, that act of pronouncing was missing.
And may I make just a last note on that? There is also a medieval tradition in monasteries among monks that singing, like the sound producing itself, is already serving to God, and it's not about listening to it. Like Peter, what you mentioned in the chat, there were monks that sung over 24 hours, like changing through, but nobody listened to it. So it was it's also an example for sound production that is not about the listener, but it's about the production and the sound itself. It has to be sung, but it doesn't need to be heard.
Okay, thank you. We will now try to play Will Shrimshaw's talk. So I hope everything is resolved, and so hopefully.
About the listener, but it's about the production and the sound itself. It has to be sung, but it doesn't need to be heard.
Within the history of sonic thought, the recent history of which might date back to McLuhan and Walter Ong, there are numerous conceptions of what sonic thought entails. We can group these broadly into strong and weak conceptions of sonic thought, however crude that initial parceling out might be. This isn't to assert a hierarchy or a superiority, but rather how strictly an idea of a sonic is about the production and the sound itself. Relatively early assertion of this distinction can be found in Jack Atterley's aim to not within the history.
Je to správný?
history of sonic thought, the recent history of which we might date back to McLuhan or Walter Ong, there are numerous conceptions of what sonic thought entails. We can group these broadly into strong and weak conceptions of sonic thought, however crude that initial parceling out might be. This isn't to assert a hierarchy or a superiority, but rather how strictly an idea of the sonic is adhered to. A relatively early assertion of this distinction can be found in Jack Atterley's aim to not within the history of sonic thought music, the recent history of which we might date back to McLuhan's intention being stated in the introduction. There are numerous conceptions of what sonic thought entails. While Atterley's intention to think through music remains at some distance from contemporary strong materialist conceptions of sonic thought, there has been a continuity where within the history of sonic thought, the recent history of which we might date back to McLuhan or Walter Ong, there are numerous conceptions of what sonic thought entails. We can group these broadly into strong and weak conceptions of sonic thought, however crude that initial parceling out might be. This isn't to assert a hierarchy or a superiority, but rather how strictly an idea of the sonic is adhered to. A relatively early assertion of this distinction can be found in Jacques Atterley's aim to not only theorise about music, but to theorise through music, this intention being stated in the introduction to his book Noise. While Atterley's intention to think through music remains at some distance from contemporary materialist forms of sonic thought, there has been a continuity whereby thinking about entails transcendence and thinking through denotes immanence. In brief, we can say that a weak conception of sonic thought tackles the questions of what can be known through listening and questions such as how is knowledge formed through. The conception of sonic thought is therefore principally epistemic in orientation. The strong conception of sonic thought takes a more radical approach in demanding that forms of thought be sonic in nature, that thought become an analogue of sound itself. Thought must develop an immanent relation to sound, whereby thinking takes place through sound. Thought must become sonorous, as to mirror or reflect the sonic still retains both a visual metaphor and the marks of transcendence, thereby vitiating immanence. In the strong conception, sonic thought does not mirror, reflect, or describe, but rather presents or manifests a sonic ontology. In the strong conception, there is therefore a bind between the forms of sonic thought and sonic ontology. The impact of this, not only an onto-aesthetic conflation, as Brian Cain has called it, but an onto-epistemic conflation, as Brian Cain has called it, but an onto-epistemic conflation, results in sonic thought's primary form being intuition, an immediate knowledge, or more specifically using Strawson's phrase, particular instances of general concepts encountered in experience. In yet more radical forms, thought is conflated with feeling, due to the somewhat voracious appetite for the affective within contemporary sound studies. So while the weak form of sonic thought, which I'd argue is ultimately preferable, remains broad in scope and open to the diversity of auditory cultures, the rhetorical force of the strong conception does often bleed into it through somewhat tempered assertions of what Jonathan Stern has called the audio-visual litany. So the strong conception is primarily ontological in nature, whereas the weak conception is more epistemic in nature. Okay, and the audio-visual litany is one of a number of attempts to outline the structure or the form of what is increasingly labelled sonic thought or sonic thinking. So this is, Stern describes the audio-visual litany as a series of oppositions, and for the sake of brevity I've popped them into a table here. So on the oral side we find that the oral is spherical, immersive, affective, temporal, subjective, associated with interiority and contact and so on, whereas the visual, and therefore by extension visual culture and so on, is directional. It is associated with perspective, with intellect, spatiality, a very Bergsonian notion of that, objectivity, surface, exteriority, distance, even depth, and so on. This is the one of the ways of characterizing sonic or auditory thought. And the audiovisual litany is readily mobilized in arguments that seek to rescue the sonic or the auditory from a hegemony of the visual, as Christoph Cox has called it, with sonic thought taking the form determined by the terms within the oral column here. More recently, in the collection which has inspired this conference, I believe, Holger Schultz has outlined sonic thought through a series of prohibitions, describing what it should abstain from. In Schultz's article, we find a really quite sort of usefully sort of clear series of points outlining the sort of 4 imperatives for sonic thought, which is that sonic thought should be asymbolic. It should not be reducible to mere alphanumeric or logocentric translation, he says. It should be situated, experience defined through concrete spatial contingencies as opposed to abstract graphs, flowcharts, or statistical distributions. It should be corporeal. Bodies are in fact primary and very material receivers, amplifiers, and interpreters of sound, Schultz says. And it should also be imaginative. Now, in advance of further discussion, it's important to note here that Schultz goes on to define the imaginative in terms of a kind of multisensoriality, a definition that can be put into clear contrast with a more Kantian conception of imagination, such as that presented by Wilfrid Sellers, for whom imagining is an intimate blend of imaging and conceptualization, whereas perceiving is an intimate blend of sensing and imaging and conceptualization. I think it's worth noting that Sellers' distinction between imagining and perceiving, it's worth noting this, as the multisensoriality that Schultz aligns with imagination places it within Sellers' definition of perceiving, as it includes that which is omitted from imagination by Sellers, namely sensing. And in so doing, it includes the role of conceptualization that Sellers understands to be common to both. And I'll return to this point later on the subject of thought in action. Subject of sonic thought in action, even. Okay, so what we can say about a lot of the dialogue and discourse around contemporary sonic thought and sound studies is that it often has a distinctly Lorellian tone to it. Okay, so drawing on some of the sort of philosophy of Francois Laurel. So recalling Attali's promise to not only think about, but to think through, and the tendency to claim immersion as a privilege of the sonic or the acoustic, sonic thought can be understood to share with Laurel preference for prepositions manifest in imperatives to think in, to think as, to think according to, and alongside sound, to draw on Alexander Galloway's summary of this. So through a situating of thought in, and in explicitly Deleuzian terms, a becoming sonic of thought as, according to, alongside sound, it is claimed within the Lorellian paradigm that it is possible to think the real directly, again drawing on Galloway's summary of this. And I'll not get into now, as I've discussed it in publications elsewhere at some length, questions about exactly what is meant by the real here. Okay. So again, these are just some of the terms associated with immanent or transcendent forms of thinking. Now, some criticisms before working onto a discussion of Amecher's work in some more detail. Okay, so firstly then, I think there is a category mistake at the heart of many of the assertions of the audiovisual litany, wherein a medium is compared with a mode of perception. So sound, a medium, is immersive, immediate, etc., whereas sight, perception, is objective, distancing, etc. And ultimately the rhetorical force of the litany is undermined where this category mistake is resolved, and for instance light matched with sound, looking with listening. Sufficient attention being given to listening alone serves to undermine the rhetorical force of the audiovisual litany, as the cultural technique which is learnt, trained, practiced, and through which knowledge is acquired, readily strays into the realm of the visual as defined in the audiovisual litany above. Secondly, then, the effective orientation of sonic thought leads to an occlusion of the role of conceptualization, abstraction and representation that remain inescapable parts of sonic thought, something borne out in practice, I believe. The immediacy characteristic of sonic thought's intuitive and effective orientation has resulted in a particular conception of immanence being erroneously made an enemy of representation. As immanence and immediacy are conflated within the strong conception of sonic thought, immanence thereby taking on the quality of being immanent to sensation. Thirdly, the form of thought that sonic thinking takes resides on a continuum between intuition and feeling or sensation, residing closer to the latter due to intuition's relation to conceptualization, as outlined above. Where realism and materialism are involved in strong conceptions of sonic thinking, it is on the grounds of effective immediacy, the matter of sensation and the quality of intuition. This in turn leads to the ontological priority of the real as felt, which, as the following discussion of Amecher will show, is the reality of sensation. This leads to a radically circumscribed conception of the real, which in recent continental philosophy and theoretical paradigms such as new materialism has been mobilized against correlationism and anthropocentrism, indicating a reality that exists without us, beyond the limits of human experience, and therefore incompatible with a conception of reality that is synonymous with the reality of sensation. There is either theoretical oversight or sleight of hand at work where this difference goes unacknowledged, and I think Amecher clarifies this quite well. So, turning to Amecher's work, a rich seam of what we might in the contemporary jargon of academia call practice-based research is realised here as composition, operating in accordance with many of the terms characteristic of sonic thought in both the audiovisual litany and in Schulz's description of the forms that this takes. And we find a form of sonic thought that is mobilised in an exploration of the reality of sensation and auditory experience. Within this exploratory compositional practice, we find explicit delimitation and acknowledgement of the bounds of the territory being explored. There is little ambiguity in terms of what this localised and sensorial real delimits. Furthermore, the exploration that Amecher carried out necessitated, rather than rejected, representation, methodological abstraction in a kind of practicing of sonic thought in action. We've outlined a broad theory of sonic thought and differentiated between weak and strong forms. The work of Amecher can be taken not only as musical example, but as a rigorous form of practice-based research that proves an exemplary instance of sonic thought in action, ranging across the strong and the weak forms and presenting challenges to both. The work of Amecher largely took place in large-scale performances and installations. This focus on spatiality can lead to the hasty deployment of the sound art label, yet her work was often distinctly musical and compositional in approach. Whilst this dependence upon spatiality might seem to violate the terms of the audio-visual litany, with space, understood in a distinctly Bergsonian sense, appearing on the visual side of that litany, its consequent immersivity, the immersivity of Amecher's work, locates it squarely within wider conceptions of sonic thought, e.g. that outlined by Schultz. This forms the first point of contact or node between Amecher's work on the one hand and the forms of contemporary sonic thought on the other, space and situatedness. The scale of her work in terms of duration and its complex relationship with sight, as in location rather than seeing, both in terms of architectural spaces and the telematic works which linked numerous sites across vast distances, has meant that her works are neither easily accessed nor documented, but there exists a fairly well-known collection of her so-called ear dances in the Sound Characters collections that were released by Zadig in 1999, Volume 1, and 2008, Volume 2. These works, which are the only works of Amecher's that I've ever experienced in person, exemplify Amecher's understanding of listening as entailing active sound production, not just a passive echo of external sound, to use Amecher's own words rather. So the Sound Characters volumes contain works selected for playback in smaller scale listening environments and work well in more everyday listening environments and even domestic situations. These works draw upon Amecher's extensive research into psychoacoustical phenomena, notably autoacoustic emissions, where the ear itself generates sounds that are heard to originate within the head, rather than in external acoustic space. Here we find the second point of contact between Amecher's work and the constituent terms of sonic thought, interiority. When we listen to Amecher's ear tone works, or the ear dances, we become aware of not only the sounds generated in acoustic space, but also those that have equal intensity and are generated internally within the ear and the wider auditory system. While this foregrounds an otherwise unconscious aspect of everyday audition, as the ear is always working in this way, it's just that we're usually unaware of it, asserting the active synthetic interiority of sonic experience, it also sets up a clear and complementary sense of exteriority. These works not only assert the force of synthetic embodied interiority, but also assert a clear sense of exteriority. When listening to high-intensity, low-frequency sounds, for example, such as in a club environment or a Mark Bain installation or something like this, we will be used to a sense of an acoustic wave occupying both architectural and organic or bodily spaces, resonating both and creating a sense of continuity between the two. Yet Amecher's works are often felt to straddle two planes almost, or strata of experience. Rather than a smooth continuity, a radical difference is asserted with the force of a cut, marking if not a complete separation, then a difference in kind between the waves without and the ear tones within. The forceful assertion of this synthetic interiority has the effect of accentuating a divide, or the difference between these two spaces, between interior and exterior, rather than collapsing both into a singular pure interiority. While this focus on internally generated tones places emphasis on an active interiority and creates a node within the constituent terms of sonic thought, its simultaneous accentuation of exteriority and the divide or difference between the two marks a point at which Amecher's work exceeds the terms of sonic thought as we readily encounter it in academic literature. The importance of architectural spaces in Amecher's compositions is equal to that of the sounds produced by Amecher through synthesis, or through the interpretation of performers in some works. In Amecher's own words, How certain sounds are to be perceived in a sonic world becomes as important as the sounds themselves. This question of how comes up repeatedly. The central importance of this spatial contingency, the way in which Amecher's compositions depend upon certain spatial situations for their realization, only functioning properly, that is, in certain, if not specific, listening situations. It shows how this is a thoroughly situated spatial practice. So, for example, the ear tones engendered through Amecher's work, those sounds that sound as if they are being generated directly within the head as opposed to external space, require loudspeaker playback and simply fail to sort of manifest properly when listened through on headphones. Okay, and this entails a certain domination of the environment that playback of these pieces entails. Okay, it's hard to do anything else other than listen to these pieces when they're playing back. They're not ambient pieces which fade into the background and so on, due to their sheer aesthetic intensity. Now, the intense experience of interiority in Amecher's work also identifies a third point of contact with the terms of sonic thought: corporeality. The ear dancers or ear tone works play upon the synthetic capacities of the body, its capacity to generate its own objects of experience. These works are fundamentally lodged within the body. This is the site within which they take place. This intensive corporeality informs the structure of the spatial forms Amecher's work takes. How we locate, sense and feel sonic events, she says, become the specific factors which characterise experience in immersive sonic architectures, as she calls them. Important to note here is the emphasis placed on how again. How we locate, sense and feel sonic events. Amecher creates immersive sonic architectures in her work, but this aesthetic experience does not sufficiently account for the significance and nuances of her practice, which, for all its corporeality, refuses to let thinking collapse into feeling or a sufficiency of the affective, developing knowledge and concepts for the understanding alongside the production of these immersive sonic works. Restricted to an aesthetic appreciation, Amecher's work embodies the terms of the strong conception of sonic thinking: immersive spatiality, extimate intensive corporeality, situated contingencies. Yet the process behind Amecher's work is also well documented through her writings which evidence a rigorous program of research into the epistemological considerations characteristic of the weak conception of sonic thought. Study of the physiological conditions of sonic experience leads to questions such as what can we know through sound and listening, but more so a repeated how. How do we come to know through sound? How is knowledge formed through sound? How does sound come to be presented to the understanding? Amecher asserted that what was distinctive about her practice was that it had to be experienced, it could not be imagined, giving it an essential corporeality. While so much of her work and thought resonates with the terms of sonic thought, it exceeds this in so many ways. Through an accentuation of exteriority that accompanies her intensive activation of synthetic interiority, but also through the methods and rigour of her research. Amecher repeatedly asserts a patient practice of learning, of developing skills of identification, recognition, of tuning audial technique to not only the details of sounds appearing out there, but generated in here, within the listener. This practice necessitated an idiosyncratic taxonomy, so that the specific ear tones could be generated according to her compositional intentions and logic of forms. Equally significant is that we find no withdrawal, as this is what the often negatively defined and prohibitive forms of sonic thought entail. No withdrawal from abstraction and modelling, things which are sort of prohibited, if you like, in Schultz's outline of sonic thought. something that is particularly clear in her development of a computer program to aid composing with ear tones and to calculate which acoustic tones would be necessary to produce specific ear tones, autoacoustic emissions, and so on. So therefore, the construction of a model of the ear's synthetic capabilities is an essential step in recognizing and composing with such synthetic potentials of listening itself. As without such a model, formalized, written, encoded, this otherwise conscious activity of the ear, the embodied physiological condition of acoustic immersivity, remains hidden. So in summary, Amecher's work presents a number of challenges to sonic thinking. Firstly, it employs methodological abstraction and formalization, yet yielding to a more exacting account of sonic materialism as a reality of sonic experience than is possible where such methodological approaches and epistemological issues are put aside in favour of an immanent materialism. Amecher's work is undoubtedly imaginative, this being the fourth connection with the terms of sonic thought. Yet the complexities of her work mean that this imaginative sonic thought is more Kantian than the intersensorial description Schultz presents on behalf of sonic thinking at large. As in Amecher's work, which generates both aesthetic experience and understanding, we might find a better fit with Wilfrid Seller's Kantian account of imagination as an intimate blend of imaging and conceptualization. The various strands to Amecher's work highlight what is often labelled sonic thought as being simply that which happens on one side of artistic practice, okay, not taking adequate account of, say, the process, okay. So that's another point of criticism that I would like to raise. And also that we find that Amecher's work, while at an aesthetic level resonates strongly with the strong conception of sonic thought, it's not reducible to a new or somewhat vaguely effective materialism. And the precise nature of sonic experience's materiality is drawn into question in her work. It becomes the object of Amecher's research. And so in conclusion, while at an aesthetic level, presenting an apparently strong conception of sonic thinking in action, taking not only product but artistic process into account, shows Amecher's work to be an incredibly rigorous engagement with the weak and ultimately preferable, I would say, form of sonic thought, exploring in great depth what can be known through listening, how we might come to know, what the act of listening entails at both conscious and unconscious levels. This attention to detail undermines the claims to immediacy that characterise intuitive and effective forms of sonic thought, showing the synthetic mediation that occurs within the act of listening itself. It is this rigour and attention to detail that highlights sonic thought as an often idealised theoretical construct rather than a marker of immanent thought and materialism.
Thank you for a beautiful talk. Nejsi slyšet. Jak nejsem slyšet? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
okay. So thanks for the beautiful talk. And what was most important was the question of sonic thinking and its different dimensions. So I wonder, what are your suggestions and remarks and questions? No?
No, please, let's, we are taking questions directly to Will's talk.
So, anyone, please? Yeah, Bernd, please.
Yeah, I have just very interesting talk, but I just have one question or commentary, because I think what you presented to me works really well, given or based on the assumption that by necessity there has to be a kind of let's say almost like categorical distinction between affective and conceptualization. I would rather, I don't know, I would rather see them connected, right? But by way of that there is a conceptualization that does not take affective perception into account, and a conceptualization that sees the affective as part of that conceptualization. I don't know if that makes sense, but that for me is the difference. Yeah. So I try to relate that to my idea of thinking with. The thinking about would be a conceptualization that does not take that perspective into account, whereas a conceptualization that is based, or at least circles around the affective or takes that into account, would be more related to thinking with. I don't know if that makes sense, because I think there were a couple of opposition that that work quite well theoretically, but practically I would in a way suggest to create a kind of fusion. For example, the same thing that you say that advocates of the strong thesis of sound thinking, like making this more related to the real itself, is exactly what, for example, visual art takes as a kind of commentary to writing. Yeah, so visual art is also seen as more directly related to the idea of the real than writing. So it's just one step further. The opposition of interiority and the outside, I think, is also when you work with Deleuze and Merleau-Ponty, it's exactly that kind of interplay where the outside is affecting the inside and the inside is affecting the outside, so that you can't really make a kind of once and for all opposition between those things. So I would rather suggest that instead of playing weak conceptions against strong conceptions, there might be another conception which takes part of both in order to make it work. I don't know what your idea or perspective on that would be.
Hi. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. Yeah, I think that's partly why I was trying to focus more upon the artistic practices that have a kind of strong, again, it's a slightly weird thing imposing, this kind of academic terminology on artistic practice sometimes, but I have this kind of strong sort of research or theoretical kind of underpinning or strands running through it, because I think that's where that blend happens. And so I think that the kinds of connections between sensation, affective experience, conceptualization and modeling and projection and so on that we associate with those differing modes of thought. I think there is a difference there. It's not to say that those things don't work together, but I think we find them quite a lot in where artistic practice as a continuous process is considered, as opposed to the slightly more common way that as academics we might make use of artistic work in terms of its final aesthetic presentation, as an example of some kind of philosophical construct, or often in a sort of, for instance, in what I think is the kind of strongest aspect of, say, Salome Vergelen's work in terms of ways of trying to use it in a sense of generating a poetics to stimulate some kind of aesthetic experience in the reader that ultimately the author of the project, such as in Vergelen's work, has relatively little control over, but the idea that it's stimulating an effective response through the reading of some of the peculiar conceptual constructs in the books and so on. But I think that continuity does happen, but I think much more clearly where the processes involved in making the work are taken more into account, where there's always some sense of formalization, abstraction, and so on. And these often get discarded in particularly stronger conceptions of sonic thinking, which often tries to isolate the aesthetic experience of the perceiver from so much of the process that is involved in the production and the presentation and the staging and so on of these works, which actually makes what we've come to think of as sonic thought less of a distinctive category, if you like. I would say that blending across into some of the terms which have often been said, no, that's too abstract, it's too distant, it's visual, it's not what we're looking for here. I think that challenge often comes where the broader process of artistic practice is taken into consideration, because it often draws readily from both sides of that audio-visual litany, as opposed to giving a strong distinction between them. But I think that's often missed by academic writing that has a tendency to go on the stronger end of that scale. And I present that kind of that strong and that weak idea not as a either or, but trying to look at the extremes and differentiate, because this is quite it's a very interesting and increasingly broad field of study. So in my head, I'm like, okay, there are lots of different camps now. Where do people sit on this continuum? At the stronger end, I think it's that sense of the aesthetic perception of the perceiver gets such priority that a lot of the process involved in artistic production that problematizes the way that we tend to think about sonic thought actually gets neglected by that affective priority. Sorry, that's a very long answer to your question, but hopefully that states the kind of why I tried to structure it in that way a bit more clearly.
Yeah, right. And I'm with you. And this is basically what I meant in my talk by focusing also on what I call the implicit conceptual structure, which of course has to do with not only the materiality, but also the kind of processes that you mentioned, right? And it's basically in that kind of interplay that maybe something like sonic thinking might emerge, not just on the end of the perceiver, who more often than not also goes from the assumption that this is a stable subject that is perceiving it. So there's two fluctuating things that go into contact, and by that may produce what might be called sonic thinking.
I think it's just a question of how exactly distinctively is it, distinctive, because I think it's that thing of when you take into consideration, sort of other sensorial aspects of things, there's, because I think there's a tendency to, a sort of rhetorical tendency to disembody and de-affect, if you like, the visual in some works as and to say it's completely rational and so on. Whereas, that's what I was trying to say about the category mistake thing. I think, when you put vision in an affective field and you understand it in that way as something that relies upon sensation in an equal sense, that then has to be transmitted into understanding and concept and so on. And so it's, how radically distinctive are those things really, or does it lead to trying to rematerialize thinking about visual perception within our studies, if you like? But yeah, thanks. Lovely challenge. Thanks for nice to think through.
I have a question and remark to Will's talk, which I would like to connect with Hannah and Jim. There was a question at the end of your talk. How can we know anything through sound? My question is, how can we know anything without sound? I mean, in connection with language. What kind of knowledge or experience is that independent, which is independent on sound? If I make sense.
Is that? Do you want me to answer first, or shall I? I could let Jim and Hannah answer first.
Yeah, because once I heard the connection of deaf studies and the sound studies. So I can unhear it, and it's a really compelling. Yeah. So
I mean, I do have a bit of an answer, I suppose, in the sense that.
Or the last thing, is it necessary to hear, to have sounds in order to have some knowledge? Well, this way.
I think in some ways it's, you know, for I would think of knowledge in the sense of concept formation and exchange, basically, and in a sense that, and I think that there is a distinction to be made between concepts and understanding and knowledge and so on, and the sensory stimulus or means of transmission of those in some ways. And so whilst there's, you know, you have an ability to have distinctive sonic experiences, yet to form interpersonally coherent concepts of the object that is the sound of, one way or another. And so and this can be done, you know, in a multitude of ways through sort of phenomenological adumbrations over time or something, or, you know, in various different ways. But I think there's that sense of, you know, what becomes ultimately the object of knowledge, I would say, would be a conceptual kind of construct, and then which does have an imaginative existence outside of the immediacy of sonic experience, and can also be generated through very diverse experiences. So, for instance, if I was to very crudely try and lump it into sort of, in relation to that, they talk about sort of deaf culture and so on, that, you know, that we still managed through, whilst experiencing physical acoustic waves via different means, we can still nonetheless arrive at the same conceptual construct that somebody who had heard it through auditory means would do. So it can have an existence apart from those things, even if it couldn't have originated without it in the first sense there. So I think it, you know, it does lead to that abstract conceptual existence as a form of knowledge. And I do think that's distinctive from the sensory means of its stimulation in the first place.
Thanks.
We don't hear you.
How come?
Nothing.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, now yes.
Now yes? Okay, I try again.
But very echoey.
Echoey.
There seems to be some kind of feedback somewhere.
Is it better now?
Yeah, right. So the earphones, right? Okay.
Yeah, great.
No, it's gone again.
Oh. Yeah.
No?
Yes, now we hear you.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I try again. So I just wanted to add that, of course, I mean, deaf people do not have to perceive sound only tactily. There's a, in my opinion, very interesting example of a deaf artist. She's called Christine Sung Kim. In a talk, she says that she actually thinks about sound a lot more than probably all hearing people do, because she hear it. So she has to learn every sound, like the sound a door makes when she's slapping a door, she's closing a door. She doesn't know how loud it is, so she has to learn it, really learn it. Like when I'm moving the door like that, it makes that and that sound, or when I'm eating, it makes these and that sounds. So she's like, she has probably a different concept than we do about sound, but of course she has a concept about sound, and probably, yeah, it's occupying a lot more of her daily thoughts than it does in our life.
I wanted to add to your question and also to Will's presentation. I don't know, like exactly, Will, I think that would be interesting how our, let's say, interventions or criticisms of sonic thinking relate. But I think what is what is in common is, let's say, a critique of the perceptive priority, what I called, or we called, the position of the listener, instead of the position of the sound, what you like also showed on Jonathan Stern's audiovisual litany, that there is a difference between the sonic or sound and what he calls vision as a central mode. So I wouldn't say that without sound there's no knowledge. I would say that is true. Like without sound there is no sonic thinking, but maybe listening and listening, I would say, is more dependent, or in another way dependent on our concept of how we relate to sound. Listening is a way of relating to sound, while sound is there are very different forms of how to relate to sound, and listening is one I would say very narrow and limited perspective on how to relate to what addresses us from the outside, or whatever, how you would call it. But I think with this we are like at the core of the problem, or the question, the way how we relate to what addresses us from the world. And I think therein our concepts are crucial, though, like the way we think our relations to the world is crucial to what we can experience from the world. And I think there is a way in which concepts can limit our perception and limit our experience. And I think that there's the field where we as sound studies or theoreticians can intervene.
Yeah, I think I agree with many of those statements, definitely, and I think it's I think in one sense Christine Sun Kim's work is a really excellent kind of example of that in many ways, because of that sense of, and I think that's partly what I mean about I'm really glad you mentioned like Sun Kim's thing, because it's about the breadth of the process involved in her work, and it's only when you hear about how she arrives at the decision to make a work that you start to really get a sense of what's going on. And I think the thing, whilst their work are completely different, we have sort of Marianne Amacher and Christine Sun Kim, and both of them depend upon developing some kind of conceptual model of how listening operates. And Marianne Amacher is doing it from a very physiological sense, and then developing sort of computational models to help her compose with, that she can, use to represent the ear tones that might be generated and to test with, and so on. And it relies upon that conceptual model. And then in a similar thing, you have Christine Sun Kim trying to envisage all of the moving parts and how it's disrupting the space and the air, and developing generating internally an auto-affective experience of the sonic in that sense. But I think it's interesting how both of them their processes rely upon modeling and imagining and deploying concepts in order to do that. And I think you're completely right about the conceptualization can lead to a reduction of that, of a sensorial aspects of course. But I think one of the critical point that I wanted to raise in this context was that I think a lot of the sound studies work that tends towards the stronger end of the scale goes too far the opposite direction. It goes so far back towards that sensorial priority that our reliance upon concepts to think beyond our own individual embodied experience into the future or into the past or into other modes of sensoriality that we don't have ourselves, that rely upon this conceptual modeling, is often neglected. So I think it's a certain area of this sound studies field has gone so far the other direction that it's lost a lot of the expansive power that conceptual modeling sort of can have in both artistic domains and in terms of also just how we picture and respond to the world around us.
We have a question and comment on YouTube,
Mm.
so I'll read it. It It's from Ian Campbell. Thank you all. Another point of connection between Will and Hannah and Jim is the Marxist quote that I think Jim mentioned on the forming of the sense as a labor of the entire history of the world. Will, I wonder if you also have in mind something like that kind of history of the senses. Your discussion of Amasher and adoption of sellers seems it. It may tend towards a study of more or less synchronic situations, even something like demarcated experimental environments. But in your theoretical framework, can you or do you think historical emergence as well? So this is a question from Ian Campbell for all, both presentations.
I want to let Jim and Hannah speak first. I've spoken a lot.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I mean, this is the whole project I want to point to, like that we do not have to naturalize the ways we relate to the world, but and for example through the senses, but there is a way in which Marx conceptualizes, like very roughly, but the potential of overcoming our current condition of distribution of the sensible as a work of history and of humanity or whatever, that we can be subject to transformation and should naturalize these conditions. And I think just remember our short discussion with what Wingle mentioned. I think the Bible is already a document of attempts of overcoming the distribution of the sensible. Like it was imaginable that another way of relating to the world is possible. And yeah, I think that the siren here is also in both ways. Hannah mentioned it. An example like the mythical sirens, where we have like exactly Odysseus tying himself into a specific mode of domination of the sensible in the like 4,000 years ago, let's say, and with the siren in modernity again as an example for an outside perspective towards our mode of perception. And an outside perspective, of course, means the possibility of criticism of it too.
A brief answer. I don't know whether I got the full gist of the question, but I've my brain's locked onto the last bit of allowing for historical emergence and so on, and I think yes, absolutely. Like I'm not sort of trying to overly, naturalize and fix this in a kind of sort of biological sense or anything like that. And I think that it's particularly not trying to displace the role of conceptualization and modeling and so on that allows, I think, for that historical emergence to be to sort of be maintained in the dialogue, in the discourse of this kind of academic area, primarily through the emergence of conceptual and development of conceptual ideas. What am I trying to say here? In terms of the way that we update our or learn our technique, we learn our ways of listening, we update our means of exploring auditory and sonic phenomena in accordance with what has been found in terms of what we're expecting to hear, in terms of the best means of tuning our listening through it, either in embodied or in sort of technologically enhanced ways. What we are expecting to encounter shapes the way that we will listen, and of course that expectation relies upon having a concept of what we expect to encounter, how to best address it and listen to it, and all of those things are, of course, historically specific conceptual formations that we use to direct our senses. So I think, yes, that's completely part of it, and I think it's by not sort of losing too much of a grasp on that the more conceptual side of this, that historical and cultural emergence can be more strongly maintained in this. And again, this is partly a kind of, was already raised a few years ago by Brian Kane in terms of the paper talking about auditory culture, that cultural side not being lost in the ontological priority in certain stronger conceptions of sonic thought.
Yeah, thank you. If there's not, you have a question?
Yeah.
Vít has a question.
Not really a question, but what was really important for me and what Hannah and Jim said, and it's connected to other speeches today, was the difference or connection between or and. If you, when you talk about sirens, and so you said we don't, and deaf and listening, we don't need to use that or, but we need to use and. So it's a really Deleuzian move for me, because Deleuze says, I'm not interested in these dichotomies. I'm interested in and. So, so then we can imagine some kind of thinking or knowledge that integrates everything together, all sensory qualities and non-sensory channels together. Yeah, but on the other hand, is the brain not the machine to make our knowledge somehow narrow things, because when everything is and compacted together, it's incomprehensible. So the brain needs to narrow it, cut it down somehow. Yes, that's my comment.
Okay, yeah, I think this is exactly the point. I want to refer firstly to what we talked about before at the beginning after Bernd's talk, the overcoming of philosophy. And I think this goes with all the separations we have. Like we have the separation between philosophy and the world, the separation between the senses, the separation and whatever. And I think this is kind of the project to give a critique of the narrowing function of the brain. And of course, the question is if there's something beyond that or not. And I think the obstacle to experience if there's something beyond that, or to experience a possible beyond, is exactly whatever our brain or our concept of sound. And yes, what you said at the beginning, I would say like there's a big range of what sound is, and our ear is kind of a filter. Our ear combined with our brain or our concepts of it is kind of a filter that picks out a tiny part of it and works with it. And I think this is kind of a conceptual obstacle to the experience of that what might be more, or what might overcome our current condition of separation of the sensible, of separation of theoretical, conceptual knowledge and sensual knowledge and such like. And I think the transformation that is pointing to is, of course, a large transformation. Like Rancière calls it the invention of a new type of humanity, regardless of him calling it humanity. We could call it society or community or interspecies or whatever, and alien. And I'm not focusing on the humanity, but he like really says this is a whole new condition of us or whatever who is included in it.
Yeah. Okay, thanks to everyone. We need to make at least a short lunch break. Our technical difficulties ruined your lunch break. We apologize for it, but it was a nice experience how the conference took it over from us, that we are not needed so much. So I thank you, everyone, not only the speakers, but everyone for your patience. Let's meet again at 2, and hopefully it will work now. Or do you think we need a longer break? Yeah. Okay. So let's meet at
3.
No, 2:15. Is it okay?
2:30 at least.
So
for me, yeah,
colleagues.
yeah, yeah.
2:30, 2:30 p.m. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry again for the technical difficulties. 2:30 p.m. We'll be back with my talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Within the history of sonic thought, the recent history of which we might date back to McLuhan or Walter Ong, there are numerous conceptions of what sonic thought entails. We can group these broadly into strong and weak conceptions of sonic thought, however crude that initial parceling out might be. This isn't to assert a hierarchy or a superiority, but rather how strictly an idea of the sonic is adhered to. A relatively early assertion of this distinction can be found in Jacques Attali's aim to not only theorise about music, but to theorise through music, this intention being stated in the introduction to his book Noise. While Attali's intention to think through music remains at some distance from contemporary materialist forms of sonic thought, there has been a continuity whereby thinking about entails transcendence and thinking through denotes immanence. In brief, we can say that a weak conception of sonic thought tackles the questions of what can be known through listening and questions such as how is knowledge formed through listening. This weak conception of sonic thought is therefore principally epistemic in orientation. The strong conception of sonic thought takes a more radical approach in demanding that forms of thought be sonic in nature, that thought become an analogue of sound itself. Thought must develop an immanent relation to sound, whereby thinking takes place through sound. Thought must become sonorous, as to mirror or reflect the sonic still retains both a visual metaphor and the marks of transcendence, thereby vitiating immanence. In the strong concept
Každá technologie přichází se svojí chybou vždycky.
Jo. Teď tam jsem teda. Teď vidím tvůj screen jasně.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We believe that we have solved our technical difficulties, and now the conference continues with Martin Nietzsche's speech on phenomenology of sound environment.
Hello, my name is Martin Nietzsche. I'm from Prague, from the Institute of Philosophy. This is my presentation. I'm one of the organizers of this conference, and we are dealing with sonic thinking. And we want to challenge the primacy of visual in our culture. I want to focus mainly to the theme of sonic environments. I claim that we are not accustomed to understand our life environments as primarily the aural or the sonic ones. We can accept that sound, music, noises, and other sonic phenomena are very important for us. But the step further to understand our lived environment as a sonic environment, there's something missing. So I want to add some suggestions from the phenomenological topological perspective. One of the main claims of this talk is that the primacy of visual in our culture involves also a preference of a visually guided style of localizing, that we localize our sensations around us as if all of them were the visual ones. So even if we hear a sound, we are accustomed to localize it as something visual. So I want to inquire into this, asking what are the differences between visual and auditory styles of localizing sensations, and how different style of localizing sensations determine the nature of our lived environments, and consequently how we can understand our sonic environments more properly. I want to suggest a sonically guided style of localization. This is overview of my talk. Firstly, I will introduce my methodology, and then we will be engaged in a dialogue with Edmund Husserl, who is still at these points a very interesting figure, as I hope to prove in this talk. So, basics, concepts of my methodology, which is called transitive topological phenomenology. It's a model of phenomenology I have proposed in my recent book, which you can see on the display. The previous book, the one written in German, is more historical. I'm explaining how Heidegger and Merleau-Ponty defined what they called phenomenological topology. Then I'm applying it. Some basic principles of this methodology are these. Its methodical precedence of intertwining, the notion of intertwining borrowed from Merleau-Ponty, of course. I claim that in our experience, there is no original separation of inner and outer experiences. This is a claim made already by Husserl and then followed by the most of phenomenologists. It's a polemics against modern ontologies, Cartesianism, and other that start from a strict distinction between inner and outer. Phenomenology claims that no, even we can distinguish interiority and outeriority. We cannot start a philosophy from this distinction. We have to base our ontology on intertwining of inner and outer experiences. Then this model of phenomenology is interested in layers of experience, in, let's call it, horizontal intentionality more than in object-directed phenomenology. And then, of course, this model makes a spatial turn, claiming that localization, places, placements are the key features of our experience. The notion of relocalization captures the way how we localize not objects but ourselves. There's a natural tendency to localize ourselves at an ego point, at a spot which is centrally located inside us. And since I claim the methodical precedence of intertwining, I am putting this prefix "re", which suggests that we have always to transfer the ego point to the intertwining, that we always localize or relocalize us with the experience we have. And the localization and relocalizations are always interconnected. Now, let's start our dialogue with Husserl, section 20 of his work Think and Space. There will be 3 short steps with him. He precisely asks, what about the acoustic qualities? And explains in the quotation, which is on the right side of the slide, that in order to localize a sound, there must already be an object there, in order for a sound to be related to it. He distinguishes what he calls materia prima and materia secunda. Both terms are spatial ones. Materia prima is the corporeal expanse, of just the expanse of the space around us. And with the materia prima, there are acts of constitutions that fill this space up. So the claim that the object must be already there means that there is a form, a corporeal expanse filled with some primary qualities, and those qualities are not the acoustic ones. These are the visual ones mainly. And the acoustic qualities are appended. That's an interesting choice of word. Are appended to the already constituted object. Here, what we can understand as a very precise formulation of the primacy of visual says pretty much the same. there are determinations that create this materia prima that fill up spatial forms. These materializing determinations constitute the object, and they are visual because they are related to spatial forms. Form understood here as a shape, something which can be seen. So visuality creates the thing as a concretum, as something extended in space, as something material or firm in this sense. And to this concretum, other determinations, which are called the appended determinations, in German maybe more precisely die bloß anhängende Bestimmtheiten, they are appended to the thing, to the object as concretum. And as Husserl very nicely puts here, these appended determinations do not fill the space. It's not a proper filling of space. Their very nature, such as the nature of sound and noise, denies this idea of filling a space. So the primacy of visual here very clearly involves a primacy of visual localization. Of course, Husserl knows that a thing, an object, appears to us in many ways, not only visually, but also acoustically and so on. But, and that's the trick of this text, we localize the thing as a concretum primarily and predominantly visually, made appear as it wants. We localize it visually because visual localization is connected with spatial extension, and spatial extension is the essential characteristics of our environment. We could distinguish the Husserl goes on in the section 20. We can distinguish two ways of localizing sound. One is the appending way of localizing, that we append sound to the material object which is localized visually. And then there is the other way of localizing sound, more connected to hearing and less connected to the visual object. And Husserl, in this quotation, describes our problems with this, our inability to precisely describe the way how we perceive sound. We feel as if the sound migrates through the space, and as if it fills the space. We are, for example, in a concert hall, which is given to us visually, and we localize it visually as a container-like space, let's say it this way. And it feels like the sound fills this hall up as a fluid. It migrates through this space. But Husserl is very, very precise, and I think it's a genius remark from him. We cannot say that the sound fills up the space, because filling up the space is visual characteristics. We are here deceived by an image which is visual, as he explains here. It's the visual image of a fluid. And we speak only by analogy using the image of a fluid. The localization of sound as it migrates through space must be conceived of very differently. But how? That's the question. How to deal with the primacy of visual when we try to understand this very specific localization of sounds as we hear it. So that's a question. We cannot find any answer in Think in Space. Therefore, we have to move on. This is a short summary. The visually guided localization, which prevents us to fully understand the localization of sounds, is a spot-bound or point-like localization. And of course, real localization, because localization and real localization are intertwined. When we are guided visually, we localize even ourselves as a point, as a pole. We may speak about objective and subjective poles in this way of localizations. We prefer container-like spaces, container-like expanses of spaces. We experience environment as an environment of forms and shapes, as a visual environment. And that's a visually, culturally induced way how we experience our lived environment. But it's a big task to understand the localization of sounds more properly. So here, another dialogue with Husserl, now the section 40 from Ideas 2. It belongs to the part of Ideas 2 where he explains the constitution of psychic reality through the body. It's a very famous part of his work, therefore I'm using it. And I think we may find an answer to the difficult question how to understand localization of sounds as they are being heard. The text goes from double constitution of my body to a specific way of corporeal sensibility. Let's follow Husserl here on this. So the quote is famous. My body is firstly a physical thing. It's a matter which has its extension. Again, you see the connection of thing, matter, and extension as its spatial characteristics. And on this body, with all its qualities, I sense on it and in it other qualities such as warmth, coldness, sensations of touch. This has nothing to do with sound yet, but shows two let's say layers of our bodily constitutions, and the way of thinking goes exactly to the notion of layers. Husserl sees that the double constitutions of body involves not just two pieces of something connected together, but reveals a sensitive layer which is localized on my body and in my body as something just extended in space. So he explains the notion of a layer of a sensitive layer in more details. He gives an example of a hand with its field of sensation. Now he uses the notion of a field of sensation for this sensitive layer. This field of sensation is constantly co-apprehended state of sensation, which changes in consequence of external actions. So it's not only a sensitive layer on my extended hand, but it includes all the possibilities of movement, of being touched. All it's not the actual sensation, but the field of sensation. It's a sensitive layer, a sensitivity of my hand actually. And then Husserl theorizes the immersion of a new layer when a new stimulus, a sting, for example, a new touch occurs. And what's important, what is changed by the new stimulus, it's not something just local, but the field changes as a whole. The field receives localization, and not just the spot. So it's each new change receives a localization and receives the localization as an emergence of a new stratum, of a new layer. So the sensitive field, the sensitive layer of my body, which is a field of sensation, constantly changes and produces new layers of experience. Therefore, Husserl comes up further with the notion of, as I call it, sonic sensitivity, which he also names soul. He's not afraid to call this a soul. Body has a soul, or the soul has the body, as he says more precisely. So the body, which is constituted in a double way, has an essential capacity to be stimulated, and this capacity to be stimulated creates and constitutes all the layers of not only the body or the bodily existence, but, and this move is important, but it's the sensitivity to all the environment in which this body is in, through which it moves. So what I really emphasize in this reading of section 40 of Ideas 2 is that Husserl goes from double constitution of the body to a layer, to a sensitive layer, and then to a capacity to be stimulated within an environment. And here comes the sound into the play, I think, because this sensitive nature of our body is stimulated by sounds. We hear to the sounds, and now Husserl gives us a tool how to understand the localization of a sound that we hear. We don't need to localize it to the object that is already there, that is constituted visually. But we may localize it differently. We may localize it and place it to the layer of our experience, because we are sensitive towards sounds. So I call this sonically guided localization. There's difference from the visually guided localization. The visually guided localization appends the sound to the visually localized objects. The sonically guided localizations localized sounds within the layers of my experience, within the layers that are which have origin in the double constitution of my body, and with sensitification, is this a word, with an emergence of field of sensations which are sensitive layers of our experiencing. So this type of sonically guided localization creates sonic environments. As we may conclude, they are not spot bound. They grow from what is called the body-soul intertwining, the body sensitive layers, soul intertwining. We work with a different notion of space. Let's call it a topological space. It's not a space expanse that is filled with visual forms and shapes. It's a different type of dimensionality. It's not the dimensionality of determinates, but of layers. Yeah, I suggest to call this way of localizing a layering to emphasize the layering of our experience. That's my final slide. It's the conclusion. I think that sonic thinking, understood in a phenomenological perspective, offers a shift of perspectives towards a primacy of sonic. It's a step from localization of sounds to sonically guided localizations. I mean by this that we can localize not only sounds but also other sensations in this sonical way. I mean also visual experiences or visual perceptions can be localized by a sonically guided localization. The sonic sensitivity is a sensitivity for layering of our experience and of our lived environment. It's a sensitivity for emergence of new layers of our experience. And as it doesn't understand a human being as a subject, which is localized on an ego point, it's more sensitive towards ecology of non-ego-centered and, let's say this, non-human beings too. I use this picture of freediving just to suggest how we move through the sonic environment. I somehow like this picture of swimming through the sonic environments. It's different from how we relate to visually constituted environments. So I think sonic thinking is a very important way of thinking which can respond to the situation we lived in we experience now, such as climate change, for example. So that's my talk. Thank you very much for your attention, and I will welcome all of your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks to Martin for his phenomenological inquiry. I think a lot of important questions arise. The talk was about the connection of sound and space, about the layers of experience, about the primacy of the visual, and about the sonic sensitivity. So these all are, I guess, really interesting topics. And we have now short time for brief questions, but the main questions come after the second talk. So if you have something to add now, feel free to join. Okay, Jim?
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is something for the beginning, just maybe a short thing to isolate the question in a way. I think in phenomenology, it's quite often that we are confronted with the bad and its kind of echolocation. But as I understood you right, if I understood you right, you don't mean that the bad would hear other than in the first way you presented. Like, even though the bat locates through hearing and through sound, it's still the form of spatial and visual speciality. Yeah, so this is probably not the shift it is about, but the shift the shift Husserl offers, you told us about, seems to be the shift of overcoming a specific order of perception or specific way of relating to the world and its speciality, or yeah, and so that sonic thinking would be more of a new configuration of what with Husserl you called the sensory fields, like a new configuration of the sensory fields that is not limited to hearing or to yeah, the auditory sense or something like that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jimmy Gore. It's very precise. I was comparing my talk now with the previous talks and saw how much I put the emphasis on a change of perspective, on the metanoia, let's say it in this way. Then I really think that there are two alternatives. I call them visually guided localization and a sonically guided localization. And the sonically guided localization is a new way of thinking, new way of relating ourselves to environments. So yes, I very much liked your comment that phenomenology always has something bad which refuses and discusses with. That's It's a genius comment.
I meant the bat. Sorry, I meant the bat. The BAT. The animal.
Oh,
the animal.
I thought BAD. So, but even with D, it was a good comment. So, yeah, I think we could learn to be sensitive towards our environment in a different way when we are more sensitive to sounds and rhythms and resonances, when we somehow resonate with the environment. And I apologize that the talk was way too much Husserlian, but I think he offers us this interesting shift with the emergence of a layer of sensitivity, which is very bodily, and it's somehow makes this connection between tactility and oral experience. The oral experience is more rhythmic and less musical, more rhythmic and resonating and so on. So that's just my reaction.
Bernd, please.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Martin, for your talk. And what I found interesting is, so maybe I'm reading too much into that, but maybe the very concept of localization is already something odd here, because localization, as I understand it, is exactly a spatial concept, right? So in a way, maybe one could, I don't know, what one could add to that. And I'm a bit, I really like that idea of the sensitive layer, but coming from, again, the phenomenologics, so in terms of Deleuze, I would rather suggest that, because if you take that serious, then the topology that you're talking about is more some kind of, in terms of mathematical topology, it's one of the Möbius strip or one of the Klein bottle, one where basically you don't have one localized point, but every point in itself is already a chiasm, which if you think it to the end would mean there is no real distinction between the body and the space it is in, but it's one continuous fold, so to speak. And I think that would, for me, would make the difference. Then localization would be a localization of process, of processuality, which of course then is also at odds with the visual regime, because the visual regime, as you already said, localizes objects as stable shapes, even though that we know that basically our vision is simply too slow to see that every, what we think is a stable shape is moving every time. Yeah, so there's processes going on even in stable shapes. And I think that might be the kind of sonic perspective on that this is not so much related to objects, but to the processuality of what we call objects. I don't know if that makes sense, but then the idea of localization would somehow be at odds with the very concept you're talking about. And I don't know how one can find a kind of way around that.
Yes, thank you, Bernd. It makes perfectly sense. I follow you actually with the need to focus more on processes. Therefore, the notion I suggest, the localizing layering, is some kind of answer to your objection. I think the topological space, or the topological version of space, starts with places, of course, but not places understood as points, but places understood as relations and processes, even in mathematics. I think that the Möbius strip and the Klein bottle are not the best examples of the topological notion of space. What's more interesting, even from mathematics, is the notion of topological transformation, of the process that you can unfold something to make it bigger and then less. You know, the relations, that the topology of networks actually in IT and mathematics. So I think that doesn't forces us to understand localization as just fold in, and it's, I think that the notion of localizing layering is this is what Husserl meant, is actually somehow leads us to the notion of a stream. A stream, you mentioned it in your talk too, from Deleuze. It's the localizing layering is transforms our vision of environment into more processual, stream-like way. So.
If I may just directly comment, what I meant by that was basically that from, I don't know, maybe I don't really get into the depth of Husserl's thinking, but for me, layering would still imply that these layers are singular. And the topological idea of the Möbius strip would claim that these layers belong to each other. It's just basically a folding of inside and outside, and not putting like stacking things onto each other. But basically, it's that kind of shape of the Möbius strip, or fold, or chiasm, however you would call it, because that would insist on that inseparability of, for example, inside and outside, space and point in space, and these kind of things. But yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think that even in Husserl, the layers are multiple. And
okay.
Yeah, here's this notion of horizontality, and there are more and more horizons.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right that we need to Husserl must be overcome. But
yeah, no.
More. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. And I guess now it's time for another talk by Wojciech Vývarský from Prague, from the Charles faculty. So I am sharing it now.
Welcome to my presentation. I would like to introduce you somehow into the topic. Do you hear? Listen. Probably every one of us understands somehow this expression, or the expressions when someone is hearing the water boiling, or someone is listening, someone other talking. Every one of us understands these expressions. There is no problem. The problem begins when we try to explain somehow what does it mean to hear. What is it? Or how is it possible that we hear? Where does it originate from? Probably the usual explanation would be there is some source of sound. I clink on a glass. Then this source of sound, or this sound emerged, comes to my ears. From my ear, it goes to the mind, and then we hear a glass. The second explanation is similar. I call it scientific. It's more complicated, more innerly divided, but actually it has the same ground. So it could be like this. There's as well some source of sound. It makes vibrations of the air. The vibrations goes or touch my ear. So there's some impact on my ear. Then in the ear there happens transformation to the nerve signals. It goes into my brain, and then I have subjective experience of the sound of glass. It looks a little bit complicated. It is complicated, but actually there is under it lies the same scheme under both of these explanations. In the background, there is the scheme object and subject, that something objective, or in other words, something from the outer world goes into the subject, into the inner sphere, and it's subjectively experienced, the object. So this all looks pretty clear, and there's no problem in this. But actually, I see two problems in it, and I will show you. The first problem is right in the transition between the outer or the objective world, between the thing and the subjective experience, because where this transformation or the transition between the outer world and the subjective experience happen, and how is it possible that it happen? Is it possible because of the ear, which is actually the body? If it is so, then is the ear objective or is it subjective? It could be possible that it's because of the ear, but the ear is some mediator, or maybe it could be the brain. I don't know. But the problem remains it's the same. Is the ear objective or subjective, or where does it happen, this transformation? And then the previous problem maybe could be a little bit academical or speculative, but actually it's not, because then there is a second problem. We divide today, and both the science and we usually divide the world into two spheres in which we live, into the objective one and into the subjective. And it's pretty hard to make some transition between these, and I think we have problems with this. And what more, it makes it even more difficult, the claim of objectivity from the modern science. The claim means that the truth, or the modern science looks at it so that the truth lies in the objective, in the facts. The subject just somehow colors the objective, and what more, it shadows it. But then we live in a world where actually the science knows better than us what, for example, our hearing is about. We hear, but we hear somewhat subjectively, and the science know better what the hearing is, because it can inquire it, it can look at it through the objective sphere, objectively. And from this there happens alienation. We don't trust ourselves because we are only subjects, and as such we can't fully reach the world, the truth of things. I see one possibility of solution, or I found it in phenomenology, because actually I think the phenomenology, or at least the phenomenology of Martin Heidegger, but as well the phenomenology of Edmund Husserl, is kind of answer on this problem. Because what does it want? What the phenomenology wants? The maxim of the phenomenology, as we can read it, for example, in Being and Time from Martin Heidegger from 1927, but in other works of the phenomenologists. So the maxim is to the things themselves. What does it mean to the things themselves? Isn't this as well the claim of objectivity, because objectivity as well wants to inquire the things themselves, the pure things. But it's different, because the things themselves, in the perspective of phenomenology, they are things as they are originally given. And that's something different than objectivity, than the pure things, because the objectivity very typically happens in laboratories. So the thing is cut out from the natural context and it is inquired in or researched in laboratory. But the phenomenology wants to inquire how a thing gives itself originally. But this is no solipsistic theory of subject that would say that everything is relative, everything is subjective, that there is no truth at all. No, we must think it with the phenomenology of Martin Heidegger out of the scheme subject-object. We need to somehow get into this perspective. So who is the one who is listening? It's human, or as Martin Heidegger calls him, Dasein. It's complicated. What does it mean, Dasein? But let's say now that the translation would be just human existence. Dasein is human existence. It's not a pure subject, because to each Dasein there belongs a world. So something like pure subject without a world, it's for Heidegger actually absurd. It can't be, because every Dasein or every human existence has its world. It's originally and fundamentally always already in the world. So it's somehow reverse perspective from the object-subject scheme of the modern age. Just few words to what does it mean to being in the world. It means not be in the world, like for example, glass is in this room, it just occurs in this room. It is like it's one corporeal in another corporeal, but the human being in the world means that the human is dwells alongside the world, alongside the things. It lives in and by the world. It somehow takes participation in it. It is familiar with the world and with things in it. It's not indifferent to it. To the structure, being in the world, there belongs actually three other structures. Or this one structure, being in the world, is divided into three structures or moments, better to say. The first two are thrownness and understanding. That the thrownness means that the human existence is always already in the world, shortly, and the understanding means that the human existence always already somehow understands this being in the world, or this thrownness in the world. It's not indifferent to him, as I've said. Yeah, and to these two structures there belongs the discourse or talking, and basically it means the articulation of being in the world. So it somehow connects the previous two structures, the thrownness and the understanding. What does it mean, the articulation of being in the world? Shortly, making the world articulated, because the world is somehow experienced on one side, but on the other side, firstly experienced somehow indifferently, somewhat darkly. So discourse makes it articulated, understandable. And the discourse or the talking, we must understand in a wide sense. It's not talking. It's not the only talking in words. It's as well talking. For example, I have example here. When you periodically walk the same way, there emerge in some time a path, and I think this could be seen as talking or discoursing as well. But why am I talking actually about talking or discourse? That's because hearing is in connection, strong connection to talking. Hearing is actually a condition for discourse or for talking. So they are both essentially intertwined. There is no talking without listening, and vice versa. And what does it mean to hear for Heidegger? To hear, I will quote here one quotation. If we have not heard aright, it is not by accident that we say we have not understood. So we can see now that the hearing is somehow connected to the understanding. There is one condition for the hearing, and it is keeping silent. It does mean letting things or others be what or who they are. So we can explain the hearing or talking in this sense as a dialogue. Every time when someone is talking, there must be someone who is listening to him, and that means that he understands what the first one is talking about. And this is as well when there is only one person who is talking to himself, but he must actually be two. He must be one who is talking, but he must as well understand. It must be understandable, this talking, because it wouldn't be any talking without the understanding. So to articulate the world, we must be able to listen to things. So after what I've said, what do we really hear? The hearing is not primarily, as was said in the beginning, source of sound, then some vibrations in the air which are touching the ear, or there is some perceiving of the vibrations by the ear, and it somehow transforms into the experience. And finally, there is some subjective experience of, for example, a glass. This is objectification of hearing. I have here another quotation from Being in Time. What we first hear is never noises or complexes of sounds, but the creaking wagon, the motorcycle. We hear the column on the march, north wind, the woodpecker tapping, the fire crackling. So the hearing, in the perspective of Being in Time and the Heidegger, is primarily not at all the hearing of the acoustically hearing, but primarily as a condition for this acoustic hearing, it is hearing of things, hearing them as meaningful. For example, the north wind. When we hear a north wind, we hear some strong, frightening, cold wind coming. So hearing, to take everything together, is a manner of dwelling alongside the world, alongside things in the world. Things go somehow towards us. They address us, and we can say in this context they speak to us. And we can understand them if we can listen to them. But the condition for listening is that we keep ourselves silent. So this means that we let the things be what they are. Then we hear them. I have an example here. Wind. First, what do we do when we want to know about something, what it is? What is it today? We find it on the Wikipedia. So did I. And here is the first paragraph of it. I will quickly read it. Wind is the flow of gases on a large scale. On the surface of the Earth, wind consists of the bulk movement of air. In outer space, solar wind is the movement of gases or charged particles from the Sun through space, while planetary wind is the outgassing of light chemical elements from a planet's atmosphere into space. Winds are commonly classified by their spatial scale, their speed, the types of forces that cause them, the regions in which they occur, and their effect. Winds have various aspects: velocity, wind speed, the density of the gas involved, energy content or wind energy. The wind is also an important means of transportation for seeds and small birds. And I add here, I can read obviously the rest of the text, which is pretty long on Wikipedia, but I add only the table of contents of the rest. So the first chapter is causes, second measurement, then wind for scale, wind power, global climatology, local considerations, average wind speeds, shear usage, role in the natural world, related damage in outer space and on other planets. So what is the wind? And by the way, we can see here very well the connection between the usual and the scientific explanation, because on Wikipedia there is somehow given the scientific explanation, but it's for the usual use. So actually on Wikipedia, when we take it as it tells us what something is, we can see how it is connected. That this explanation what something is unusual as well as the scientific explanation. So what did we learn? We learn what can cause the wind, what can cause its emergence. We learn from what does it consist from. We learn that we can measure it. We can measure certain aspects, different aspects of it: speed, density, energy, and etc. We learned what can we use it for, and we maybe learned what can it cause. But this attitude, I think now, wants to grasp the object, for example the wind, tightly into hands, so we take possession of it. But to do it, it must convert it to something different than it is. So it is actually deaf to the thing itself. But how then can we encounter the wind as originally given? I have a few examples. There could be much more examples. It's uncountable. So, for example, on top of a mountain, when a blizzard is coming, hitting our face and making our walk difficult. Or when the north wind is coming while we are walking around some field in autumn, looking forward to have a cup of tea at home. Or when we are on a boat, the wind blows into the sails and It helps us to sail sea or lake, or just simply when we are sitting under a tree in summer, in hot summer, and we listen to the soft blowing in the tree crown. But then we might get closer to catch the wind. And what happens? We lose the wind. It flows through our fingers and we have nothing. It's gone. So conclusion from this. I see this effort to want to catch the wind, or more absurd, the north wind, as a metaphor for the scientific objectifying attitude. This attitude is deaf to the things as they are from themselves. It wants to take possession of them. It loses the things themselves. They become meaningless. The same as when we want to grab the wind, it's gone. And this is why the alienation, I think, between man and the world occurs. The things are losing its meaning. And so what is the hearing originally? I think much more closer to what the things originally are, or what the hearing originally is that the hearing is the hearing of things, not perceiving of some sound stimuli. To hear means to listen to the world and things in it speaking from themselves. But the condition for this is keeping silent, letting the things talk from themselves, let them be. Thank you for listening, and I'm looking forward to your questions and comments.
Okay. So we have heard two phenomenological researchers, the senior and the junior one. And I would start with a simple question. Is phenomenology as a method or as a methodology for sonic thinking obsolete? Or, of course, it poses interesting problems and questions, but from the methodological point of view, do we have a use for it still? So that's my kick out.
Was it a question to Wojciech or to both of us?
Both of you, probably.
Maybe we should hear first questions for Wojciech, if there are some specific questions. Because I have a question for Wojciech, and it's somehow connected to your question, if phenomenology is obsolete. I was comparing the two talks, and it occurred to me somehow that Heideggerian notion of a world is actually very weak compared to Husserl's, and it's mainly a world of praxis. You know, this famous example of things at the world by Heidegger is created by things at hand, which is very practical. The example of hammer is very famous. So if you claim, Wojciech, with Heidegger that we have to hear to the things, it somehow means that we hear to the things in a more practical way. So my question is simply if this is not still too visual. If I listen to a hammer, for example, do I listen to it, or do I listen to it in a more visual way that I listen to it as I see it, as a practical device. And the same goes with the wind, which is all the experiences you mentioned were very tactile. So was it about hearing the wind, or was it about tactily sensing the wind and then somehow translating it to oral experience? So that's my question for Wojciech.
Thank you for the question. Well, I think I don't say exactly what Heidegger would say. It's much more some combination of what Heidegger says and what I see it, or how I interpreted it from this. And then we must as well, I think, divide the Heidegger from around the 30s, and Heidegger and the later Heidegger. And yeah, that's true that in the Being and Time, it's this experience of being in the world is maybe too much oriented on the practical, in a certain sense, on the practical experience. Yes, but I think that the central point actually is in there the concept of the understanding, that originally, like we understand the things, but the understanding we must not to understand. We must understand it more widely, not just the logical or the rational understanding, but being in the world and being with the things, being by the things, and being alongside the things. So I think I don't see it too much connected to the practical experience. I think Heidegger as well abandoned it later, but actually I don't know too much about this. So I just try to use what he says in the Being and Time and somehow make some sense of it in the connection to the hearing. But the point was that the hearing, we can't say what the hearing is without the first experience with the hearing, or and that's that we are hearing some things actually. I don't know if it makes sense, sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Bernd.
Thank you, Wojciech. I also have one or two comments which go again into the kind of same direction that I was already arguing before. I don't know. It's again, so from Deleuze's perspective, what Heidegger does not go far enough is his concept of being, which if you take it to the end would again, on the one hand, first imply again, so being in the world, first of all, to me would imply a separation of being and world, because being in already is a different thing than a part of the world. Yeah, so that's already a kind of distancing here. And then of course, being and world, as Heidegger seemed to use it, already points at least a certain stability of both being and world, which is why Deleuze came up with the idea of becoming, which is of course something completely different, right? So it's not being that doesn't change, but it's something that changes every minute in relation and in correspondence with the world of which it is part. So the fundamental concept here is something else. And I think if we connect that to Martin's idea of the phenomenological topology, this is basically what is at stake here. So I think the topology of Heidegger is quite different still. I don't know if I'm wrong with that, because I'm not a Heidegger expert, but I think the topology here is still one of statics, of stability, of separation, of identity versus difference, all these kind of things. So I wonder if Heidegger goes far enough. And the other thing is, of course, again, that it's a kind of popular question, of course, in philosophy, if we really can understand the way or see things the way that they are. Because that already would also imply that there is that distance. On the other hand, there's a close connection to that. And I think the examples you gave go more to the point that a thing is not what it means, but what kind of relations it can get into. And so you gave all the examples of birds, of sailing, of walking. There's myriads other examples, but the way things are changes with every new assemblage or relation it enters into. And so I wonder what your take on that would be from your perspective. If you really mean by that there is a certain, I don't know, kernel of identity in the things, or if that is something that changes with every new conception or assemblage or relation it enters.
So the first about the being in the world, I think that I said in the presentation that there are two meanings of what does it mean to be in the world, like be in something. This rise Heidegger and the being in time, like a glass is in the room, and it's just like the occurrence of thing. It's one thing is next to other thing. Yeah, but they don't touch themselves, like they don't encounter, because there's no understanding from the one glass to what the other glass actually is. And so yeah, this shortly the first meaning of being in, and Heidegger's being in means like the dwelling in something, like be in contact or encounter the world in the lived experience. So yeah, I see it maybe. Yeah, it actually overcomes I think the distinction between the outer world and the inner world, and in here I see maybe some connection what Martin Nietzsche in the previous presentation said to the division on the visual experience and the sensual experience. Maybe the visual one tends to the objectification or to the distinction between the two spheres, the outer and the inner, and the sonical, like the more fluid, or if I understand it well, points more to the being in the world in the sense of the Dasein, to the lived experience. Yeah, I would say it like this. Yeah. So, is this the answer to your questions? Or
yeah,
did I understand it well?
I'm just not sure if the idea of dwelling goes far enough, because that seems to still be a separation, but a closer contact, but still separated. So at least the way I understand it. So I'm not sure if that maybe this is where one needs to go further than Heidegger.
Yeah,
go beyond
yeah,
that.
maybe you're right. Yeah. And yeah, then there was the second question, if we can read the things as they are, I think, if I understand it well. Yeah, this great philosophical question. I just wanted to say that
it's a top one question of
yeah. I just wanted to point at another maybe attitude to it than the objectifying attitude that which thinks of itself that it is the going to the things as they are, when they are like
cut it out of everything around them, but the point of phenomenology is the opposite, that the things are originally given in the world and we can't cut it out. And so that's from making it simple.
Okay, there is Jim. Jim has a question, raise hand. So please.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I had just a question towards encounter that I don't, or that I want to ask a question about, maybe also if we talk about phenomenology, that is not quite clear to me. What you mentioned, Wojtek, as the hearing, that we have to be silent to let the hurt happen, or something like that, let's say. I think there's also it's associated with the idea of experiencing the thing itself in the way you shaped it. But there is the question for me, because in your examples, this experience of the thing was shaped by our situative associations towards the thing. And what I would say is a project also aimed for here is getting out of subjectivity, or getting out of the way, Bernd, you made it very strong, getting out of what we expect from the things, or how we like directly react with our ideas and subjective associations to the thing, and impose our subjectivity to the thing, which would be not listening or not hearing, in your terms, maybe, Wojtek, I would say, not being silent and listen, or yeah, Bernd, what you described as the gap. So for me, like the encounter implies that there is something to be encountered. And for me, this something to be encountered has to be something other than our subjectivity, or our what we already know about or think about the things and we encounter. So this thing to encounter is the only way out of like the subjective circle, or out of what we impose to the things. Yeah, maybe this is a question. What is about this relation in your conception?
I think the answer on the problem of the object and subject, the gap between them is the being in the world, or the or the Heidegger's concept of being. And yeah, because the division to the object and subject leads to the leads to this gap between the object and the subject. And as I said in the presentation, there is the problem then to reach the world from the subject. It's a traditional problem, maybe philosophical, and I think that when we think it reverse from the being in the world, it doesn't lead to like any subjective philosophy. That's like when we think glass, like it's a glass, from the glassness of the glass, there is no more, I think, subject or object. If I tell it like understandable, not much. Yeah. And maybe when I'll try to explain as you said, the concept of let something to be, like keep myself, or keep self silent. It means to like not to speak too much loud, like let the beat to appear from itself. Yeah, like not to talk behind or instead of the things. Yeah, like not to project there myself into the thing. Yeah. So maybe I didn't understand well the question, but is it kind of answer or yeah?
So feel free to react or I would like to say two things. If what is interesting for me here, from the point of methodology of sonic thinking, when we were talking earlier about transdisciplinarity, so, what is the place of natural sciences in sonic thinking? When Wojciech was talking about science and description of sound and or wind. So because earlier we were talking about connection between philosophy and art and artistic research, and how does the science come to the picture. So that's one thing. And second thing is connected with Martin's stress on sonic sensitivity, which is for me strongly associated with passivity. Like that we just sit there and wait what happens to us and comes to us, but I guess that even hearing experience is also active. It's not just sensitivity, but it's also activity. From, for example, as was the case of the bat, it's active process of using hearing. Yeah.
Okay, so I step in. This question of yours relates to the first one. If phenomenology is obsolete now as a methodology of, let's say, sonic thinking, I think that phenomenology has a strong transformative potential that which is related with this sensitivity, which is, as you say, more passive, but it's a methodical passivity, which is more connected with listening, as Wojciech suggested. It's an intertwining of activity and passivity. It's a passive activity, that's true. But phenomenology in this framework of our conference is not the only method. Nobody claims it. I don't, Wojciech doesn't. And so that's my reaction. Science comes into the play too, of course, but there was the question in the morning if it's even possible to write books when we think sonically. Shouldn't we just play or do acoustic performances? From the phenomenological point of view, if you transform your thinking according to sounds and sonic experience, you can write books. Why not? And that's it. If you are too sensitive to activity and too sensitive to natural sciences, then you have this problem that you are somehow losing your ways of expression, your sensitivity, your way of writing books. Oh, that was a horrible answer. I apologize.
I don't know, but there's first Wojciech answers maybe to that.
I just wanted to answer to the passivity and activity. Maybe when I say that we should let the things to be, it can emerge it could sound like it's the passivity. Yeah, let something to be. But I think quite a good example is the dialogue. When we want to have a dialogue with someone, we need to listen to him. But this and to understand what he's talking about. Without this, it would be no dialogue. But this doesn't mean that we can't talk at all. We can't be active. So I think that's the same with the attitude I was describing between me and the world or the other things. That we let the things to be, but sometimes it could be different. The ways how can we reach it can be different. It can be the way that we just sit under a tree, but there can be a way like we are walking a path and we are creating some path and let the path be. Yeah. So I think that's not actually a question about activity and passivity, although it may sounds like this. But thank you for the question. Yeah.
Okay, so there was first reaction from Jim or from the German duo, and then from Bernd. So please.
Yeah, I think it was my, okay, yeah. This was just, I mean, I'm sorry, I missed quite a part of your discussion now because I had another meeting, but I was thinking about that point Bernd Herzog was mentioning at the very beginning, which was that moment when you're in front of an artwork and something happens, and this something is kind of, that I think you said it as a reaction to my where's the anesthetic moment, and you said that there probably is an anesthetic moment, but in the thing that, in the term that it kind of overwhelms you and it's kind of bigger than you, and you can't like put it in a box or in a category immediately. And I don't know, I had to think about the German word überwältigend, which can mean like overwhelming, and it can also mean like if you're kind of writing it wrong, then can mean it's overwhelming because the world is just coming over you. And I don't know, this was a little bit what I was missing in your comment, like when it's really only about sound, it's not about the world anymore. Like it's getting a little bit small, I feel.
It was to me or to?
I guess to both of you. I mean, I just like really came in 5 minutes ago and grabbed the last sentence. So I'm sorry.
The notion of overworlding you just brought in is a great one. Thank you. I think phenomenology has this great asset that it's a method of reductions. So somehow we fight this overburden with our phenomenological conceptions. That I think it somehow cannot happen. That it was seen in Wojciech's talk. I would say that the wind is always somehow mediated with the phenomenological lens. I don't know if this is right, Wojciech. What would you say?
Sorry, I don't hear you very well. Or Hannah, I didn't hear you very well. So could you please repeat the question once more, some like very short or?
Yeah, I try to do it short. Do you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just saying that Bernd Herzog was mentioning in the beginning this moment when you're in front of an artwork and it's kind of bigger than you and it's bigger than what you perceive from it. So you can't just put it into one of your boxes or one of your sensory boxes, boxes, that you have an experience of that something is somehow beyond your sensation of it. And I think what art can do is show us that moment. And I think what critique, on the other hand, can do is to kind of, when we put the things into the boxes, to say us that this is the wrong boxes, and to bring us back that moment, which is, I think, that it kind of a probably the task of art and philosophy or critique to kind of sustain this moment.
Okay, this reminds me of concept of Heidegger, or it's not his concept, but philosophical old concept that Heidegger says that everything what is to be appeared, or what should appear, or everything what is unconcealed needs some concealment, or needs something what is concealed. Every appearance needs something what is hidden. Yeah. So when we have something, or when we want from something to appear, we must have some things that hide or that are around the thing. Yeah, it's maybe like the concept which is used in psychology, I think, the concept of foreground and background. So maybe it's connected somehow to this sublime, that we feel somehow that what is hidden. Yeah, and yeah. I wanted to say something else more.
It's funny, I think that in phenomenology there is no conception of a sublime.
No, that's not. No. It's just how I understand the question.
I think that Hannah made a great point, that there is something missing in phenomenology, and that's the sublime. That we have all these reductions, and yeah.
Yeah, but it depends on what phenomenologist you are talking about, because, for example, there is I don't know, French phenomenology. There is Levinas, there is Jean-Luc Marion, and I guess you would find definitely the problem of sublimity or of overwhelming world, in them somehow, or in some other authors. Yeah, for me, the problem is really with Husserl and also with Heidegger, and with you said, Martin, that phenomenology has transformative potential, but is that transformative potential really still alive, or I don't know? It's still perspective of the subject and the reduction. The purpose of reduction is to clear out the space and let the subjectivity itself reveal. But there are other dimensions of our experience than subjectivity. And after the phenomenology, we don't need to, I don't know, to take this perspective.
It's just a methodical perspective. It's a key to something, but as a phenomenologist, I should be sensitive, and I think that the time's already out, and we should soon go
later. So, but we are already at the end of the discussion. We need some break now, because there is a last section which contains three talks. So maybe some concluding remarks, and we will have short break and then continue. So if that's it, so let's meet in I don't know, 7 minutes or something like that. 6, okay, in 10 minutes, time for coffee and cigarette, and then we will continue with Matthew McGinity's talk. Okay, so that's it for now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to our last section, which is entitled Technology Immersive Experience. And I'm happy to invite, to welcome our first speaker, Matthew McGinnity from Immersive Experience Lab from the Technical University in Dresden. He's speaking, it's not pre-recorded, he's speaking live. So Matthew, welcome, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you very much. Let me try and share my screen. Check. We are all good. How is that, guys? You see an image? Do you hear me? Yeah? All right, good. Okay, first of all, thank you very much to Martin for inviting me today. I'm actually only 1 hour away from Usti nad Labem, so it's a bit of a pity that we couldn't come and really meet each other in person, but hopefully in the future. The focus of my talk today is immersive media, which is the focus of our research in our lab. We're a newly established lab in the informatic faculty. And our research concerns both the perceptual foundations and the applications, as well as the aesthetics of immersion. And we try to do this from two different directions. We perform empirical studies, while in parallel, we explore many of the same phenomena and questions through the creation of artworks. And I won't today discuss particular artworks, but I will, at the end, share with you a link, a video link to an artwork I've made in the past to give you an idea of the kind of things we do. Okay, my talk today will concern certain aspects of the subjective experience of sonic immersion, and then I will make, hopefully, obvious connections with phenomenology. I won't, however, draw so many explicit connections between the texts of specific philosophers, but rather approach it from the perspective of researchers in virtual reality, okay, which is a very different world, and the word phenomenology seldom arises in our world. But I think the connections are obvious and strong, and this is what I hope for you to draw, to find these connections with your own work. So we should begin by defining exactly what we mean by immersion. Now, in our lab, on the most broad level, we define immersion as the experience of something remote or fictional that in some way resembles the experience we would have were these things real and present. Okay, now it's important to stress from the outset that with this framing, we're not speaking only about representations of the real world, not at all. This definition permits equally completely fictional worlds or variations of our world, or past or present or futures, it doesn't matter. It only demands that my experience approaches in some way. Let's see if I can minimize my Zoom video to get it out of the way, my text. How do I do that? I gotta put it here. It demands only that my experience approaches in some way the experience I would have were the things real and present. Okay. Now, for our purposes, this is still a rather too broad conception of immersion, for it surely encompasses elements of all manner of representations, including literature and poetry, spoken word, cinema, theatre, so on. So let's be more exclusive. Indeed, our focus lies in a specific subset of these experiences, which we refer to as perceptual immersion or perceptual mimesis, which we duly define as experiences in which we enjoy a perceptual experience of something remote or fictional that in some way resembles the perceptual experience we would have were these things real and present. Now, this more specific form of immersion now excludes the kinds of experiences you have when you're reading, for example. Literature, if it aspires to mimesis at all, is forever constrained to the non-perceptual end of immersion. That is, although the words may evoke lifelike experience, at no point are the written words red apple perceptually indistinguishable from a red apple. Okay. Now, there's naturally a continuum between perceptual immersion and non-perceptual immersion, but by definition, virtual reality lies purely at the perceptual end of the spectrum. Okay, this is the definition we give it. In our lab, we have come to adopt precisely this as our working definition, as mediated perceptual experience that approaches in some way the perceptual experience we would have were it real. So far, so easy. Now, a couple of quick observations. The first to note is that this definition of VR does not tie us to any particular technology or interface. It only dictates that we enjoy perceptual relationships with virtual things that resemble those we would have were they real. Okay, so I'm not talking about head-mounted displays or anything like this. I'm talking about a perceptual relationship. Second, it accommodates the concept of perceptual metameres, different physical stimuli that are nonetheless perceived as identical. Metameres allow a dramatic simplification of the stimuli needed for perceptual immersion. And for this, they're fundamental to the project of virtual reality. Rather than recreate the innumerable light rays filling a room, we need only recreate those that ultimately strike the eye. Or rather than recreate the sound field of a room, we need only recreate the sound waves that excite the eardrum. And thanks to the trichromatic physiology of the human eye, we can invoke the perceptual experience of any complex spectra with just 3 fixed wavelengths. So when presenting the virtual, we have no obligation to recreate the same physical stimuli, although this is one approach. It's the brute force approach. Okay, the third to note is that the foundational premise underlying virtual reality is that if we perceive representations in a similar manner as we would were they real and present, then an experience of them as real and present will follow. From lifelike perception comes lifelike experience. Or to put it another way, the technical pursuit of virtual reality today is largely preoccupied with the kinds of experiences where this statement holds true. The kinds of experience where the primacy of perception holds sway and where the experiences are by and large the same for all people. It is particularly concerned with the kinds of experiences that can be invoked purely with perceptual stimuli instantaneously. Okay, so you can put the head-mounted display on, it works instantaneously. You do not need time to transition, right? You can take it off and instantaneously it is off. This is the key to what we study in PR today. Now, of course, there will be a whole class of experiences where this is not true, where you need perceptual and cognitive priming. You might need particular backstories, personal story traits, or anything like this, and a whole class of experiences to be discovered. But by and large, the technical pursuit of VR today is about these instantaneous experiences where the perceptual stimuli is enough in itself. Okay. Now, this is, however, it may sound restrictive, but it is no small class of experience, right? This has been perhaps the biggest discovery with virtual reality, is that you can put on a head-mounted display, you can give the right stimuli, and instantaneously you are somewhere, you are physically, spatially somewhere else. And perhaps one of the biggest shocks is that the human perceptual system can handle this, that we can handle teleportation without skipping a beat. This is quite a discovery. Okay. But these are the kinds of things that concern us today, these instantaneous, purely perceptually driven experiences. Okay, the fourth thing to note about this definition, I don't know if there's a beep, is someone sending me a message? It might be important. Let me check the chat. No, it's something else. Okay, sorry for the interruption. Four, conceptually speaking, virtual reality is very simple. Okay, we need only recreate the kinds of perceptual relationships we enjoy in the real world. That's all we have to do. In this respect, we encounter none of the mysteries or miracles that confront us when we try to understand the journey from words to experience, or the journey from images to experience, or the journey from music to experience. This is far more mysterious and complex. The journey from virtual reality to experience is straightforward. We are simply replicating your same perceptual relationship that that you enjoy in the real world. Okay? So conceptually, it's simple. Technically, however, it's hard, right? To recreate the physical stimuli that would arise were we truly there is difficult, right? To recreate all the rays of light, sound waves, heat, wind, vibrations, forces, it's simply not feasible. The complexity of the real world far exceeds our current powers, our mimetic powers. So we need to take shortcuts and cut corners. We need to make gross simplifications and approximations. In particular, we need to concentrate our energies on replicating only certain aspects of the world, or certain aspects of our being in the world, or aspects of our experience of the world. We need to concentrate primarily to the aspects of experience that are somehow more salient to whatever it is we wish to represent. Which brings us to the most ambiguous but the most important part of my definition, which is the words "in some way," right? I say in some way it resembles the perceptual experience. So the key observation here is that there are surely an uncountable number of ways that your perceptual experience could be similar to the one you would have were it real. Okay? So for example, today, virtual reality is primarily identified or indeed synonymous with the concept of spatial presence, right? The sense of being there, which is the experience of three-dimensional space and structure and of being in it. And this arises from a very particular sensory motor relationship with the field of light, right? And it's very well understood now. We know exactly what we have to do to invoke this experience. And when we provide this very specific sensory motor relationship with an artificial light field, the same experience of space and structure unfolds. But this is only one aspect of experience. And over the last decades of VR research, researchers have started to identify various other ways that your experience might approach the one you would have were it real. And these categories are the ones that are typically discussed in VR, okay? These are the names. And these themselves can start to be broken down, okay? So there's no real end to how fine a way you can break up experience. I mean, this is what it is. We're parceling experience into different things, and there's no end to the way we could do it. But the most important observation that we've got from virtual reality is that a virtual world can be experienced with a certain phenomenal realness in some respect, while simultaneously presenting as unreal in others. Okay, this is also very curious. So, for example, in a contemporary head-mounted display, I typically have a very strong sense of spatial structure, but none of the other of these things. Like, it's quite possible. So we can anticipate, so this is one important observation, that you can have separability between these things. And this is largely what this list is. It's a charting of what can be separated, perhaps by different perceptual cues, or perhaps because we have different powers of introspection. It's probably both, okay? Now there's an important one. I'm not sure if you can see my mouse, but on the bottom left, response as if real. Behavioral, emotional, epistemic, mnemonic. So this is a very important feature that's kind of hidden down the bottom, but it's a big part of VR. But we're finding that even with the simplest stimuli, people will respond and behave as if things were real. This is a very important thing. Okay. So what I want to get across here is that in a way, the VR community has been performing a rather crude kind of phenomenological breakdown of experience, but from a very different point of view, which is what are the, with the different stimuli that we're able to recreate, what are the different aspects of experience that we can invoke, yeah? And this is what has happened over the last decades. And most of the time this research is done not resorting to phenomenological methods. They will use behavioral measures, physiological measures. They rely a lot on very simple questionnaires, yeah? But for kind of an expert phenomenological analysis, which is something I'll talk about later, is something that has been up until now completely lacking, right? which is for me quite striking. And I've never really quite heard a satisfying answer as to why that is. Now, one of the questions that I want to talk about today, and I hope I don't run out of time, is to what degree these particular dimensions of experience that we've identified are sonic phenomena, right? And it's fun to read them and think about them in terms of sound, because they were primarily developed with vision in mind. VR has been dominated by vision for a long time. Now, for many, it's clear various elements of social presence, for example, right? So social presence is the term given to the feeling of being with another mind or another intelligence or being observed. These are very easily and profoundly triggered by sonic cues. Okay, so breathing, footsteps are such cues that enjoy an almost hardwired triggering of the experience of being with another. And this is something we find in the lab. Further, when sonic events or objects are delivered immersively, this is key, when they're delivered immersively, and I'll explain a little bit more about how we do that, they are not perceived as sounds, but rather as the events or objects themselves. And we've talked about this a little bit today. And sound events or objects carry with them aspects of presence, causality, agency, continuity. These things come, and it's very rare that a sound occurs in your immediate vicinity that is not caused by something, and you directly perceive and you experience it as the cause. So actually, almost all sonic cues we give people in the lab almost always invoke some form of social presence, because there was something is causing this. Yeah. Now, others are less obvious, and this is kind of touched at in the last talk. For example, is ready-at-handedness also a sonic phenomenon? Right? I'm curious about this. I don't know. I want to try and get to the bottom of this. Or even more abstract is, we have this thing in VR called embodiment, where we can give you the visual illusion of embodying something, someone else's body, it can be quite strange, right? And we know exactly what sensory motor cues to give you this illusion. But what about sonic embodiment, which would be to possess ownership and agency over some kind of alien sonic representation of the self? This is the kind of thing we're quite interested in. And then there's the question that comes with all this is, for those that do have obvious sonic parallels, to what degree are these experiences, we could say, amodal, right? Which is to say, given that vision, touch, smell, and hearing can all trigger a sense of being with someone, right? What is common to all these when we do experience this? Are there underlying, mechanisms or resulting experience that is common to them? Or is the being with that I have sonically quite a different animal to the being with I have visually? Right? Something I don't have an answer for today. Okay. So something I always tell my students, sorry, I don't know why this slide is in, it's meaningless to talk about a general sense of immersion, right? In most cases. You can only talk about a specific, you can say, okay, this particular experience had a certain sense of three-dimensional space and structure, but anyone who says it was an immersive experience is leaving out the details, okay, of what was similar between the perceptual experience. We must always specify the way that something is immersive, the way that the experience approaches the real, okay? Okay, so now we go on to the second part. Hopefully going good for time. So we're kind of, in our lab, we're interested in these kinds of questions. What kinds of fictional worlds can be experienced as if, what kinds of worlds can be experienced as if real and present, right? So not all worlds can. We know this because any collection of stimuli, right, can be considered a faithful and accurate representation of some fictional world that happens to look like that. And we know that not all collection of stimuli give rise to all those different aspects of experience, of realness and presence. So therefore, there are fictional worlds that do not give rise to this. We know this. the question is, where is this dictated? Are these constraints innate or learned? Are they really deep down low in our low-level perceptual system? Yeah? Or can we adapt to things? This is one of the questions we're interested in. And in order to answer that, we have to really understand the ways that something can be perceived as if real and present. Now, to do this, we run experiments in VR and AR, and very often we use audio. We use sonic augmented or virtual reality for a primary reason. And it's with sound, we're able to present virtual stimuli that under certain specific conditions are truly perceptually indistinguishable from reality. Okay, so we can do perfect augmented reality where you simply cannot tell. We can't do that with vision. This is a mile away. It's simply not possible. Okay, but with audio, we can, under certain conditions, do this. So this provides us a very rich methodology to do direct comparisons, to change things, to play with things, and to understand what happens. And one of the simplest ways we do this, it's extremely simple, is what we call in situ binaural audio. We take a microphone like my friend here, all right? He's a microphone with artificial ears. You can't really see, I need to turn the light on. It's got dark. And you make a recording. I will turn the light on, excuse me. And then you play the recording, you listen to the recording in precisely the location it was made. This is it. Anyone can do this. You need the special microphone, but that's it. Now we got this idea, I got this idea from the artists Janet Cardiff and George Burris Miller. I saw an artwork in 2013 where they do precisely this. They make a video where you walk through the world. They recorded a video in a place with the microphone, and then you watch the video in precisely the place it was made. And you align you take your phone and you align the movements of the camera with the movements of you follow the camera like this, okay? And you can find the video online. It was one of the most immersive experiences I've ever had. So what happens is there are times where you simply cannot tell what is recorded and what is not. Okay? This is where I got the idea from. And we're able to replicate this in the lab. So the essential question here, well, the first question is why is it work so well? Why does something so simple work so well? Now, if I were to play you a recording, even if I was to play you a binaural recording from this microphone now over Zoom, you would not have that experience. You would not feel this thing. And binaural recordings capture some of the spatial information, but this is not what it's really is missing. What's coming here is the high degree of immersion arises, or it's better explained in terms of perceptual congruence and incongruence. In short, many of the aspects of perceptual experience that might together contribute towards a sense of phenomenal realness or here-ness, etc., are dependent on a certain perceptual agreement between both within a sense, within individual senses, and between sense modalities. Okay, so this is how Hume wrote it in his treatise, and he understood precisely this. It was the coherence of our perceptions that gives the game away. Over here, I would change the word inference to say that we directly perceive coherence and incongruence, and we perceive incongruence as in a certain way, right? Which I'll come to. So our perceptual systems don't pick up signals, we know this, but rather they pick up the relationships between signals. They pick up the constancy and change, the invariance and the variations, to paraphrase Gibson, right? So to be clear, for the most part here, I'm talking about very low level early perception, right? We're talking about the spatio-temporal coherence of the smallest elements of your perceptual system, okay? And the most critical is time. Time is the unifying factor. Your perceptual system is grounded in time. And any temporal inconsistencies are typically catastrophic for the kinds of perceptual binding and sensory fusion required. And this is incidentally why VR, virtual reality, did not arrive until the age of the computer. Not because we couldn't create images that match our momentary view of a virtual world. We were doing this from Brunelleschi, we were doing trompe-l'oeil a long time ago. Now, what was missing is we couldn't create the images fast enough. You need to measure the position of the eye and create the image within 5 milliseconds. This is the limit, right? 10 milliseconds, maybe. Today, our head-mounted displays work 2 to 3 milliseconds. The shorter it is, if you go beyond that, the disparity between your ego motion, your efferent copy, or your proprioception, the disparity between that and the reafference, what you're seeing, becomes too great. And you simply do not fuse them, and you do not, and the whole illusion of a spatial structure and a world collapses. Okay? So this is what's running here. Okay, so when these relationships between different stimuli don't follow certain perceptual rules, and the relationships cannot be predicted by some kind of hypothesis, if you prefer a predictive processing model, then certain aspects of experience are destroyed. Right? For some particular incongruence, percepts become removed from the here and now. This is what we're kind of observing. So you introduce incongruence and you get a removal from the here and now. The experience of incongruence is a removal from the here and now, a distancing. They become remote, as in an image, right? So an image, which I'll talk about, but an image is the prototypical perceptual conflict, right? And it's the experience of an image is that the thing in it is not here. Right? Now, I can talk more about that if we have time. For other incongruence, here-ness might actually survive, right? But yet the phenomena in question takes on an unrealness, an unreal quality. They lose their claims to realness. They lose the quality of phenomenal realness that we have in the real world. And this is unrealness. Albert Michotte spoke about this being some quality of things. But they might also lose some other quality, tangibility, ready-at-handedness, causality, agency, all these things, right, could be lost by particular incongruence. And there's interesting analysis of people, first-person accounts who suffer from a sudden deafness. They might have they lose their hearing suddenly. And they talk about a certain derealization of the world and a sudden removal of presence, right, from suddenly this incongruence, okay, which is interesting. Okay, now the important observation, and Martin, you may have to stop me if I run out of time, I'd be ashamed, but anyway, normally in the real world, perceptual conflicts are rare. They're very rare. But in media, they are pervasive. All media forms, right, can be analyzed, if not defined, in terms of the perceptual conflicts and congruence they instill, right? An image, for example, is defined by the conflict of pictorial cues, hinting at the size and the depth and the structure of a scene, and the two-dimensional cues of the image plane itself. To simultaneously see these conflicting cues is the quintessential essence of what it is to see an image. Right? But after infancy, there are not many times in your life you actually encounter truly novel perceptual relationships, except in mediated experience. Right? So with typical sound reproduction media like television, cinema, your iPhone, something like this, all the spatial and acoustic cues are incongruent, all of them, all of them. There is nothing like the sonic image that is like an experience of something being there, right? Barely anything, except maybe the frequency spectra are similar, okay? And the temporal structure is similar. It is a perceptual relationship that is nothing like listening in the real world. And this is somehow forgotten. The distance between the two things. This should always be kept in mind. In the same way that a photograph captures none of your active sensor motory perceptual relationship with the field of light, sound played from a loudspeaker captures none of your active sensory motor perceptual relationship with the field of sound. None. Right? However, in the case of the in situ binaural recording, we've managed to remove these conflicts. We have complete agreement. Okay. What I might do then, quickly, because we'll run out of time. So we do these experiments, and then we set up little Turing tests, and then we introduce incongruence, and we study a couple of things. Namely, what is the phenomenal character of these perceptual incongruences? How do we experience it? Now, it's an interesting note with sound. While it's perfect for recreating reality, it has an added problem, right? Our conscious access to it is less than vision, it seems, right? So when someone, for example, if you ask someone, if someone turns on the television or the radio in your house, you're typically immediately aware that what you're hearing is a recording or a transmission, right? It's not often that you say, oh, is there a big band playing in the living room? Or is there an elephant in the living room? It's not often you think that, right? You are immediately aware that it is it's an elephant on a television you can hear from the other room, right? But if you ask people how they knew, a typical reply would be simply, it sounds like a recording, or it sounds like a transmission. It sounds like a mediation. But what does a recording or a mediation sound like? A recording or mediation doesn't sound like anything. I mean, the key thing is that it can sound like anything, right? So what does it mean to say that it sounds like a mediation, right? So my suggestion is that recordings or transmissions or mediations in all forms, except for the kinds where you intentionally try not to, are little bundles of internally coherent perceptual cues that simultaneously grossly conflict with their context. And this is what it means to say it sounds like a mediation. That it is simply grossly conflicting with everything else. Okay. How are we going for time? Time up, okay. Then I will just say one thing. We do have a little, I will finish. I wanted to say, I will say that, returning her. Okay, I just want to note that virtual reality, the technical pursuit is this without incongruence, okay? But aesthetically speaking, I mean, I would say one way of looking at the history of art itself is the aesthetic application of perceptual incongruence, because it's liberating, right? To suppress certain ways of experience allows you to experience things that you simply couldn't, right? And a very obvious example is that in virtual reality, a close-up, an extreme close-up, is not possible. It either means that you're this close to someone or they're a giant. But the kind of, which one is it, right? With cinema, you neither, when you look at an image, you do not say, oh, I'm this close to Willem Dafoe now, or Willem Dafoe is suddenly 10 meters wide. It's neither. You're enjoying something completely different. And it's only because you don't have spatial presence, and it's only because you don't have social presence, and without a sense of being in and being with, without affordances, without a sense of agency, and without calls to action, that you're able to enjoy cinema. It would be impossible to watch an emotionally distressing scene, or an act of violence, or even sexual intimacy, if you had any of those things. If you felt you were there, what would you do? Just sit there and enjoy it? Cinema is the art of being without these things. It is the exploration of what is possible without these things. It's the very fabric of cinema, right? And I would, yeah, that's basically how I can finish it. I would have a little thing to say that this all equally applies to music. I think it's interesting. And I'll leave it with just a question hanging, which is, why has a spatial music not developed? Right? Technically, it's been possible for 100 years. There are no technical hurdles. But time and time again, we have shunned the idea of making music with spatial presence. And I think there's there's a point to it. There's a reason to it. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew.
Yeah. I'm sorry if I went too long.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you very much for this rich talk. We have now some time for direct reactions, comments, questions. So please go ahead.
Ivan, please. You have to unmute yourself. Microphone, yeah.
Sorry about that. Okay, so I'm just sorry that you couldn't go on because I was absolutely riveted. But I was wondering about, you were talking about embodiment and about these different aspects that were significant in this feeling of perceptual immersion. And you mentioned embodiment, and you mentioned sonic experience in this context of embodiment. And I was thinking, to what extent it seems to me that a key aspect to this sense of immersion is the sense in which you mentioned the time factor, and that if there's any time lag beyond whatever it was, 10 milliseconds, then you lose that sense of immersion. And it seems that another thing that seems to me to be essential is a sense of agency, which means that the feedback that you get from the perceptual environment and the feed forward, I guess you'd call it the efferent, experience, that they have to be somehow connected, that there has to be a correlation not only between feedback, between the images that you see or between the things that you hear, but also what you yourself do in the world as an embodied being. And it occurred to me that when you're in a situation where you need to concentrate, I don't know, I'm not a hunter and I've never hunted, but it seems to me that if I were to hunt, if I were sitting there and if I were trying if I had to shoot an animal and I had to make sure that I was quiet, I would have to be completely still. And part of that would be that if I make any noise by moving around, that's going to interfere with what I'm doing. But also another thing is that there also, if I swallow, that makes a noise that I occlude, but it's still there. And I wonder if there's any way to reproduce that kind of, sounds that we produce by acting in the world.
That's the question. So with the embodiment, the visual analog is that we show visual perception, which you ascribe, then you have these different kinds of experience over it, which can be, they've kind of identified them as separable, a sense of ownership. So you see something and you might say, this is me, this is mine, and then a sense of agency, and they can be slightly separated. And I'm not aware of really any work on the sonic thing because it's not so straightforward, right? Because I don't have ownership over sounds. If I make a sound, I can have a sense of agency, but I don't perceive any aspect of the sound as being mine. So that's one thing, right? The sounds that I do have ownership over are the ones you mentioned, the swallowing, and I think the primal one has got to be the voice, right? So the voice would be the one to study. I think the goal is, can I give you an artificial voice and you still have the experience of it being your own? That would be an example of sonic embodiment, I guess. As to how to do that, I'm not sure, because so much of these kinds of sounds are interoception, so internally sensed and not purely externally sensed, which makes it harder, right? I would have to feel my voice. I guess you could do something along the lines of, you would have to ask someone to say something in synchronization and then remove the actual sound and replace it with another sound.
Would it be possible to replicate somehow a space and what sound would do that you produce depending on where you are in the space?
Yeah, I mean, so there's the sound of you being an agent in the world, and that we can do. But that becomes a little bit separate from the concept of embodiment. So I become an agent, but it's not. I don't have an embodiment over any of these sounds. Maybe footsteps would be another thing to try. I mean, but again, there's a certain, the parallel between vision and sound is different. There's a slight disconnect there, if that helps.
Jimmy Gore raised his hand.
Tamai raised Ichen Wang. Yeah, hello. Hi, Matthew. Hi, everyone. Yeah, I have a question because maybe a bit more technical, given I'm from CS background and I work in AR stuff. I think my question is, like, based on my experience working in AR, I found like even the idea is really good and it's about our perception. We hope we can provide people a different experience. But from technology perspective, it's not that ideal, if you know what I mean about the sort of the kind of what the devices that we have in AR and VR. And that is sort of why conduct the experiment with the people. And they told me like, oh, there are lots of disruption or something. It's just the side effect of such stuff. And I wondered like how, like, do you have any perspectives in how we control such the uncertainties between the theory and the practice? Does it make sense?
I'll try to. I hope I understand correctly. The this concept of seeing things in terms of perceptual incongruence, even within the VR community, is not that. It's not that well accepted. I mean, it's accepted, but it just doesn't come to the forefront as much. And I try to get it more to students. A good example is someone will be creating a virtual world, right? And they're with sounds and textures and images. And there is a tendency to think the more I put in, the better this will be in some way, the more immersive it will be. Right? And I try to demonstrate that actually, no, what your job is to minimize perceptual incongruence. Okay? And very often introducing more stimuli, more things may actually not be doing that. Right? And this is clear in the case of so many VR things. That actually you think that by putting these funny textures, or a sound is a really good one, right? So often, because sound is so difficult to hear, people think, okay, I put in these recordings of things that I think are going to enhance my sense of immersion, right? But unless the low-level congruence is there, they just actually point more towards that it's artificial more than anything. So just adding stimuli is never blindly will never work. If maybe this somehow addresses what you mean. Minimizing the incongruence, however, right? So a silent room, a white room, right, may be more immersive if you can do it well. But actually, that's quite hard. Okay.
Yeah, thanks. I think we interrupt the discussion now to hear the other talk, but there will be plenty of time to discuss the topic after all three talks. So don't forget your comments, don't forget your questions. Now, Yichen Bang's talk is pre-recorded, so we just play it and then come back.
Hello everyone, I'm Yichen Wang at the Australian National University. I'm here to present my ongoing research work, Sonic Sculptural Staircase. A brief introduction about myself. I'm currently a postgraduate student from the Research School of Computer Science. My research interests include creative or artistic applications in augmented reality system, and I'm also interested in philosophy. I would like to see how we can combine the philosophy with computer science research together. So in this project, my aim is to build a sonic experience in AR in this staircase that you can see from the background picture. In other words, I like to see what kinds and how specific features that AR can implement and its impact on our perceptual feelings between the virtual reality and the real world. in the surrounding. So specifically, I developed an aggregated sonic, tactile, and visual experience in AR. Ideally, I hope this sonic experience could let people get more engaged while they walking up this staircase compared to their normal experiences in daily life. So first, I like to talk about some existing works embedding sonic elements in music computing research, the concept and the progress of AR, and the motivation of my work. So in recent years, more and more sound artworks and applications are emerged to investigate how the concept of sonic can be interpreted and used to convey information or communication through the support of technology. Here are several examples that I like to introduce, which are really special. So the first one is the Sonic City, the urban environment as a musical interface. They designed a mobile auditory system that enables users to create electronic music in real time by walking through the public space. Sonic concept in this artistic work is implemented by using users' action while walking around with the environment sound about the physical place together. So I think their work is quite cool. It shows us a creativity of how we can combine our daily life behaviors with the urban environment around us together. Another one is See Me, Feel Me, Touch Me, Hear Me, trajectories and interpretation in a sculpture garden. So they crafted a trajectory through sculptures that users could directly view or move or even touch the sculpture while working with the accompanying music. So by providing such auditory complements, it seems like the users, the visitors, can actually get more engaged and have a better understanding of the sculpture that sometimes challenge. Another more recent one using the novel head-mounted AR system is from our CCC lab at NU, the sonic sculpture Listening to Listening, which provides an interactive sonic landscape to engage with a public sculpture through two different interaction schemes. So on the left side, you can see the interaction A, the UI mixer, so which three different sounds adjusted and mixed through adjusting the sliders through the UI mixer interface. Another design, which is the interaction B, is locative audio. So it uses the user's location around the sculpture to mix the three different sounds. So that means the visitors can actively mix the sound by walking around the sculpture, and in that way, a more personalized locative sonic experience is achieved in this work. So from our work, we concluded that the locative interaction scheme, which is the second one, appears to be a more convincing listening experience compared to just the singular UI mixer interaction scheme. Here, I like to present a short demo of our work. So from above works, we saw that how the concept of sonic can be implemented and interpreted through the support of technology. It ranges from just basic spatial auditory rendering to interactive visual environment for just augmenting the experience of the surrounding. Such attempts of blending the digital and real world information that incorporate the real world features results in a concept of sonic interaction in this community. So it mainly discusses whether the uses of sound can be active, more emotionally engaging, and embodied. So following this idea, I'd start to think about whether the augmented reality technology can realize the sonic interaction which described above, because given the AR can provide a integrated visual and audio augmentation together at the same time. In addition, a new AR device, which is the HoloLens 2, is launched by Microsoft last December. They offered a new feature called the instinctual interaction. So that means like when you touch, grabs, or move virtual objects in the mixed reality, it makes you feel like it's interacting with a real world object. So it seems like with such support from the AR technology, the more active, embodied, and more emotionally engaging sonic interaction seems to be possible. So lays the foundation of my work. So I aimed to create and evaluate a rewarding experience in AR in a sculptural staircase as a case study. I specifically designed to put the sonic, visual, and tactile augmentations together in this experience, and hopefully this is far more perceptually effective. So my research question is thus formalized to how can sonic interaction design in head-mounted AR support people in understanding and exploring views of sculptural staircase to discover, interpret, and acquire insight and knowledge. We specialize it to investigate ways in how sound can be used to convey information, meaning, and aesthetic or emotional qualities in interactive AR context. So in order to approach my research question, my work is thus split into 3 steps. So first, I adopted the grounded theory, which is the qualitative research method, having interviews with the art professionals in order to get basic knowledge about sculpture making or sculptural experience. In that way, I could thus know how to shape the design of my sonic experience development for that specific staircase, with the aim of augmenting the people's experience. And the last step is to conduct a formal user study to evaluate such sonic experience implemented. So here, I'd like to share the key insights from my interviews with the art professionals regarding building a sonic experience in this specific sculptural staircase. So several key insights are: first, sculptors create sculptures with a purpose. Second, sculptors love audiences to physically interact with their work. Third, sculptors like the idea of using AR to unfold another layer of information to their work. What is more, they also suggest, like, if I'm going to design a sonic experience in AR, I should think about how to wisely use the space around the sculpture, and the experience should be different from the one that people could just normally have without the AR equipment. So based on the analysis from my interview with the art professionals, I thus shaped the goal of my sonic experience for the staircase as such. This is a high-level goal. So my goal is to implement a sonic experience which allow audiences to explore the space around sculptural staircase with tactile interaction, and with the aim of providing a different visiting experience. And there is another sub-goal, which is hopefully my sonic sculptural staircase experience could provide or uncover the story behind this building and the staircase. So here are the concrete features that I designed based on the general overall sonic experience goal that I explained before. So as you can see, there are 10 concrete features. I gave them different names from 1 to 10. So ideally, the sonic experience should start from here. So the first one is welcome to the sonic world, and people will keep going up the stairs, and there are some interactions happen in the platform, and after that people could keep going upstairs, some interactions happen here, and then here will be the last interaction, and then they can but they can come back and keep just try the interaction that they tried before again. So I like to emphasize here that so the design of these 10 features, they don't people don't have to necessarily follow the order when they are when they are in such experience, because I also would like to see how people actually naturally intuitively reacted to these different 10 sonic interactions. Or what is more, in addition, so you may notice that there are different colors for these icons. There are black ones or white ones. So the black ones means the intentional ones, intentional interactions. The white means the unintentional interactions. So the philosophy behind the 10 features I designed and implemented in a sonic experience, which we've seen in the last page, comes from Men's 3 perspective, which is sonic, tactile, and visual. Given I mentioned before that I aimed to build an aggregated sonic, tactile, visual experience, I will explain one by one. So the first one is sonic. So that means the sound that I used in my sonic experience are specifically collected with some information. It actually denotes some meaning, like it reveals some meaning behind the building and the staircase. So for example, so we have a coffee machine in the building, and I noticed that people usually would use the staircase, walk up the staircase to grab a cup of coffee for break. So another one is the keyboard sound. So because the building where this staircase locates is the Faculty of Computer Science and Mathematical Science Institute in NU. So there are lots of computer science, researchers working in this building, and I just every day I hear lots of keyboard sound, and I think it's really cool. Another one is the chalkboard sound. Given mathematicians are also in this building, and we have just the chalkboards everywhere in this building. I often see mathematicians just do the math proofing in front of the chalkboard. So recorded the chalkboard sound, the chalk sound while they were working. Yeah. So the second perspective is tactile interactions. So the tactile interactions is actually split to intentional and unintentional one that I mentioned briefly before. So let me use examples to explain these two concepts. If you see the picture here on the left side, so this is when people, in the sonic experience, when people walk up the stairs will be highlighted visually in AR. This interaction happened like automatically without our sort of conscious. This is called unintentional interactions. Well, another one is called intention. So that means I provide some visual virtual objects there. For example, a coffee cup here. When people see the virtual coffee cup, they would notice like, oh, it may be there is an interaction happen here, and thus, so the user will come and actively try to engage with these interaction. So in my design, this is called intentional interactions. The last perspective, the visual. So visual just means the visual elements are used in my sonic experience as an assistance for prompting people's interaction, like both from both these two different interactions, we can notice that both have some visual feedback to actually encourage them, motivate them to interact in this sonic experience. I also like to emphasize here that these three perspectives are not mutually exclusive while designing the features. They can be mixture of either two or three or one perspectives. So here is the table showing how each feature match the three perspectives I mentioned before. For example, first one is welcome to the sonic world. It will provide a sound, which is sonic. It's a swapping card sound that I recorded in the building with intentional interactions which I achieved by providing a huge button so that people will see a virtual button, and they will come in front of the button. I try to interact with it. Another one maybe like the number 10. It is just playing a going back sound. It doesn't have any visual element. It's only just when we reach up the end of the staircase, and we'll just know that this is finished, and we'll just go back. So next, I like to provide a demo of the sonic experience that I developed. Let's have a quick summary about my work so far. What I found especially interesting or surprised me is I feel the AR acts as a medium that could aggregate our perceptual feelings in a very confined situation. So, for example, when I was holding the virtual coffee cup, I have the tactile interaction. I'm holding the cup, and at the same time, it is playing some sound just next to my ear. So it is a really maximize the feeling. And at the same time, I also have the visual feedback. And it's so interesting in a sense that this is not the real coffee cup, but I'm treating it as like a real coffee cup. Which I didn't thought this could be achieved in AR by the support of AR. So my next step is to conduct the formal study of these sonic experience and to see others' perspective about such experience. Hopefully, I could run a small-scale in-person study given the global pandemic situation. At the end, I would like to say thank you first to the Methodologies of Sonic Thinking program for having me give a talk about Sonic from CS perspective. I also like to say thank you to my supervisors, Henry, Charles, and Matt. Thanks, Claire from the Research School of Philosophy, giving me tips while preparing for this talk, and also the CSIR or Data 61 in Australia offer me the actual AR devices that could make my sonic experience actually happen.
Okay, so finally we have reached the practical part of conference with two great presentations concerning virtual reality. We will have the discussion now after these two. After this, we have reached the practical part of after these two presentations, and after the discussion, we will play the last one by Ivan Gutierrez, but he can't be present because he has some other things to do. So we will have discussion now for these two presentations.
So we take questions for Yichen first.
Hi, Yichen. That was I liked that very much.
Thank you.
A quick technical question. How do you capture the sounds? How do you record the sounds that you then play back? So for example, the sound of the rain or the coffee machine.
Oh yeah, I just used the normal recording devices and recorded and save it, and then I just sort of put it in in the Unity while attach the sound file to the AR stuff. Yeah,
I can really recommend grab yourself a pair of binaural microphones, the ones that go in your ears. Microphones, you can get them very cheap, and then try recording the sounds in the very place. And it's funny because staircases are just perfect for this. And the reason they're perfect is you can't see people coming necessarily, but the sound of their presence is extremely, you know, because when you're walking a staircase, you have to clip, clap, 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 clap thing. And you have the strongest sonic presence of other people when you're on the staircase. And you can, we had a lot of fun experimenting with staircases. You really try this.
Yeah. And also, sorry, I forgot to say, so if you guys remember the sound played when I walked up the staircase, that is real-time sort of, not real-time generated, but generated through the script that we wrote by using programming, the C# stuff. Yeah, that is sort of electronic music. Yeah. And thanks for your advice.
You know what time it is? Yichen is in Canberra. You know what time it is there?
It's 3 a.m., 3:30 a.m. in Australia, summertime.
Okay. Yeah. Bernd, please.
Yeah. Thanks for the talks. I have to admit, I don't know if this comes from a kind of weird perspective, but first of all, I wonder if there really can be a kind of, let's say, parallel or transition, for example, being immersed in a sound piece or sound art piece and in virtual reality. I think these are somehow different things, because I think both of you, in my understanding, stressed, and Matthew in particular, that all the cues, the visual and acoustic cues, basically are meant to fabricate a kind of experience which is quite close to as if it were real. And I wonder if there's also, sorry?
Not meant to, they can.
Okay.
They should.
Yeah, right. But I mean, like you use the binaurals to create that kind of aural space that it would have as if it were in the real world, things like that. So I wonder if there's another way of talking about immersion that basically works by, I don't remember the term that you had. So this kind of discorrelation or discoherence, or what was that?
Congruence.
Yeah, right. Which focuses more on that, because I think if you think about it again from a kind of philosophical, maybe even phenomenological perspective, then there can be at least two versions of immersion. One immersion where basically you enter and you are, so basically in parallel to the two concepts of recognition and encounter that I mentioned. One immersion basically is you enter in there, you are totally affirmed in your, let's say, stability of your individuality or whatever. You see things that you know. So basically it's a kind of, even in a virtual realm, a kind of confirmation of what you already know. And then there's a immersion where you enter and you come out differently, which would basically have to do with being immersed by things that maybe don't add up really, that don't create that sense of coherence. And I wonder if I don't know, on the one thing, what virtual reality specialists would say to that, and on the other hand, how that might relate to the experience of, for example, being immersed in a kind of, I don't know, drone piece or sound piece that basically also works by immersion, but doesn't have these, let's say, reality effect cues.
So Yichen, could I?
Yeah, go ahead.
So this, the complications arise with the idea that the word immersion is a policy, right? So it's used for many different things. Okay, so when you say you're immersed in a sound piece, a drum piece, right? It has nothing to do with the definition of immersion that I offered.
Right.
Completely different. You just happen to be, so actually in virtual reality, we stopped to use the term because it gets too complicated. All the cinema guys turn up and say, oh yeah, but we're immersed in cinema. And the text guys turn up and say, yeah, but we're immersed in books. And we say, well, no, we have a very precise definition. That's why I call it perceptual immersion, okay? And I precisely define it so there can be no gray area, right? So these are very different. And I don't use the term that I'm immersed in a drum piece. I'm engaged in a drum piece. I may have all kinds of relationships with the drum piece, but for me, I don't use the term immersed because I've chosen to use it for something else. Okay, that's my choice. the second part of your comment is, all experience alters us, right? All experience, whether it's an immersive experience or not. So the point I think I was trying to make at the very end of my talk was to suggest that there was the aesthetic power of incongruence is clear, right? The aesthetic power of incongruence is clear in the history of art. The history of art is, for me, the exploration of perceptual incongruence, right? Of what is possible when you don't have the same perceptual relationships. Yeah, and it will be the same going forward. No one in VR claims that as an art form, it has to be some perfect we don't claim that, but we can at least define something. And then what will happen, I expect, over the next 100 years, there will be certain sweet spots where there's a certain kind of incongruence, a certain kind of experience where you get some and not the rest, that somehow really fills a spot. The same way cinema really seemed to hit a spot. Right? Now, it's important to note at the beginning of cinema, the very first thing they tried to do was build virtual reality with this, the big panoramas and everything. And the very good explanation for why this did not persist was not technical in any way. By 1900, they had full surround sound, full color surround panoramic cinema, right? It wasn't a technical, it's they discovered there was something much more powerful when you don't have the whole picture, right? And this was, what comes from it. And hence the history of the last 100 years of the moving image. Right? And I think what will happen as VR goes forward, we haven't found it yet. It's still very uncomfortable. It's really almost impossible to enjoy at the moment. But sometime in the future, they will find a nice correlation of experience of what you get and what you don't, and it will somehow become a new platform, I think. That would be my expectation. Currently, it's very unpleasant. The kinds of perceptual experiences it gives you today just fill you with anxiety. It's very, very interesting to study from phenomenological sensory review. It's overwhelming anxiety to be in one of these things today because of the kind of alien relationships it gives you with things.
Okay, questions from Jim and Hannah, please.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much for your talks. And I think mainly I want to take serious the question, Matthew, you raised in the end of your talk, why after we have these techniques for 100 years in sound also, why is there so less composition that really engages spatiality of sound? And I think I experienced some examples of that. And I think I don't know what technically is in fact possible, because I had very good illusionary experiences with headphones, as you said, also with the ear microphones, 330-degree microphones, that they could really project sound to a landscape and project very, very realistically sounds on that landscape. The other with speakers, the other experience, not with headphones, but speakers, were less good in their illusionary function. So I think we should talk about that. What are the possibilities in sound to spatially compose? But on the other hand, I want to give back the question a little. And you already said that there's not. That you don't have great examples, and I found it striking that the best example you told us was a perfect reproduction, let's say, of a train station. If I think about virtual reality, I think, oh, cool, we can create everything, and what we create then is a train station. We already know, kind of that is perfectly replicated. And in your terms, perfectly congruent to our experience. It's an experience that is perfectly congruent. And I thought of maybe there's a potential also in the incongruence, or I think this could be like artistically interesting, maybe talking about virtual reality to go beyond the expectable and not reproduce our experience, but engage in new forms of experience and sensory modes.
So that's, I can address the last bit first. It's important to distinguish between perceptual incoherence and cognitive incongruence, okay? So I'm talking about, for the most of my talk, I'm talking about very low level perceptual incongruence, which is, does the color striking, the wavelength striking one cone agree in some sense with the wavelength striking the neighboring cones, right? Very low level perceptual cues that you're not even aware of, okay? On a higher level is perceptual, cognitive incongruence, which will be a flying elephant, okay? Now, what's wonderful about VR is what we're discovering is your cognitive incongruence matters almost nothing. Your beliefs about the world matter almost nothing. Right? This is fantastic. Right? So I put people on the walking plank, they're over the landscape. It's how I show them this is all unreal. Look at it, there's a flying elephant. Nothing here is real. They cannot step off the plank, right? They cannot step off the ledge over the thing because everything is perception. 90% of it is perception. And this is the striking discovery, right? I mean, we've come up with a system that allows us to really study this idea of, well, how much comes from your cognition, how much comes from your beliefs about the world, and how much is just low-level perception, right? Well, here's the proof. I can put this thing on and you will not step off the thing, no matter how much you believe, right? I've done it a dozen times. I still can't step off, right? So in terms of aesthetics, we can, like I said, we can create any fictional world, right? We can create all kinds of fictional worlds, but there will be certain things dictated by a perceptual system as to what will pass in some way as whether it's here-ness. Now, whether or not you believe elephants can fly is not what I mean by phenomenal realness, right? That's epistemic. That's your epistemic understanding of elephants fly or elephants don't fly, right? No, I'm talking about the perceptual experience of this thing being here, right? Or the perceptual experience of realness. I can, no, I won't. I'll try and bring up an image, but it'll take too long. So they're two different things. Now they're fun when you bring them together, right? So we do things with the sound where, you know, we perceptually prime people, cognitively prime them. We put a glass of water behind, we show them cues behind them, and then you see what effect it has on their subsequent perception. And of course, it helps enormously. If you hear suddenly a glass smash behind you and you knew there was a glass there, then there's all kinds of things. But if you hear a door open behind you and you know there's no door there, what happens? What does this do to your perception? This is the kind of thing we're interested in. And it turns out that your beliefs have little effect, right? You kind of take things in as they come, right? Which is interesting. Now, the first part of the question was about spatial music. I think I want to be clear here. I'm not talking about technical limitations. We have the technology to make sounds move in space, to create sound fields that feel as if you're in them. Okay. I think what we're talking about here with music is more about what music is. And it's, for me, I think something to do with the release of hearing without having to attend to the spatial presence of something, right? If I did have these things, if I did sit in the room with 5 musicians playing, okay, I'm going to be behaving in a very different way than if I just simply have the sound of the music around me, okay? Or if I feel things are coming into my peripersonal space, my proximity, right? This activates all kinds of things in me, right? Activates all kinds of, must I act? Must I do? Must I grab? All kinds of things. The liberation that music is hearing sonic objects without their presence, physical presence. I think that's the key understanding here. And the same goes also for cinema and these things. To enjoy things with only half the picture. So with music, with sound, we get to have all the richness of certain kinds of fidelities, but be liberated from having to attend to them as if they're here. Yeah, I think that would be my guess why spatial music has not developed, I would say. And of course, there are wonderful examples of spatial art forms, spatial music, but it's given that no one listens to spatial music in the house, even though it could technically have been done for 100 years. It has to be explained, right?
Yichen, would you like to react to Jim's question somehow?
My jsme vypnutí, nejsme. Okay, if I may have a question for both of you. The attempt of virtual reality to resemble perceptual reality is interesting. But what if we think about it from the other direction? I mean, how does virtual reality influence or relate to our perceptual reality? How does it change it? I mean, we are living in more and more mediated world. We are becoming somehow shades on screens. So, and I'm a little bit, I don't know, I'm even scared when I see these things, what Yichen showed us. What will come to our communications? How will it change our way of being? Because every technology influences how we are and changes our situation. So how do you see this? What do you think about this? Yeah.
Yichen, do you have
Yeah, or maybe my answer to this first. So I think there is a difference first between AR and VR. So my AR stuff is sort of the augmentation of the reality. So we do stuff, virtual stuff on top of the reality. While the VR is provide you, like Matthew mentioned before, a perceptual immersion, which is perhaps like totally different from the reality. It's a sort of an illusion. I think from AR's perspective, it's I think this is a good question, and I think that is the reason why I'm sort of trying to do an interdisciplinary study between technology and philosophy or social arts, because we can really do something and try to like manipulate people's mind. But that is what the ethic issue we have will be introduced. Yeah, so I think that the problem is, I think my research is to think about how we can sort of better using the technology for to help people. So the philosophy behind my research, this AR staircase, is I want people to have a different, long-lasting, better experience while walking up the staircase compared to their normal experience walking up the staircase. When they listen to this different sound, it will remind them the memories they had for this building, not just the normal working experience, but rather like there are lots of different creativities around us, and which is rewarding. And yeah, I hope I answered your question. I'm not sure.
I mean, I can add to Yichen. I mean, the augmented reality, I think, taken to its conceptual endpoint, is a technology that potentially undermines the collective agreement of a shared reality. Right? This is what it fundamentally does. right? Then we have everyone can see what they want. Everyone will see a variation of the world, and hear a variation of the world. And whenever you say this, the first reaction is, well, isn't it already a little bit like that, right? We all, depending on your political persuasion, for example, if you see someone begging on the street, you see something different, right? Or the things you choose to look at, right? So yes, a little bit, it highlights this, that we all live in our own versions, our own interpretations of the world. But it goes a little bit further, and which is, it undermines the long, I think very long project, which is to establish the illusion that there is a single reality, right? Whether or not, I'm not talking on a really, I think part of the basis of a society is somehow agreeing to agree on at least a more or less the single case of reality, right? We will have one set of textbooks, we will have one set of scientific facts, we'll have some discussion, but more or less the project for thousands of years has been towards this. So now we're suddenly inventing a technology that splinters everything. It's essentially like saying, it's the same as this. It's a book that is mass produced, but for everyone who opens it, it has a different text. And when you can think of it like that, what would that, if that had been Gutenberg's just invention in the mid 500 years ago, what difference would that have made to the European project, as opposed to a book that everyone all over Europe could open and had the same text? This is removing. So we always had the space to interpret text differently, but you couldn't dispute the very wording of the text itself, right? This you could say the King James version of the Bible, and you can still refer to it. It's, so this is throwing away that idea that even the very facts of reality are going to be the same. Now, we already live a little bit in a world like that online. And even right now, I can't be sure that you guys are seeing the same images I'm seeing. Yeah, we agree to agree, but actually I might be talking to a completely different set of people that you're talking to, and we would never, I don't know, right?
Yeah, I understand, but the question for me is not if there's one version of reality, one single reality for everyone, or if there is some consensus on what reality is, but the question is, how does technology changes our way of relating to it? It's of course it's matter of fact that there is not a single reality even without technology, but each technology makes really I think essential changes in how we not only perceive it, but how we are and who we are. And I wonder if you see to the future and imagine that virtual reality becomes part of our daily lives, so what will happen? What will happen? Is it just that we can, that there can be also negative aspects, for example, of it? So, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, there's already a little bit of blindness in this, that we use virtual reality has already quite a lot of success in therapy, psychotherapy. You can treat phobias with it. Okay, you can show people virtual spiders, virtual heights, and it works. Proven efficacy. Now you can't have that and argue at the same time that a VR game doesn't change you. Either this thing can impact you or it can't impact you, but you can't have both, right? And we have proof that it does. There's no doubt. And the kinds of things, but I would have to say here, the kinds of things that we've enjoyed through cinema will not be possible in VR, my feeling. I don't think the kinds of violence and distress and extreme things that you can have with the distance of cinema are going to be possible in VR. And if they are, then it's only through training. It's only through training and exposure that you could do this, which, yeah.
If I'm allowed to just say one more thing, because given I've been thinking a lot about, studying computer science and wondered what we are doing. And it seems like from the criticism received is the programmers, we implement some stuff without knowing the impact of it. And yeah, and I think, but then I start to, and I feel like the research or the technology, whatever this area is, we are trying to make tools for people, for the society that can better assist us. I just feel like, personally speaking, if we still are adhere to this kind of goal, then it won't be just the negative effect, like we discussed before regarding the VR or AR.
Thank you both. Thank both of you. Are there any other comments or questions?
Just one thing that I've been thinking about because of your question, what will change with VR? I'm thinking about an essay, and it's a shame that I forgot the name of the guy, because it's like the German Pope of media theory. Bernd, help me. It's an essay about how television changed the way we see the world. With the Lorenz Engel. Thank you, Lorenz Engel. Because it made an impact on what we were able to imagine. I cannot really summarize it very well, I'm sorry. But in a way, I think that would be an interesting thought experiment to think that to the end, if television has changed the way that we think about our own existence, because it changes the way we see this world, because we are able to see it from a distance. He used the example of the moon landing, that for the first time we had this image of the blue planet, and how this played out in cultural theory and yeah, on a society level. Yeah, I mean, I'm just rambling on, but that would be something I think that would be very interesting if you have this step further. It's not only television, it's Netflix and so on and so forth, and then it's virtual reality and augmented reality, and how does it change the way we think about matter and our relations to matter, to this world. Maybe something like this could be an interesting line of flight.
I think in time the changes will be, yes, indeed profound, but I think it's probably almost impossible to predict them, right? Could you have predicted the way television would unfold from the beginning, or its impact? I don't know. I mean, yeah. I have to say that the focus of our lab is not so much on inventing virtual reality. We use it. We use it to explore human perception and human cognition, and we use it to understand better ourselves. And for this, it's wonderful.
Yeah, thanks to both of you. I very like the idea of HR. It goes very well with my phenomenology of layers of experience. I'm very happy I would be very happy to include some augmented reality layers. Now we have a last talk, which is pre-recorded, so we play it, and then when it finishes, we gather together for some concluding words. So enjoy.
If you are still present, of course.
Ivan Gutierrez.
If we think of a soundscape as a habitat where different animal species coexist, having adapted to use a variety of frequencies and textures and available sound channels, a healthy acoustic soundscape might be thought of as a well-balanced orchestra, with the full range of frequency bands filled by the sounds made by the animals living in it, enabling them to communicate and attend to their needs most effectively. Our experience of human soundscapes, however, is mediated in many ways by technology. Planes, trains, and automobiles, along with jackhammers, lawnmowers, and loudspeakers, produce noise not found in natural environments. Sounds are recorded, split apart, put back together in countless ways, transmitted over wires, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, and the internet, and amplified by loudspeakers, or mainlined into our heads with headphones. Although thinking of our technological soundscapes in terms of well-balanced acoustic ecospheres might be illuminating in some respects, for a full picture we need to consider not only the ways our technological environments constitute our auditory experience, but also the ways we constitute our auditory experience by means of technology. This latter form of constitution underwent a profound transformation in the late 19th century with the advent of the telephone and the photograph, which broke the causal bonds that had previously held together the auditory and visual dimensions, splitting a previously unified horizon in two, and thereby making possible new contexts of experience. Let's turn then to the central philosophical idea I'll be using to analyze those new contexts of experience, the horizon. Broadly speaking, a context of experience is a horizon. Each of the many dimensions of experience, sensory, motor, temporal, and historical, cultural, for example, described in the phenomenological tradition, has its own horizon. The sensory motor horizon, particularly relevant for our purposes, comprises the ensemble of expectations surrounding the perceptual features of intentional objects and the range of embodied projects I can undertake with them. In Thing in Space, Lectures of 1907, Edmund Husserl distinguishes between the inner and outer horizons of such objects. The inner horizon includes the expectations we have relative to the objects themselves, the hidden facets that are potentially available to sensory apprehension or motor interaction, like the underside of the laptop whose screen I'm looking at. The outer horizon, by contrast, comprises the things given in the actual sensory motor background, but not the current focus of attention. In an essay titled Reply to Ramden Romluk, Hubert Dreyfus puts Husserl's distinction between inner and outer horizons to work in an intriguing new way that will be relevant to our purposes. Dreyfus considers the tasks we engage in as we pursue our different life projects in terms of inner and outer horizons. When we're absorbed in the task of putting a CD into a CD player, for example, its inner horizon comprises a range of subtasks like taking the CD out of its jewel case, walking over to the CD player, pressing the on button, etc. The task's outer horizon comprises the other situations we can potentially be called on to attend to. If my phone rings, for example, the task of putting on the CD is interrupted as I'm summoned to attend to the task of answering the phone, which then absorbs me into its own inner task horizon. More on this later. Now, the objects of experience may be present to more than one sense, each with its own field of sensibility bound by its own horizon. When those fields overlap, they're synthesized in sensory experience. When they don't, there's a surplus. In a mute object, for example, there's a surplus of sight over sound. Conversely, when a sound is heard in pitch darkness, there's a surplus of sound over sight. There's a distinction to be made, however, between a horizon, which determines the necessary context within which phenomenal appearances appear, and a background. Husserl uses the terms Hintergrund or Hof. That remains, in a sense, arbitrary. So, for example, I might be humming a melody in my shower or on a platform in a train station. The necessary horizon of the melody is constituted by the auditory neurological system laid down in my infancy, my familiarity with the melodic, harmonic, and rhythmic conventions of the music of the country I was born in, as well as my memories of what I've just hummed and my knowledge of what comes next. The shower and the train station, as outer horizons or backgrounds, might surround the melody and even modify its sense, but without the horizontal structure, there would be no auditory appearances at all. Having clarified some of the ways horizons constitute experience, we're ready now to sound out and perhaps illuminate the particularities of technologically mediated auditory experience. The impact of the phonograph, which allowed sound to be recorded, and the telephone, which allowed sound to be transmitted, both invented at about the same time, 1876, 1877, has typically been interpreted as the breaking of a bond that had previously tied sound to a moment in time and a point in space. Thus, sounds had usually been considered something like the shadows of the objects that caused them, so to speak. The sound of clapping was cast, so to speak, by hands coming together, much as the shadow of a gnomon would be cast on a sundial. The phonograph and the telephone broke the bond of causality, giving sounds an unheard of autonomy. And what was the phenomenological impact of the broken causal bond between sound and environment? Well, first, the inner horizon of sound was unanchored from its usual outer horizon, that is, from the causal background it had been embedded in. So, when a person put a telephone receiver to her ear, the inner horizon of the speaking voice was separated from the usual visual and embodied context. Now, the outer horizon, the background, became the parlor in which she was holding the receiver, bathed in noon light from a bay window, for example. She could reach out and touch the vase on the table in front of her as she listened to the voice coming to her from the receiver, but she would no longer be able to reach out and receive a cup of coffee from her interlocutor. Something similar happened in the case of the phonograph. Sound was untethered not only from its usual spatial context, but from its usual temporal context as well. I wouldn't be able to reach out and receive a cup of coffee from the person whose voice I was listening to because the voice was coming out of the past. Recorded sound made it possible to recombine the phenomena that appeared in the auditory inner horizon by situating it in new outer horizons, or backgrounds. When the first people heard Edison's disembodied voice reciting "Mary Had a Little Lamb," their eyes absented themselves from the visual environment, their attention directed inward. In silent films, the auditory field, at first the arbitrary background soundscape in the spaces where the films were shown, became ripe for occupation. First, there were the pianos that provided a sonorous background to the images flickering past on the cinema screen. Note here that although the piano music was not connected to the on-screen visual images in the typical causal manner, it did not constitute a merely arbitrary background either. Here we have not simply images in a visual horizon against an arbitrary auditory background, but images in an inner visual horizon alongside sounds in their own inner auditory horizon. We have two parallel, split horizons. Soon after live piano music accompanying silent film screenings, recorded dialogues and Foley-produced sounds reinserted a reconstituted causality, joining images and sounds once again. Moving lips on the screen corresponded to the voice heard in the cinema in the typical causal way. But this partial causal reconstitution would now coexist with the new possibilities made possible by split visual and auditory horizons. Non-diegetic sound, that is, sound not originating in the world depicted on the screen, could then give the moving images a new sense, what film editor and sound designer Walter Murch described as the cinematic stereo experience. Quote, "The tension produced by the metaphoric distance between sounds and image serves somewhat the same purpose as the perceptual tension generated by the similar but slightly different images sent by our two eyes to the brain. The brain, not content with this close duality, adds its own purely mental version of three-dimensionality to the two flat images, uniting them into a single image with depth added." End quote. This new depth, would usher in a new universe of cinematic signification and creativity. A significant asymmetry becomes apparent here, however. In a feature film or a radio play, recorded sound can be controlled by a production studio to make the soundtrack. By contrast, the visual environments of the listener can't be controlled by radio studios or record labels. This was significant in the context of the advent of another set of forces that rushed in to occupy the unclaimed auditory real estate that appeared with the causal loosening brought on by the phonograph and the radio, namely commercial and political interests. By associating a catchy jingle with a product, when a TV or radio commercial was over, the association would live on in sticky echoes reactivated when the product reappeared in experience. When I saw the toothpaste among other brands on the supermarket shelf, for example. Similarly, by associating catchy anthemic music to propaganda, political programs could be instilled in the minds of radio listeners or cinema-goers. These possibilities would usher in new universes of signification for both advertising and politics. As these things were taking place, a transformation was beginning in the auditory world. The Industrial Revolution had unleashed a chain of developments from trains to cars, from the telephone to radio and television, which had begun to dissolve the long-standing perimeters of community, once defined in Europe by the bell tower. Nevertheless, when radio and television came along, they still articulated time and gathered communities of listeners and viewers around them by means of regular programming and the jingles that were associated with particular programs and station IDs. The internet, however, has shattered these physically dispersed but coherent communities into myriads of splintered groupings. The computers and other devices we connect to the internet with changed our experience in a fundamental way. We're no longer passive viewers or listeners. We're now able to interact with our devices and see and hear what we want. We've begun to take control of our own individual acoustic territories more and more to curate our individual auditory spheres. Today, we isolate ourselves by creating personalized sound spaces using our cars, headphones, televisions, and the computers or mobile phones we use to connect to the internet. In this context, smartphones, which we constantly have on hand, are becoming something like extensions of our embodied minds. They're deeply embedded into our agential, embodied lives and have an insidious addictiveness wired into them. As a result of our mobile technological tools, more and more of our life is drawn into the scope of a wide variety of interests by means of a plethora of notifications, summoning us to attend to them. Each notification has its own signature beep, buzz, or jingle, which seems to be trying to reinsert a causal link between event and sound, much as Foley artists did when sound was added to the moving images of silent film. Except now, it's a causal link between an intention and the change in the world I produce based on that intention. A causal link at the heart of my experience of the tasks I undertake to pursue my projects in life. Michel Chion thinks of the appearance of these sounds in the soundscape on the analogy of the ecosphere we considered at the beginning of this talk. Quote, "It's tempting to regard the sonic environment as an ecosystem, as is often done today. The events in such a system would then be the appearance or disappearance of sonic beings, just as for living species. The recent novelty in our world has been the teeming emergence, dating some years now, of watches, cash registers, video games, pagers, vending machine keypads, crossing signals, travel clocks, and various other gadgets that emit high-pitched electronic beeps that strike the ear in the range that hitherto had been entirely reserved for the appeals of certain tiny creatures. Since these novel 100% synthetic chirps have appeared in the urban sound jungle, perching high up in order to make themselves heard above the din, something has changed in our apprehension of the modern world. This world now speaks in ways that once only nature did, and the once free space of the medium-high and very high frequencies is approaching overpopulation." End quote. However, the beeps accompanying notifications are increasingly embedded in the wide range of tasks by which we try to fulfill our life projects. These notifications vie for our attention, endeavoring to pull us out of whatever task whose inner horizon we might be situated in, and out into a situation with a different horizon, a heterogeneously constituted one in which we're enticed by the promise of elusive attentional rewards if we use a device or system whose monetization depends on our active use. But how does thinking of the ecosphere as a well-balanced orchestra translate from the background of the shared life world to the individual worlds with split horizons in which our everyday lives are so intimately intertwined with constantly connected devices? When we can tweak settings to create our own auditory worlds, even if the outer world doesn't thereby become irrelevant, new issues arise. That's why I said at the start that for a full picture of our technological soundscapes, we need to consider not only the ways our technological environments constitute our auditory experience, but also the ways we constitute our auditory experience by means of technology. The increasing individualization of the auditory universe means the balance should be conceived not only in terms of a public shared ecology, but a more individualized one, involving the framework of tasks defining the individual's projects. Whether those are personal or embedded in community concerns, it's the individual who should decide what projects to undertake, not interests vying for her attention, summoning her to attend to their own ends, to get them to buy things, use products or systems, support causes, vote for politicians, etc. If there's any auditory real estate lying unused by attention, while we commute in a car or a train, for example, we might take advantage of headphones to transform our experience with the cadences and colorings of an inner soundtrack we ourselves curate. Many do in fact do that, enjoying music, listening to podcasts or audiobooks, or communicating with other people. There's reason to be wary though. The dangers of multitasking are well known. The demands imposed by distractions that aren't directly relevant to the task at hand, such as trying to negotiate a city street with headphones on, might mean diminished cognitive capacity of the type needed to pursue our life projects. Perhaps a valuable alternative to the sounds in the environment that vie for our attention for their own purposes is not more sounds, but rather silence, the ultimate horizon of all auditory horizons. When the mind is quiet and disengaged from external stimuli, we can tap into our inner thoughts, emotions, and memories, which can help us to derive meaning from our experiences. In order to do this, we need to let go of the distractions that keep us in the shallow areas of experience. Silence is one way to let go of those distractions. Herman Melville once wrote that, quote, "All profound things and emotions of things are preceded and attended by silence," end quote. And when we've been silent, we're more able to take up our projects in autonomous ways, regardless of what others may expect or try to impose on us. Thank you.
Anybody there?
Yes, we are. We are transferring from the stream. So thank you. I just want to make sure if Ivan is there. Ivan Gutierrez, can you hear us? Because we had a message from him that he's in a building which is closing at 6, so he probably is fighting some janitor or so.
Or he's doomed to stay in that building until tomorrow morning.
Overnight. So probably we cannot discuss his talk directly with him, but if you wish to make some kind of final comments related maybe to his talk, you're welcome to do so. Jim, Igor, please.
Yeah, maybe that fits because it also is a comment or a question towards the talks before on virtual reality. Because in this talk now we heard a kind of a development, or he described a kind of development towards these individualistic designed soundscapes that everybody of us for ourselves designs. And I think this is quite a development also in VR, I see, because for me, just in the experience I had so far with virtual reality, it was always that for me, I really, most of what I experienced was that I'm alone, like that I have these glasses that isolate me from everybody else. The same I have with headphones. And this is, of course, something very different to other technologies like, Luisa, you mentioned the radio or television or church bells or techno music in a club or whatever. They all address us collectively, or the siren we talked about. These are all like media that address groups of people and stick to that what you, Matthew, called that shared experience, or that we attempt to have a shared experience. And I just wanted to ask, like, with regards before to VR, but maybe also to these the technologies Ivan talked about. Maybe we can take this into consideration, this shift from media that approach us collectively and media that, or what happens right now in a technology like VR, for example, when the shift from cinema, for example, to VR is also that of individualization and isolation of the experience.
I would be happy to add a comment. In response to that, the individuality part is essential. It's the essence of VR, right? Because it's about providing a direct sensory motor linkage between your perspective, okay? And you cannot share that. You can share the same virtual world. Okay? We can do that. But we must, by definition, have individual experiences for this to work. And that is true. Also, one of the curious things about cinema, there's something called the robustness of perspective, right? Which only happens on a two-dimensional image. It disappears with a three-dimensional image, a stereo image. Two-dimensional image means no matter where you sit with respects to the screen, you see the same thing. You see the same structure. You see the same shapes. Yeah, which means everyone in the cinema, no one comes out of the cinema and says, from where I was sitting, I saw this, or from where I was sitting, I saw that. It's really key to the shared experience of cinema. You can have a bad seat in the sense you were too close, but more or less you have the same visual experience. So this individuality is key to it. The isolation is not key to it. It is just comes from current technical hindrances. And the current technical hindrance is simply, in order to deliver the stimuli to you, we have to obscure the very parts of you which are important to be with someone else. Yeah? But there is real work to try and get over this. There's quite incredible technical work. Facebook, for example, who are essentially a communication company, have invested billions in this, right? So they have this problem, they have to solve it. They have to somehow turn VR into a communicative tool. And they're doing this incredible work where they reconstruct your face underneath the head-mounted display. you know, using machine learning and the cameras and things, in order to try and get over this inherent isolation problem. Yeah.
If I can just comment on it too, I feel like because from the virtual mixed reality perspective compared to the cinema, it's a more, like Matthew mentioned, it's a more personalized experience. And I also feel like it's more than just about sound, about sonic. Like in my work, it's an aggregation of the interaction and the visual and also the sound. So the stimuli is it's complicated in a sense, and I think that's impact it's effective, way more effective compared to the not the old but what we had before, the audio augmentation, the headphones or the other sort of, or the speaker. And yeah, I think that is quite what like interesting about mixed reality technology.
Yeah, thanks. Any other final comments? Oh, yeah, Hannah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I have also a question which is maybe just a little bit connected to the last talk and more referring to what you said, Matthew, and to the discussion we had before, because I constantly had to think about early stage building and early theaters, because I mean in the 16th century there was that idea of oh God, you have a perspective and you can work with perspective and visual illusions in stage building, and of course that always just worked for one point from the audience, which was the king. So you have an illusion, or I think probably you would not call it immersion, but yeah, that point where the illusion works, but just in one point of the audience. And so it is actually a highly individualized experience as well, because everyone in the audience sees something completely different. But I was just wondering, like, maybe, I don't know, maybe you have some associations to that, but I can't really bring these things together. Just I also connected it to the topic, like how does technology influences what we live and how we live, because of course in that setting it's quite clear that you have this hierarchy. You have the king where the illusion works, and you have the rest of the audience where it just doesn't work. On the other hand, you can say, like, I mean, is it something you should really wish for, that the illusion works? And isn't it maybe it's even a better play if the illusion doesn't work somehow, and you see and you can imagine how it could work? But yeah, maybe this was a little bit associated, but maybe you can somehow connect to that, or yeah.
I think that's a wonderful observation, that it's true that sometimes the breaking of the illusion to reveal the mechanisms behind it is a wonderful moment. And that's something you also, it's used in art and cinema a lot. And it's something that perhaps we can also use in VR, to deliberately break the illusions of moments, to reveal what is going on. That's quite interesting. The privileged point of view could be the one where you somehow outside, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, thank you. If there isn't any urgent comment, I think it's time to finish our conference. I want to thank all of the speakers, our keynote speaker, Bernhard Zeugenrath. Thank you again for your patience with our technical difficulties, which are solved, as you can see. And it was a tiny, small mistake because the YouTube channel was opened twice and it was invisible because
feedback loop.
It was on the bar, so nothing technical actually. But normally we would go to pub, but all the pubs are closed in Czech Republic, sadly. So open a beer or whatever home and
What a shitty world.
Yeah, that's our social event actually. So play a movie if you could, if you have time. So again, thank you very much. There's a special thanks from our technicians. Would you like to show yourselves? No?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, please. Monza and Paulina.
Hey.
Tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah, so let's meet again tomorrow at 10 a.m. on the same link at Zoom. Thanks again and enjoy the social event.
Have a nice evening. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.
See you.